The female lead was born into a family filled with constant arguments between her parents. To make matters worse, her younger sister was extremely scheming. Even as a child, she loved putting on acts to make their parents hate the female lead. But no one knew that the female lead was actually a hidden big shot who struck fear into everyone. She was not only beautiful, elegant, and exceptionally talented, but her aura also inadvertently caught the attention of a CEO doctor. He traveled across the distance to the city where she lived, hoping to see her more often. Will this fated romance have a happy ending? Let's find out together. Before we begin, please support us with a like and subscribe to the channel. Love you all. At a large hospital in the city center, cicadas chirped throughout the grounds. An argument between a young man and woman could be heard from one of the hospital rooms. The car is downstairs. I brought my mother to the city hospital for a checkup. From now on, Qin Yin will go with you. The man retorted irritably. Why should I raise Qin Yin? He continued, pointing at her angrily. You married into a wealthy family. Can't you even afford to raise your own daughter? The woman refused to back down. I already brought Qin Yu into the Lin family. How shameless of you to expect me to raise your child from your previous marriage too. Outside the hospital room, a stunningly beautiful girl leaned against the wall, listening to the conversation inside. Two doctors passed by and whispered to each other when they saw her. Look at that student over there. She's so pretty. Seriously, she looks like a celebrity. While the girl leisurely sucked on a lollipop, the argument inside continued without any sign of stopping. Qin Han Shu, my mother helped you raise your daughter for more than 10 years. Now she's sick and can't take care of her anymore. If you won't, then who will? So what? Didn't you insist on fighting me for custody of Qin Yu in the beginning? Why do you suddenly want me to raise Qin Yin now? If that's the case, then give Qin Yu back to me too. The girl felt a headache coming on. Annoyed, she took the lollipop out of her mouth and muttered, so noisy. At that moment, memories from the past slowly surfaced in her mind. Back then, when she saw her younger sister practicing the piano all afternoon without getting it right, she snapped, You've been practicing just a few notes all afternoon and still can't get them right. Let me play it once for you, and you'll understand. Seeing her sister approach, the younger girl hugged the piano and turned away. Don't touch my piano. What the hell do you know? Hearing the commotion, their mother walked over and asked impatiently, What is it now? Why are you arguing again? The older sister lowered her head, unable to speak or explain herself. Upon seeing her mother, the younger sister immediately began crying theatrically. Mom, sister said my piano playing was too noisy and disrupted her gaming, so she wanted to take my piano away. Startled by her sister's blatant lie, the older sister stammered, I didn't. Without bothering to distinguish right from wrong, their mother immediately scolded Qin Yin. If you have nothing better to do, then get out and play. Stop disturbing Qin Yu's piano practice, understand? Qin Yin looked flustered and tried to explain. Mom, please believe me. I didn't. Before she could finish, her mother cut her off. Stop making excuses. Get out now. Filled with disappointment, Qin Yin silently thought, fine, forget it, then I'll leave. With that, she ran out of that biased home. Outside, rain poured down relentlessly. She held out her hand to catch the raindrops and murmured to herself, It's raining. Dad should be getting off work soon. He didn't bring an umbrella today, did he? She went back inside, took an umbrella, and headed out to pick up her father. On the way, she heard a voice echoing from nearby. Your wallet is this thick, and you dare say you don't have money? Curious, she turned toward a nearby alley. Inside, a blonde-haired boy was bullying someone. A frail young man in a white shirt pleaded, That's my tuition money. My mother gave it to me. You can't take it. The blonde boy threatened him. Just say you lost it, then beg me. I don't think your mom would want to see you beaten black and blue, would she? As the blonde grabbed him by the collar, the young man in white trembled with fear. Please spare me. Don't hit me. Seeing that the blonde was about to strike, Qin Yin hurriedly shouted, Hey, you there, stop. Furious, she stood up for the young man. He already said it's his tuition money, and you still have a nerve to demand it? Your skin is really thick. Angered by her scolding, the blonde let go of the young man and glanced at Qin Yin. Little girl, didn't your mother teach you not to meddle in other people's business? Qin Yin stared at him with icy eyes, openly challenging him. If you've got the guts, come at me. Soon, only the sound of someone being beaten and screaming echoed through the alley. Bang, bang. After settling the matter, she excitedly ran home to tell her father. Dad, you're back. Today, I beat up a high school student and helped someone who was being bullied. When her father showed no reaction, she froze. Dad, over there, Her father was holding a gift box and happily speaking to his second daughter. I heard my Chin Yu won another award today. Your mom and I braved the rain to buy you a new toy. Come look, do you like it? I like anything Dad buys me. Thank you, Dad. When her mother saw Chin Yin, she pointed at her and scolded. Where did you run off to again? Look at the state you're in. All you do is cause trouble every day. If you keep this up, don't come back. Just looking at you annoys me. You're not feminine at all. Look at how well-behaved your younger sister is. No matter how harshly her mother berated her, Chin Yin remained silent and did not argue back. Her mother then turned to complain to her husband. Chin Hanshu, can't you control this daughter of yours? You always say you're busy with work, but you barely earn any money. You should at least discipline your child. Ning Tin was trying to start another argument. Chin Yin could only think helplessly, Dad, Mom, please stop arguing. But the fight soon reached its peak. Countless harsh words poured into her ears, forcing her to cover them with both hands. If this won't work, then get divorced. You argue every day. I'm sick of it. Fine, divorce it is. But Chinyu has to come with me. Why should she? I want Chinyu too. Chin Yin felt completely unnecessary in this family. It was too noisy. Her parents were always like this. Every time they fought, they talked about divorce and fought over custody, but only over Chinyu. Am I really so unnecessary? Is Chinyu all they need? Just as she fell into despair, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. She turned around and discovered that it was her grandmother. All the grievances she had held inside burst forth as she threw herself into her grandmother's arms and cried, Grandma! Her grandmother stroked her hair comfortingly. Nien Yen, you've been wronged. It's all right now. Grandma will take you home, okay? That little girl had now grown into an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Chin Yin smiled bitterly at her miserable fate. Here it was again, such a familiar scene, another all-too-familiar argument. Only this time, grandmother could no longer take her home. She looked into the hospital room, listening in on the drama. Ning Tin, if you truly intend to abandon Chin Yin, then don't even think about peacefully enjoying your life in the Lin family. Chin Hanshu, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Chin Yin understood. It seemed the winner was about to be decided. Her father spoke without hesitation. In any case, I won't take Chin Yin back. You don't want this matter blown up and to lose face either, do you? His wife trembled with rage. Fine, consider me cruel. I'll take both Chin Yin and my mother with me. Are you satisfied now? Chin Yin bit through her lollipop, then curled her lips into a meaningful smile. The outcome was clear. This time, she would be causing trouble for her dear mother again. After they reached an agreement, her mother took her and her grandmother to the Lin family home in Yunqing. As soon as the mistress returned, a servant hurried out to greet her. Madam, you're back. Ningta did not get out of the car. Instead, she instructed the servant, Annie Zhang, this is my mother and my eldest daughter, Chin Yin. Please arrange rooms for them first. I need to pick Chin Yu up from school. Chin Yin quickly got out of the car and helped her grandmother down. Watching the car drive away, the servant bowed politely. Take care, madam. As she walked behind them, the servant sized Chin Yin and her grandmother up with obvious disdain. One look was enough to tell that these two were country bumpkins who had just come up from the countryside. Seeing the luxurious villa in front of her, grandmother softly exclaimed, "This house is beautiful." The servant walked ahead to lead the way. Madam, Miss Chin Yin, please follow me. Chin Yin politely replied, Thank you for the trouble, Eddie Zhang. Neither of them knew that someone upstairs was watching the grandmother and granddaughter. They were none other than the head of the Lin family, Lin Shi, and his eldest son, Lin Jingxian. As he watched, Lin Shi said to his son, I heard that Chin Yin has a serious disciplinary record at her old school. She was a notorious school boss and only barely managed to get into #1 high school. Lin Jingxian stood beside him, tapping on his phone as he asked, Chin Yin? She's Aunt Ning's other daughter. Come on, let's go meet grandmother and Chin Yin. Yes, Dad. The father and son went downstairs together. Lin Shi pretended to ask the servant, Auntie Zhang, have the guests arrived? Auntie Zhang was confused at first, but quickly caught on. Yes, master. She secretly thought, is the master calling his mother-in-law guest? Thinking quickly, she introduced them. This is Master Lin Shi and young Master Lin Jingxian. After the introduction, grandmother smiled awkwardly and answered politely, sorry for intruding. Chin Yin's gaze remained fixed on the man as she silently assessed him. So this is Mom's current husband. Lin Jingxian was also studying Chin Yin. So this is the notorious school boss, Chin Yin? Lin Shi gave a very insincere smile. Madam, you must be tired from the journey. Please sit down and have some tea. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued. Nington already told me about Xiaoyan. Don't worry, I'll arrange her school transfer. Thank you for troubling yourself, Uncle Lin. But there's no need to worry about the school transfer. Before Qin Yin could finish, Auntie Zhang's voice rang out. Madam, second miss, you're back. Auntie Zhang, if dinner is ready, bring it out. Qin Yu is hungry. Qin Yu handed her school bag to Auntie Zhang and asked, Has my sister and grandmother arrived? Yes. They're in the study having tea with Master and Young Master. This girl was Qin Yin's biological younger sister, Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately began calculating. Brother Jingxian rarely comes home. I have to make a good impression today. Qin Yu put on an extremely delighted expression and ran over excitedly. Brother, you're back. Lin Jingxian stood up happily as well. Qin Yu, you're home from school? Qin Yu affectionately ran over, hugged his arm, and asked coquettishly, You're usually so busy. Why did you have time to come home today? There's a project over here. Lin Jingxian answered indulgently. Why are you home so late, Qin Yu? I had to practice a new piece for the school's anniversary performance. It's tiring, but I'm happy. Lin Qi praised her with satisfaction. Qin Yu's piano playing is getting better and better. If you need anything, just tell Dad. Qin Yu put on the appearance of a sweet, sensible daughter and replied with a beaming smile, Yes, thank you, Dad. Only then did Qin Yu pretend to notice Qin Yin's presence. Ah, sister. Qin Yin sat in her chair with her arms folded, expressionless as she looked at the younger sister she had not seen for years. Qin Yu wore a sweetly fake smile and said, I'm so happy to see you again, sister. Welcome to the Lin family. Then she added in a pointed tone, From now on, we should get along well, just like before, okay, sister? Upon hearing that, Qin Yin's icy expression darkened. Long time no see, Qin Yu. That night, Qin Yin tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. I have insomnia again, and now I'm remembering all those unpleasant things from the past. How annoying. Qin Yu's every word from back then echoed in her ears. Dad, sister seems to hate me. Did I do something wrong? Fine, I'll go outside and play. Sister usually doesn't like me being around when she plays games. Mom, I think I made sister angry again. Qin Yin sat up irritably, clutching her head as she muttered, Getting along happily, my ass. She looked at the medicine bottle on her bedside table. There are only enough sleeping pills left for tomorrow. What can I get more? Early the next morning, as Qin Yin came downstairs, she saw Lin Qi putting on a guilty expression. Xian Yin, I'm very sorry. I couldn't arrange for you to enter number 1 high school. I'll ask around at other schools today, so just wait at home. Ningtin looked dissatisfied with her eldest daughter. Qin got into number 1 high school on her own before. We never had to go through so much trouble for her. Upon hearing her name, Qin Yu eagerly showed off. That's right. Number 1 high school is the best high school in Yinqing. Not just anyone can get in. I worked very hard to get admitted. The principal of number 1 high school is an extraordinary person. Students who get in number 1 high school need more than just good grades. They also need. Qin Yin found Lin Qi too long-winded and cut him off, taking an envelope out of her school bag. She replied confidently, Actually, if it's number 1 high school, I have a recommendation letter from the principal. Her mother immediately shouted angrily, Enough. You lie without even blinking. You may not be ashamed, but I am. Qin Yu pretended to calm her mother. Mom, don't be angry. What if the number 1 high school sister mentioned isn't the same one I attend? Her mother was still furious and scolded Qin Yin without caring about the truth. Now that you're in the Lin family, you'd better correct those bad habits of yours. Do you understand? Qin Yin stared at Qin Yu with killing intent in her eyes. After all these years, I can't believe this brat still loves putting on an act. Not wanting to waste words on them, she pulled down the brim of her cap and headed out. If there's nothing else, I'm going to school. Her parents continued to mock her angrily. How could you possibly have a recommendation letter from any school? You'd be lucky if it isn't a disciplinary notice. Going to school? More like going to an internet cafe. You're infuriating. Standing nearby, Qin Yu continued fanning the flames. All right, Mom, don't be angry. Sister didn't mean to lie. As Qin Yin walked past Lin Jingxian, the letter in her hand caught his attention. He saw the seal clearly on the envelope. Lin Jingxian's eyes widened in shock. That seal. Unable to hold it in, he said in disbelief. The seal on that envelope is Principal Sue's personal seal. So she wasn't lying. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Qi, but even Qin Yu was stunned. What? It's real. They had never expected the recommendation letter to be genuine. At number 1 high school, the hurried footsteps of female students echoed through the halls. I heard an unbelievably handsome new doctor just transferred to our school infirmary. Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry up and take a look. Outside the infirmary, countless girls peered through the crack in the door and sighed in admiration. Wow, he's so handsome. Yeah, he's even better looking than my idol. Where? Let me see. He's behind that curtain. Hey, don't push. Inside, one doctor asked a female student, "Student, are you here to get medicine or see a doctor?" The girl blushed as she answered, I'm here to get medicine. Yes, medicine. Vitamin C, please. Thank you, doctor. Behind the curtain where they were speaking sat another doctor, reading through documents. He was as handsome as the cold, domineering CEOs in television dramas. The girls outside practically drooled as they stared. Wow, those eyes, that mouth. He's just too perfect. Every one of them grinned brightly, their hearts pounding. Just as they were admiring the handsome man, the class bell rang. The girls were deeply annoyed. Damn it, we have to go to class. Hurry up, we'll come back at lunch break. One doctor leaned back comfortably in his chair. It's finally quiet. This doctor was named Lu Zhaojing. He looked at his close friend and complained, Cheng Xian, why did you leave your position as the wealthy young master of the imperial capital and come all the way here to become a school doctor? And you dumped all the work on me too. I am exhausted. Seeing his friend complain endlessly, Cheng Xian glanced at him. If that's what you think, then I'll do it. Lu Zhaojing immediately backed down. Forget it. You're young Master Cheng. Leave everything to me. But honestly, if the people who spent huge sums to book your surgeries saw you giving students free checkups here, they'd be furious. As the two chatted, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Though dressed simply, Qin Yin was still strikingly beautiful and elegant. Excuse me for disturbing you. Do you sell sleeping pills here? Cheng Xian's eyes sparkled at her beauty. Wow, this female student is incredibly beautiful. At that moment, Lu Zhaojing's attention also shifted to Qin Yin. After regaining his composure, Cheng Xian scratched his head and asked awkwardly, Student, sleeping pills are prescription medication. You can't just buy them whenever you want. He wondered to himself, is this girl here to admire a handsome guy again? Seeing that she would not get the answer she wanted, Qin Yin pulled down the brim of her cap and replied coldly, I was only asking casually. If you don't have any, then forget it. But before she could leave, Lu Zhaojing stood up and said, Wait a moment, I'll get the medicine for you. Cheng Xian was rather surprised. He walked over and whispered into Lu Zhaojing's ear, Brother Jing, she wants sleeping pills. We can't just give those out. As Lu Zhaojing opened the medicine cabinet, he replied, Do you think I'm the kind of person who gives medication to patients carelessly? He walked up to Qin Yin and handed her the medicine. This is what you need. Take it for 3 days and come back to see me once you've finished it. He carefully wrapped up the medicine and even gave her an additional bottle of eye drops. Qin Yin was rather surprised. She stood there pensively for a moment, then reached out to accept them and raised her head to thank him. Then she turned and left without another word. Cheng Xian asked worriedly, Brother Jing, are you really just giving it to her like that? Lu Zhaojing's gaze remained fixed on her departing figure. I think she really needs it. Don't worry. Those aren't sleeping pills, just sleep aids. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Hengchuan No. 1 High School, a teacher questioned the principal. Principal Su, you want to put such a troublesome student into my class 12, A1? You should remember that my class is a top class. We don't take in students like that. This teacher was Li Erong, the homeroom teacher of class 12, A1. She threw a stack of documents onto the desk and continued loudly. Take a look at this. If it isn't fighting or skipping school, then it's disciplinary criticism for bad conduct. My hands feel dirty just touching it. Gao Yang, the homeroom teacher of class 12 and 9, stood beside them and retorted unhappily, Ms. Li, we are teachers. We absolutely should not be so selective about students. Since she taught a top class, Ms. Li's tone was rather disdainful. That sounds nice coming from you. She isn't being assigned to your bottom-ranked class, so of course you have nothing to worry about. Teacher Gao replied firmly, If she becomes my student, I will naturally take responsibility for her. Oh, how fierce. Mr. Gao really is so noble. No wonder you have been teaching for more than 25 years and still haven't advanced at all. Hearing the contempt in Ms. Li's voice, Teacher Gao was so angry that he could not speak. Principal Su pretended to cough a few times before probing. Then, Mr. Gao, are you willing to take this student? Teacher Gao immediately replied, Of course I am. Ms. Li pushed the documents toward him. That's wonderful then. I'll return to class first. I still have a test going on. Once Ms. Li had gone some distance away, Principal Su said to Teacher Gao, All right, Mr. Gao, come take a look at this. See what you think of the student's math Olympiad test. Upon hearing this, Teacher Gao picked up the exam paper, but the moment he looked at it, he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he answered excitedly, "This test was done brilliantly. Surely it can't belong to a student from our school, or I would have recognized them. What a pity." Principal Su beamed, thinking to himself, a pity? This student was not from our school before, but she will be from now on. Haha. Back with Qin Yin, she was walking down the hallway, looking at the bottle of eye drops in her hand in admiration. These eye drops really are effective. Just one use, and the redness in my eyes has already gone down. That school doctor seemed somewhat familiar. It felt as though she had seen him somewhere before. It turned out that he was the person she had met at the hospital where her grandmother was receiving treatment. Back then, she had no idea that every one of her actions had been watched by him, especially the way she bit through the lollipop in her hand, along with the murderous look on her face. He remembered it vividly. Oh, so she isn't an adorable, harmless little white rabbit after all. After asking about her family background, he had rushed straight to Yunqing. Even now, he could not believe that he had made such a decision. Why did I decide that? I impulsively came all the way to Yunqing. Still, there is something about her condition that really draws one's attention. In class 12, A9, Teacher Gao spoke as soon as he entered the room. "Quiet down, everyone. I have an announcement. Today, a new student will be transferring into our class." The students immediately began discussing it among themselves. A new student? She must be Qin Yu's older sister, the school beauty. How'd she end up in our class? Lin Jingxian must have helped her. Hearing this, Su Yaoguang, a bespectacled young man, answered coldly, "I don't know, and I'm not interested." His friend teased him. "Oh, so fierce? But I think you aren't interested in anyone except Qin Yu." Su Zagugang Bulu sets deeply. At that moment, two boys in a row ahead also turned around to gossip. "But I heard Qin Yu's older sister used to fight and repeat a grade back in Ninghai Village. How did she get into our number 1 high school?" "What, Ninghai Village? That's one of the province's key poverty relief villages. Isn't she just some country delinquent who came to the city?" The four boys then imagined Qin Yin as a chubby girl with a face covered in freckles. Thinking about that image made all four of them feel like throwing up. Seeing his friends talking nonsense, Su Yaoguang stood up. "This is boring. I'm leaving." "Where are you going?" Qin Yu is practicing the violin in the auditorium. "I'm going to check on her." As Su Yaoguang walked out through the lower classroom door, Qin Yin happened to enter the classroom at the same time. The instant she entered, the classroom fell completely silent. Seeing this, she took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Qin Yin. I'm pleased to meet you all." When no one spoke, Teacher Gao smiled awkwardly and pointed to an empty seat beside Lin Ziren. "There's an empty seat there. Qin Yin, go sit there." "All right, thank you, teacher." But as she walked toward the seat, the entire class was stunned by her beauty. "Wow, she's so beautiful. She has such an outstanding presence." The eyes of several boys filled with hearts, and some were practically drooling at Qin Yin's dazzling beauty. "Nobody compete with me. This country delinquent is definitely mine. As if it will be that easy, brother. Everyone appreciates beauty." The moment Qin Yin sat down, the girl beside her started a conversation, though she was still extremely nervous after hearing rumors about Qin Yin's past. "Ashilu, my name is Lin Ziren." Qin Yin greeted her pleasantly. "Hello." The students who had been gossiping about Qin Yin moments ago were now utterly astonished. This student is completely different from the country girl they described. It was such a pity that Su Yaoguang had not seen the transfer student. "I think she's no less beautiful than Qin Yu." "Exactly. After school, we need to get to know her better. You know what I mean, right?" Haha. Thus, the school day finally came to an end. As the dismissal bell rang, Lin Ziren looked at Qin Yin expectantly and suggested, "Would you like me to show you around the school today? You've only just arrived, so you probably aren't familiar with this place yet." But Qin Yin quickly declined. "Sorry, I have something to do today. I need to go home first." Upon hearing the answer, Lin Ziren felt like crying. As expected, I've been rejected, but she is a great beauty, so it is normal for her to be a little aloof. While she was silently lamenting, Qin Yin turned back with a bright smile. "Ziren, thank you. Be sure to show me around next time." Lin Ziren's eyes curved into crescents. All right. Qin Yin, hurry home." She thought, wow, I was wrong earlier. This great beauty is not cold at all. She is even prettier when she smiles. Seeing Qin Yin leave, the two students behind them rose as well. "She's leaving. Hurry up and follow her." Qin Yin was deep in thought. "Soon, I'll have to see those people at the Lin house again. How annoying." At that moment, she heard the voices of the people behind her. "Hello, new student. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." She glanced back at them. When she turned around, she discovered that 3 boys from her class had been following her without her noticing. One of them made a lewd remark. "You don't seem to be in a very good mood. Do you want us to keep you company?" "Haha, we've prepared a grand welcome party for the new student. You definitely have to join us." Elsewhere, Chung Xian was tugging at his hair as he stared at the directions on Google Maps. Is this Google Maps thing broken or something? How exactly am I supposed to find the restaurant old Su mentioned? As he searched, he spotted Qin Yan. Huh, isn't that the girl who came to ask for sleeping pills this morning? Lu Zhaojing looked over as he approached and said to his friend, "It looks like she has run into some trouble. Go help her." Chung Xian immediately rolled up his sleeves and volunteered eagerly. "You're giving me a chance to play the hero and save the beauty? Really? All right, Brother Jing. Watch me make a grand entrance." Seeing his friend make such a spectacle of himself, Lu Zhaojing was speechless. The student still had no idea what was coming. He stepped close to Qin Yan. "Don't blame me. It's all because you're too pretty. I couldn't hold myself back even in broad daylight." Just as his hand was about to touch Qin Yan's face, she moved faster and seized his wrist. She curled her lips into a smile, her eyes brimming with killing intent. "So this counts as you attacking first, right?" Before the group could understand what she meant, they were still staring blankly. A cracking sound rang out as she twisted his arm behind his back. The boy broke out in a cold sweat and shouted in pain, "Ah, it hurts! It hurts! What are you standing there for? Get her!" Qin Yin moved with astonishing speed and agility. She drove her knee hard into another boy's stomach, nearly sending him to meet his ancestors. "Boss, we're coming to save you." One boy rushed at her with a fist, but she swiftly caught it. "You little bitch, you dare hit my brothers? Are you trying to die today?" Sick of their endless boasting, Qin Yin quickly began beating them up. In less than a minute, all of them were sprawled on the ground, groaning. Qin Yin bent down to pick up her school bag, looking every bit like an intimidating big sister. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed someone watching and glanced over to see who it was. Chung Xian, caught by her gaze, stared wide-eyed and was too shocked to speak. "Jing, Brother Jing, am I seeing things?" She took down 3 guys in less than a minute. Is this girl even normal? A fascinated smile appeared on Lu Zhaojing's face. "She's even more interesting than I imagined." As Qin Yin passed by him, she suddenly said, "Thank you." Chung Xian complained unhappily. "Hey, I was clearly the one who wanted to save her. Why is she thanking you? All right, let's go. Old Su is still waiting for us." Chung Xian continued looking at the 3 students lying on the ground. Those 3 seemed to be students from number 1 high school. Lu Zhaojing radiated an unapproachable chill as he said disdainfully, "Trash like that deserves to remain at number 1 high school. Deal with them." At last, Lu Zhaojing and Chung Xian found the address Principal Su had given them, and the 3 men chatted happily together. Lu Zhaojing took a sip of tea and asked calmly, "Old Su, you have been principal of number 1 high school in Yunqing for 3 years and refused to return to the capital. Why have you suddenly decided to resign and go back?" Principal Su smiled with satisfaction. "I have found a successor at last. It was not easy to wait for that person." Chung Xian stood up in surprise and rapidly asked, "Who is it?" Principal Su merely shook his head with a bitter smile. "But that person does not want to succeed me." The image of Qin Yin's imposing figure appeared in his mind. She was the person he greatly hoped would take over his position. He was confident as he continued drinking tea. "But I believe that person will agree. So I must return to the capital first to make preparations." Chung Xian could not believe that anyone would refuse such a lofty position. He turned to his friend and said, "Brother Jing, someone actually does not want to become the successor of the Su family. What kind of background does this person have?" "Brother Jing? Brother Jing, say something. Aren't you curious?" Despite his friend's chatter, Lu Zhaojing remained silent and calmly enjoyed his tea. At the music building of Yunqing number 1 high school, Qin Yin wandered around and somehow ended up there. She gently pushed open the door and entered. Seeing a violin resting neatly on a table, she became interested and picked it up, looking at it as though it were an old friend. Then she slowly immersed herself in the music, enjoying the piece she created. Meanwhile, a classmate was telling Su Yaoguang about Qin Yin. "Young Master Su, you have not seen that transfer student? What a shame. She is very beautiful." Su Yaoguang was in a hurry and said, "Stop talking and hurry up. I need to bring milk tea to Qin Yu." Suddenly, Su Yaowang heard a melodious violin melody coming from the room where Qin Yin was playing. He froze. This music! As though recalling something, Su Yaowang ran toward the source of the music. His friend stared blankly and shouted, Young Master Su, why are you in such a hurry? The musician is not going anywhere. The young man scratched his head helplessly and sighed. His obsession with the violin has flared up again. Qin Yu happens to play the violin too. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of young Master Su? Su Yaowang raced toward the music room at an incredible speed. Even as he ran, he analyzed what he was hearing. This is a piece I have never heard before. The transitions and pauses, the incredibly advanced technique. I have only heard such masterful playing at concerts by the great masters in the capital. Inside, Qin Yin was still immersed in the emotions of the music. More important than the technique was the overflowing emotion, which struck directly at the soul. This melody is almost swallowing me whole. It is not merely lonely. It is also interwoven with intense passion. Could someone in this world truly be so contradictory? When Su Yaowang slammed open the door, the room fell silent and the music was gone. But regrettably, all Su Yaowang saw was an empty room. His friend caught up, panting as he asked, Young Master Su, where is the person? Did they really run away? They did not jump from the second floor, did they? Su Yaowang's face was full of disappointment and regret. Forget it. Let's go. Could there really be someone else in this school besides Qin Yu who can play the violin? After jumping down from the second floor, Qin Yin sat on the ground. That was dangerous. I nearly got discovered. She stood and stretched, feeling completely energized. Wonderful. Playing for a while really improved my mood. It seems I need to find more chances to play in the future to keep my emotions steady. But why do I feel as though I have forgotten something? Forget it. It probably is not important. As soon as she returned to her seat, her deskmate looked at her with sparkling eyes. Qin Yin, the math homework assigned yesterday is due today. Have you finished it? Only then did Qin Yin realize what she had forgotten. I knew I had forgotten something. So was this. She gave her deskmate a charming smile. Can I not hand it in? Lin Xiren did not know how to answer. Qin Yin did not want to make things difficult for her, so she immediately took out the worksheet and began solving it. Lin Xiren glanced over. So she is left-handed? Very quickly, Qin Yin handed the paper to Xiren. Here, hand this in for me. My grades are not good, and I did not know how to do the questions. Please be understanding. Apart from being bewildered, Lin Xiren could only answer, all right. Then Lin Xiren smiled and pointed to herself. I am the class's study representative. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Qin Yin stared intently at the embroidery on Lin Xiren's clothes, making Xiren blush with embarrassment. Could it be that you like embroidery? Seeing someone who shared her interests, Lin Xiren's eyes lit up like stars. She hurriedly asked, Pretty girl, so you're a fan of Yinshi too? Have you heard the new album? Have you voted on the rankings yet? Do you need me to teach you how to register alternate accounts so you can vote again? Seeing her so excited, Qin Yin froze. Since she had grown up in the mountains, she was not really into idol chasing. Sweating nervously, she explained, I'm not. But Lin Xiren did not stop. Her determination burned as fiercely as a prairie fire. Yin Yin, don't worry. I'll definitely help improve your grades. After school, I'll take you to buy some exercise books. Hearing Xiren call her by that childhood nickname made Qin Yin feel a little nostalgic. Yin Yin. Apart from her grandparents, no one had called her that in a very long time. Thus, after school, Lin Xiren insisted on dragging Qin Yin along. On the way, she kindly warned her, you'd better not provoke Qin Yu from class 12, A1. She belongs to the Lin family, and Su Yaowang protect her too. Oh, right, both of you are named Qin, aren't you? By the way, Yin Yin, there's a vocational school nearby, and it has a Lin Xiren's gaze filled with the image of a certain group of people. She paused before daring to say the words, school boss. Before them was a young man riding a motorcycle, looking exceptionally cool and imposing. Qin Yu happened to pass by and felt delighted at the sight. Wei Ziheng, why was he here? He was the vocational school's boss. It looked like her sister was in serious trouble this time. The driver politely asked Qin Yu, Miss, your sister seems to be here too. Shouldn't we wait for her and go home together? Just drive. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Qin Yu's smile was full of calculation. Fortunately, her sister still loved causing trouble, just as she had when they were children. I was worrying about finding a reason to drive her out of the Lin family. Some passing students stopped curiously and began whispering among themselves. That transfer student student has only just arrived, and she has already provoked the vocational school boss. It would be such a pity if that beautiful face got beaten up. Keep your voice down. What if they hear us and beat us too? Let's stop watching and get out of here. Lin Ziren stood behind Qin Yin, timid and frightened, looking as though she were about to cry. Yin Yin, maybe we should take another way. Unable to hold it in any longer, Ziren hid behind Qin Yin and began sobbing. Don't come over here. We really don't have any money. Please don't hit us. A kind classmate standing behind them waved and called out, "Study representative, bring the new student over here." Make way for Wei Ziheng. Turning around and recognizing her classmates, Ziren called out happily, "Xiao Sheng, Su Jia Gugang." Lin Ziren grabbed Qin Yin's hand. "Yin Yin, I'll explain later. Let's go over to Xiao Sheng and Su Yaoguang first." Just as Ziren tried to pull Qin Yin away, the cold young man finally spoke. "Wait." Wei Ziheng slowly approached the two girls. Their eyes met. Qin Yin looked straight into the young man's eyes without the slightest fear. When his hand was about to touch her face, Qin Yin coldly said, "Get your filthy paw away from me." Her words rendered the entire scene silent. Ziren was so terrified that she fainted, foaming at the mouth. Qin Yin caught her and could not help laughing. Then she looked at Wei Ziheng. "Didn't you hear what I said? Wei Ziheng, tell your lackeys to get lost. You scare my desk mate so badly that she can't even walk." Wei Ziheng's hand froze the instant it touched her hair. Then the young man broke into a bright smile, withdrew his hand, and said, "Sister Yin, it really is you." He kicked at his lackeys, driving them away. "Get the hell over there and stand aside. Don't block Sister Yin's way. Why do you all look so fierce?" Wei Ziheng was suddenly as obedient as a puppy, eagerly flattering her. "Sister Yin, why did you come to Yunqing without telling me?" Qin Yin answered indifferently. "It was a last-minute decision. I only transferred here yesterday." Ziren and the surrounding onlookers were all stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. Covering her mouth with trembling hands, Ziren thought, "Yin Yin seems to know the school boss very well. She scared me to death just now. My legs are still weak." Qin Yin punched Wei Ziheng lightly in the chest and ordered, "Find someone reliable to take my deskmate home. Your people scared her so badly she can't walk." Wei Ziheng immediately turned to his lackeys. "What are you standing around for? Get her home safely. Otherwise, I'll beat you all to death." As Qin Yin walked away, one of the lackeys could not help asking shakily, "Boss who? Who is she?" Wei Ziheng looked at Qin Yin's retreating figure with immense pride. "Sister Yin? She's the boss of Ninghai Village, and she's practically my ancestor." The young man hurried after her. "Sister Yin, where are you going?" "Wait for me." Qin Yin answered succinctly, "To buy books." One of Wei Ziheng's lackeys went up to Ziren and asked with an ingratiating smile, "Miss, would you like to return to school now, or go get something to eat?" Xiao Sheng's head was filled with question marks. Damn, what kind of background did this new beauty have that even the vocational school boss had to grovel before her? Su Yaoguang also watched in stunned disbelief. At the Lin family villa, Qin Yu began putting on another performance during dinner. "What are you thinking about? You seem so distracted." She put on a worried expression and said, "When school ended this evening, I think I saw my sister with people from the vocational school." Ning Qing tightened her grip on her chopsticks. "What? The vocational school? Isn't she attending #1 high school?" With a pitiful and understanding look, Qin Yu continued acting. "I heard that sister fought with students from the vocational school at noon. Maybe that's why they came looking for her this evening. I'm a little worried about her." Ning Qing slammed her chopsticks down angrily. "What are you worried about? Isn't she just birds of a feather with that trash from the vocational school? How'd I ever give birth to such a disgraceful daughter?" Just then, the door clicked open, and all three looked over. Qin Yin stood there holding a bag of workbooks and replied arrogantly, "I was busy. Have you eaten? I came back to get a few things. I'll leave as soon as I'm done." Without waiting for a response, she calmly headed upstairs. Suppressing her anger, Ning Qing stood up. "Eat your dinner. I'll go upstairs and take a look." The moment she entered the room, Ning Qing began scolding Qin Yin. "Who are you putting that sour face on for? I decorated this room beautifully for you and bought you so many clothes and handbags. What else are you dissatisfied with? Also, you said you want to fight with people from the vocational school. Is that true?" Annoyed, Qin Yin thought that after all these years, Qin Yu still loved putting on an act. How boring. Qin Yin brushed past her mother and said mockingly, "Congratulations, mother. You won't have to see my face for a long time from now on. I'll be staying at school. Whenever I have a break, I'll visit Grandma at the hospital." Halfway out, She stopped, turned slightly, and added, "And one more thing, I never liked pink. Only Qin Yu likes that color." Ning Qing made no effort to keep Qin Yin there. Resting her chin on one hand, she thought she would rather live at school than stay in the villa. "I bought her branded clothes and handbags, but she does not want them. I have never seen anyone so troublesome. Forget it. Out of sight, out of mind." The next day, during her free time, Qin Yin went to one of Yunqing's largest banks. The teller greeted her with a smile. "May I ask what service you require?" Although she was smiling outwardly, she grumbled inwardly. This girl looks like a poor student. It isn't worth wasting my breath trying to convince her to open an account. While the employee was sighing to herself, Qin Yin pushed a card across the counter. "I want to transfer some money." Looking closely at the card, the teller's eyes and mouth fell wide open in shock. This was unbelievable. It was a diamond card. Qin Yin was immediately escorted to the VIP room. The teller's attitude changed completely as she bowed and apologized. "Miss Qin Yin, we are truly sorry. Our regular staff do not have the authority to process services for your diamond card. Please wait a moment. We sincerely apologize for delaying your valuable time." Less than 3 minutes later, the procedure was complete. The branch manager personally returned her card with both hands. "The dormitory fees for number 1 high school in Yunqing have been transferred. Please take your card." "All right, thank you." Watching Qin Yin leave, the teller quietly asked her manager, "Director, she looks so young, yet she has a diamond card. That's incredible." The manager replied in a low voice, "This is also my first time seeing one. I heard that the number of diamond card holders can be counted on one hand. I never expected someone so young to own one." Leaving the bank, Qin Yin hurried back towards school. Looking at a message on her phone, she muttered, "Which idiot spent so much money specifically to assign this job to me? I already said I wouldn't take it. Why are they still pestering me?" After walking for a while, she stopped at the school infirmary. Her eyes turned alert. The person who had posted the assignment was located in the school infirmary. This was rather interesting. Even though I did not accept the assignment, I can still go take a look. Having made up her mind, she boldly pushed open the door. Seeing her enter, Lu Xiaoying was extremely surprised. She awkwardly raised a hand to her mouth and coughed a few times. "Excuse me, are you hiring any part-time workers here?" Lu Xiaoying was completely dumbfounded by her question and did not understand what she meant. He asked, "You came to the school infirmary this late just for that?" Qin Yin also broke into a nervous sweat and pretended to say, "I'm short on money." Though she said that aloud, she wondered privately whether this excuse would work. After observing her, Lu Xiaoying came to a conclusion. The girl's backpack looked very old, so she probably really was short of money. However, young Master Chung had never liked being disturbed, especially by girls. Thinking this, Lu Xiaoying awkwardly scratched his head and said sorry. He thought, there have been too many female students coming to the infirmary today. Young Master Chung has been pretending to sleep, probably because he does not want to deal with them. But contrary to Lu Xiaoying's expectations, Chung Xian suddenly opened his eyes and asked Qin Yin an unexpected question. "Can you cook?" Both of them were utterly stunned. Looking at his devastatingly handsome face, Qin Yin silently marveled. No wonder so many girls come to the infirmary every day. So this is why. She looked at Chung Xian and answered briefly, "Of course." Chung Xian pinched the bridge of his nose with a sleepy expression and said leisurely, "Lunch and dinner. You'll be paid daily. Start tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Qin Yin answered, "Yes," then turned and left. Behind her, Lu Xiaoying stared at Chung Xian in complete confusion. Chung Xian calmly lay back down, preparing to resume his nap. Lu Xiaoying hurried over and asked anxiously, "Young Master Chung, you haven't forgotten that the Chung family's butler is coming tomorrow, have you?" What a pointless question. "Of course I know. Tell him to go straight to the villa." Lu Xiaoying nearly collapsed in bewilderment. Wasn't this man always the type of young master who could not stand having strangers take care of him? The next day, as soon as Qin Yin arrived in class, Xiren turned and asked, "Yin Yin, you're back?" Though Lin Xiren was writing, her eyes kept staring intently at Qin Yin. Seeing this, Qin Yin asked directly, "Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face?" "Frustré, siran diplaid." No. Then, unable to restrain her curiosity, she gathered her courage and asked tentatively, "Yin Yin, I want to ask, why did that school boss listen to you so obediently yesterday?" Seeing Xiren's rabbit-like, adorable expression, Qin Yin laughed and replied, "Because I used to be quite famous." While the two were laughing happily together, Su Yaowang, seated behind them, reminded the class, "Class is about to begin. Everyone, get your physics homework ready." Xiren immediately panicked and hurried to do her work, her face crumpling in distress. "The physics teacher is a great demon king. We absolutely have to finish his homework. Yin Yin, take my notebook and copy the answers." Xiaosheng secretly turned to Su Yaowang and urgently asked, "Have you solved the last question?" "Not yet." Xiaosheng did not believe him and whispered mischievously into Su Yaowang's ear, "You really do not know how? I don't believe it. Your physics grades are always first or second in the entire year. Saying you can't do it is clearly a lie." Su Yaowang blushed and punched Xiaosheng in the face. "Talk less. I'm saving that question to discuss with Qin Yu." Xiaosheng continued teasing him. "I knew it. How could our physics representative possibly have a question he can't solve?" Qin Yin found the easy physics test rather tiresome. "So noisy. This physics paper is so boring. Maybe I should just choose a for every answer. That way, I might even get every question wrong." Su Yaowang walked over to Qin Yin's desk, thinking she was taking the opportunity to copy Lin Xiren's work. He mocked, "Copying is worse than not doing it at all. Your handwriting is already ugly, and now you're copying your deskmate's answers. You really are worlds apart from Qin Yu." Qin Yin gave a cold laugh and handed the paper to Su Yaowang, leaving him stunned. Then she snorted and turned away. "If it weren't for Lin Xiren's good intentions, I wouldn't even bother copying." Su Yaowang looked at the answers, his face turning pale. Beautiful on the outside, but unfortunately, she does not know what is good for her. She has wasted Lin Xiren's kindness. Meanwhile, Xiaosheng sat staring at Qin Yin as though he had been struck by love at first sight. The new beauty's waist and legs are really gorgeous. I want to talk to her so badly. Then he imagined himself swaggering around while Wei Ziheng knelt at his feet, and he felt immensely pleased. If she can teach me how to subdue Wei Ziheng, then becoming sworn brothers with her would not be impossible. Su Yaowang went to the principal's office and knocked on the door several times. Hearing the knock, Principal Su replied leisurely, "Come in and sit down." Su Yaowang pushed the door open and said respectfully, "Yes, Grandpa." After grandfather and grandson sat down, Principal Su pretended to cough a few times before tentatively asking, "What do you think of Qin Yin, this classmate of yours?" Hearing this, Su Yaowang grew suspicious. Why had his grandfather suddenly brought up the transfer student? Noticing his grandson's suspicion, Principal Su got straight to the point. "That child has had a difficult life. Besides, she once saved me, so I like her very much. You two are about the same age. What would you think if I arranged an engagement between you?" Principal Su felt a little worried. Among the younger generation of the Su family, Yaowang was the only one who was somewhat outstanding. He did not know whether Qin Yin's grandmother would approve of the boy. Thinking of Qin Yin's boss-like attitude, Su Yaowang felt disdain, but he was even more shocked by his grandfather's suggestion. "An engagement? No, Grandpa. You said Qin Yin once saved you. How could that be possible? Your standards have always been high. Even if Qin Yin did save you, how could you approve of someone uneducated who always gets into fights?" Su Yaowang unhappily blamed everything on Qin Yin. 80% of the time, Qin Yin must have taken the initiative to ask to marry into the Su family so she could climb the social ladder. Principal Su looked at his grandson and began explaining. "When I went to Ninghai village to assist with poverty alleviation, I encountered some trouble. She was the one who helped me settle it." Su Yaowang did not agree to the marriage arrangement and immediately refused. His mind was filled with Qin Yu, so how could he possibly agree? "Grandpa, although Qin Yin saved you, the Su family can compensate her in other ways. Even if you want an engagement, the Qin family has someone far more outstanding than her. Qin Yu from class 12, and one is her younger sister. She is an excellent student, especially in physics. She is also beautiful and plays the violin very well." Principal Su was completely bewildered by his grandson's words. Beautiful and an excellent violinist? Wasn't that Qin Yin? Seeing that his grandson disagreed, Principal Su did not intend to force him. He adjusted his glasses and said, "It's all right. I had not thought it through carefully enough. Go back to class. You can take your time thinking about what I said. As Su Yaoguang was about to leave, Principal Su remembered something and asked, "Oh, I forgot to ask earlier. I heard you had a conflict with a student named Wei Ziheng. He isn't a student at number 1 high school. He attends a vocational school and loves causing trouble. Before, he even sneaked into our school to watch the arts performance. Afterward, he said Qin Yu's violin playing sounded awful. He claimed he had heard someone play the violin 10,000 times better than her, so I could not help arguing with him." After hearing this, Principal Su understood the situation. Smiling, he waved at his grandson. "Oh, I see. As long as it is not a major conflict, that is fine. All right, go back to class." Watching his grandson leave, Principal Su thought they will soon become classmates. But Wei Ziheng did not lie to you. There truly is someone who plays far better than Qin Yu. The next day, Chang Xian drove over his promise to pick up Qin Yin. Once she was in the car, he kept reminding her, "I'll take you there so you can familiarize yourself with the route first. From now on, you'll go to the restaurant every day to pick up ingredients for cooking. Oh, and when we get back later, maybe a late-night snack so I can see whether it tastes okay." Qin Yin smiled mischievously. "What if it doesn't suit your taste? If you regret hiring me and fire me, that would count as a breach of contract." Chang Xian gave her an intrigued look before replying meaningfully, "Then do your best." Ning Qing looked exceptionally elegant in her evening gown today. As she stepped out of the car, she thought to herself, Lin Qi's younger sister had rarely returned from the capital, and Lin Qi had arranged to meet her at this private hotel half a month ago. She could not let him lose face. While Qin Yin waited for the grocery delivery, she went outside to get some fresh air. By chance, Ning Qing saw her. Why was Qin Yin here? Shouldn't she be in the school dormitory at this hour? As if afraid of something, Ning Qing looked left and right to see whether anyone had noticed her. Lin Wan already looked down on her for being poor. She absolutely could not let her see that wretched girl. Seeing no one around, Ning Qing hurriedly snapped, "Qin Yin, why are you here?" Qin Yin did not even turn around, merely answering indifferently, "I have something to do." Seeing her daughter's insolent attitude, Ning Qing angrily continued, "Get back to school. Stop hanging around with all sorts of random people." Chang Xian was sitting in the car on the phone, but at the commotion, he glanced out the window. At that moment, the grocery delivery man brought over the vegetables and fruit. Chang Xian looked toward Qin Yin and said gently, "Qin Yin, let's go." Qin Yin quickly got into the car, and Chang Xian immediately stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving Ning Qing fuming. She did not forget to curse after her. "Qin, you will be going to the capital soon. If you dare delay her important plans, don't blame me for being rude. You little brat, you've really grown bold, daring to put on airs in front of me." Then she suddenly remembered Chang Xian's figure. That man's appearance and bearing were both outstanding. Could nobody like Qin Yin really know someone like him? But she soon changed her mind. His car looked rather ordinary, not like he was particularly wealthy. Suddenly, a car stopped beside her, startling her. When she realized who it was, her heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that Lin Wan's car? A graceful woman in a cheongsam stepped out of the car, looking refined and noble. "Why are you standing out here, sister? Why haven't you gone inside?" Lin Wan casually glanced over Ning Qing. That outfit and handbag had long gone out of fashion in the capital. What a country bumpkin. Yet Ning Qing still treated them like treasures. She was clearly trying too hard to look sophisticated. Ning Qing sighed in relief that Lin Wan had not seen Qin Yin, then replied with a flattering smile, "It's nothing. I just arrived as well." Lin Wan's gaze remained on Chang Xian's departing car. Why did that car look so familiar? Could there be such a high-end custom-made car in Yinqing too? Ning Qing eagerly fawned over her. "You must be tired after the trip. Later, have Qin Yu play a piece for you to help you relax." "All right. I heard from my brother that Qin Yu's playing has improved again. I'll keep an eye out for her apprenticeship visit to the capital." Ning Qing beamed with delight. "Thank you so much." In the car, Chang Xian casually asked, "Was that woman just now a relative of yours?" "Yes." "What? You don't look alike." Her clothes and car both looked rather nice. Qin Yin gave him a meaningful glance. "I think your car looks rather nice too." She thought to herself that the sound system in his car alone could probably buy 10 of Ning Qing's cars. He smiled and changed the subject. "Are you playing a game? What game is it?" He really did not look like someone who knew much about video games. so she replied coolly, "You wouldn't know even if I told you." Why ask? Is that so? A nostalgic look crossed his face. It really had been several years since he had played games. After eating at the restaurant, Lin Wan followed her brother home to rest. Lin Chi smiled and asked, "You've lived in the capital for a long time. Did the food just now suit your taste?" Lin Wan smiled as well. "Brother, the restaurant you chose is on par with the ones in the capital. I quite liked it. The piece Chin you played earlier was very good. Go upstairs and continue practicing then." Chin Yu smiled ingratiatingly. "Thank you, Annie. Once you've rested, I'll come chat with you." Ning King Takchuli Vitreu Dol. "I'll go upstairs and arrange the things mother needs. You two can take your time talking." Once only the siblings remained, Lin Wan's smile faded. "I heard Ning Qing brought another illegitimate daughter home. I hear her character isn't very good, and she wants you to help clean up her mess." Lin Qi replied in a low voice, "That girl is named Qin Yen. She has some ability. She got into #1 high school on her own. She doesn't stay at home either. She may not be as bad as you say." Lin Wan looked down on her. "How could a child born to that sister-in-law of yours possibly be any good?" "Brother, dogs that bite do not bark. Don't let that girl's obedient, honest act fool you. In this household, Qin Yu is the only niece I recognize." Lin Chi smiled. He was clearly pleased whenever Qin Yu was mentioned. Over the past few years, Qin Yu has brought honor to the Lin family. No wonder you like her. By the way, Master Wei has always wanted to take on an apprentice. Soon, you'll be taking Qin Yu to the capital to meet him. Lin Chi's eyes lit up at the name. "Do you mean the world-renowned performer, Master Wei Lin?" If Qin Yu is fortunate enough to become his disciple, the Lin family's reputation will rise to a whole new level. Upstairs, Ning Qing thoughtfully reminded her beloved daughter, "Qin Yu, once you're done practicing, rest early. Take care of your health." "Okay, Mom." Suddenly, while tidying up, Ning Qing dropped a crumpled piece of paper onto the floor. Qin Yu reached down to pick it up, but after clearly seeing what was written on it, her eyes widened in disbelief. Was this sheet music? Seeing that Qin Yu had come back out instead of sleeping, Ning Qing turned and asked, "Qin Yu, why are you still up?" Qin Yu hid the paper behind her back and made up an excuse. "Nothing. I just came out to remind you to be careful on your way." Her hand clenched tighter and tighter around the sheet music hidden behind her back. Back in her room, she shut the door and studied it carefully. This was definitely an original score, and its level was far above her own. Wouldn't it be wonderful if she could master it? Qin Yu became extremely curious about where the sheet music had come from. Who had thrown it away? The handwriting did not look much like Qin Yen's. Besides, Qin Yen did not know how to play the violin. Then Qin Yu made up her mind. As long as she hid this sheet music well, it would become her secret. Starting tomorrow, she only needed to practice this piece. No sooner said than done. Qin Yu quickly took out the key to her safe and hid the score inside. Meanwhile, Qin Yen was busy in the kitchen. She had not expected cooking to be such exhausting work. Lu Xiaoying, who had not eaten yet, cheered happily. "Wow, these dishes are so good. They really have the warmth of home." Cheng Xian, seated beside him, looked utterly dark-faced, as though he wanted to kick his friend out. "Even food can't shut your mouth." Qin Yen's hair was a mess as she thought in horror that her dreams last night had been filled with Lu Xiaoying's noisy voice. She could not believe Cheng Xian could tolerate him. Hearing a message notification, Qin Yen hurriedly picked up her phone to check it. But the moment she read the message, she flared up. That man was being far too pushy. He had actually increased the payment 5-fold and was forcing her to take the job. She had already said she would not take it. Why was he being so annoying? She quickly typed out a rejection and sent it to the other party. Qin Yen sighed and brought out 2 more dishes. Forget it. She had to hurry and let them finish eating. She still had to go see Ning Qing later. What a nuisance. As soon as she set the dishes down, she heard Lu Xiaoying say, "Cheng Xian, they rejected it again." Cheng Xian continued eating as he answered coldly, 5 times the price still isn't enough? Then go big. Raise it to 50 times. Qin Yen froze. Why did those words sound so familiar? Seeing that she was only standing there instead of sitting down, Cheng Xian looked at her and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Qin Yen answered briefly, "I'll eat outside later." Cheng Xian had finished eating, so he put down his chopsticks. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you." Qin Yen did not refuse. Ningyu Hotel. Cheng Xian immediately stood up. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind his best friend, when you're done eating, remember to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. The young man, still busily eating, stared after them in confusion. Chung Xian, are you done already? Don't leave, you too. He hugged his bowl in bewilderment. Since when had Chung Xian become such a helpful person? Soon, the car stopped beneath Ningyu Hotel. Qin Yin opened the car door and, before getting out, said, "Thank you." "All right, you don't need to be polite." As Qin Yin stood up, the phone in her dress pocket accidentally fell onto the car seat. When it began to ring, Chung Xian picked it up. He was surprised to discover that the caller was using a hidden number. Recently, the contact numbers for the people posting those commission jobs had all been like this. Recognizing the familiar ringtone, Qin Yin knew she had dropped her phone. She gave a small sound of annoyance and returned to the car. Chung Xian handed it to her. "Your phone is ringing." Qin Yin answered indifferently. "Ignore it. It's just a sales call." Watching her walk away, Chung Xian hugged his bowl and wondered whether it was merely a coincidence. Annoyed by the persistent calls, Qin Yin put in her earphones and answered. As soon as she picked up, the person on the other end hurriedly said, "The payment for that job has been increased 50-fold. Are you really still refusing?" Tempted by the amount, she gritted her teeth and decided to accept. "Fine, send me that idiot's information." Very quickly, information arrived in her email. The moment she saw it, rage blazed within her. Well, so it really is him. Her face darkened, and a powerful killing intent radiated from her. Then she smiled coldly. "Fine, I'll take this job." Inside Ningyu Hotel, Ning Qing was having a family gathering with their relatives. The aunt in purple beside Ning Qing kept praising her. "Oh my, you really married well. Not only does your husband let you spend freely, but you also raised such an outstanding daughter as Qinyu." Ning Qing smiled smugly at the praise. "Of course, Qinyu has never needed me to worry about her since she was little. She's now in the advanced class at #1 high school, and she has even performed violin on television." Seeing that Qin Yin had still not arrived at the agreed time, Qinyu quietly asked her mother, "Why hasn't Qin Yin come yet? I clearly told her we were having dinner tonight." Though she looked innocent, Qinyu was truly a cunning wolf. She sneered inwardly. The time she had told Qin Yin was an hour later than the actual dinner time. Ning Qing, unaware of this, darkened with displeasure. "It's fine. This has nothing to do with you." Just then, Qin Yin pushed the door open and entered. She immediately heard countless flattering remarks. "Qinyu, you've truly grown more and more beautiful. Do you remember this aunt?" Qin Yin was sickened by these hypocritical people. As expected, they had all come because of Ning Qing and Qinyu. Though Qinyu inwardly thought, "Who would remember an old woman like you? Didn't you only come to flatter my mother and me because we became wealthy?" Outwardly, she maintained a sweet and friendly expression. "Of course I remember you. You've loved me since I was little, Auntie, so I remember you too." As soon as Qin Yin entered, she saw her younger aunt and cousin standing off to one side. Confused, she asked, "Auntie, why are you standing instead of sitting?" Her younger aunt awkwardly explained, "There aren't enough seats." "It's all right, Yin Yin. I can stand." She then pointed to Qin Yin and introduced her to her daughter. "Mudan, this is your cousin, Yin Yin." Mudan hesitantly greeted her. "Hello, cousin." Qin Yin's eyes turned icy. Only Ning Qing would make her younger aunt stand. Qin Yin's gaze landed on the violin placed neatly on a nearby chair, and she immediately strode toward it. Before Qin Yin's hand could touch it, someone shouted, "That violin costs several million. Don't touch it carelessly." The maid pointed at Qin Yin and yelled, "The young miss specifically told me to keep this violin safe, so you are not allowed to touch it." When the aunts heard that the violin cost several million, they stared in shock. "Several million? That amount could buy 2 houses in our town. Oh my goodness, this violin is worth that much." Ning Qing and Qinyu were immensely pleased by everyone's admiration. The younger aunt quietly said to Qin Yin, "Yin Yin, it's all right. You don't need to take a chair for me." Qin Yin tipped her head back and gave a cold laugh. She turned to Ning Qing and said, "Several million? That's a lot of money." Then, without the slightest hesitation, she picked up Qin Yu's violin. Ning Qing immediately jumped to her feet. "Qin Yin, what do you think you're doing?" Before Ning Qing could say anything else, a loud crash rang out. Qin Yin had slammed the violin onto the floor, shocking everyone present. An overwhelming aura radiated from her as she dusted off her hands and said coldly, "What am I doing?" Qin Yin pushed the chair over to the table. Auntie, there's a chair now. Hurry and sit down. Her younger aunt's face was full of worry. Nyin Yin, but that violin. The maid glared at Qin Yin aggressively. How dare you touch the young Mrs. Violin? Qin Yin spoke coldly. What violin? If it's broken, I'll compensate her with 100 more. Then she smiled mockingly at the maid. At a gathering like this, does a nanny like you have any right to speak? After Qin Yin coolly smashed Qin Yu's violin to the floor, the room fell completely silent. Everyone was too terrified to say a word. With an expressionless face, Qin Yin turned to her aunt. Auntie Mudan, you're both hungry, right? I'll take you out to eat. After dinner, we'll go visit Grandma. Her younger aunt looked around the room, then took her daughter's hand. Mudan asked awkwardly, but Mom, Auntie, and Cousin Qin Yu invited us to dinner. Is it really okay for us to leave like this? Her younger aunt's eyes were filled with heartache. Ning Qing and Qin Yu clearly did not want anything to do with them, but innocent Mudan still did not understand. After considering it, she persuaded her, all right, don't think about it anymore. Let's go. Watching the three leave, the maid looked to Qin Yu for instructions. Miss, what should we do? Qin Yu smiled faintly. Aunt Zhang, it's fine. Hurry and have the food served. Qin Yu picked up her glass of soda, stood, and said to everyone, I'm terribly sorry. Please allow me to apologize on my sister's behalf. The aunts immediately waved their hands and flattered her. It's all right, Qin Yu. Don't concern yourself with it. Everyone knows what that girl's temperament is like. She's always been like that, fighting outside all day long and never staying put for even a day. Exactly. Now that she's gone, we can finally relax and enjoy our meal. Otherwise, we'd feel frightened. Then everyone happily clinked glasses together, while countless compliments for Qin Yu continued throughout the meal. Later, after eating, the three of them went to the hospital to visit Grandma for several hours. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Yin said to her aunt, Grandma needs to rest now. Let me take you two home. After what had happened earlier, her younger aunt had remained worried about Qin Yin. Nyin Yin, today you. Qin Yin hurriedly interrupted her. What about me tonight? Does Ning Qing not know that you injured your leg back then while earning tuition money for her, and that you still cannot stand for long periods? Realizing she had raised her voice, Qin Yin sighed and brushed back her hair. I am sorry, Auntie. I am sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper at you. Her younger aunt gently tapped her head, her voice full of affection. Silly child, I know you did everything for me, but your mother doesn't owe me anything. I don't want my situation to make the relationship between you and your mother too strained. Qin Yin lowered her head and smiled mockingly. Ning Qing did not even want her. Ning Qing even wanted to sever ties with all their relatives, afraid they would go to the Lin family and cause trouble. How could Qin Yin bear to tell her younger aunt something so cruel? It was better to keep it hidden. Then she took out a stack of cash and handed it to her aunt. Annie, Mudan is going to attend #1 high school soon too, right? This is money I earned from my part-time job. Please take it first. Her younger aunt raised her hand to refuse her niece's kindness. Nyin Yin, I don't need this money. Keep it and buy yourself some nice clothes. She was immensely proud of her thoughtful niece. Nyin Yin, you're such a considerate child. I'm very happy that you care so much. Qin Yin knew that her aunt would not accept it no matter how much she insisted, so she did not force her. All right, I understand. She sighed inwardly. Her aunt was stubborn. She had never used any of the money Qin Yin sent to her card. No matter how much money Qin Yin gave her, her younger aunt always insisted on saving it for Qin Yin's dowry when she got married. Qin Yin then decided that during the upcoming holiday, she would visit her aunt and use the money to install an air conditioner for her. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly took out a bottle of medicine and asked, Oh, right, Auntie, you must have finished your medicine already, haven't you? Just as her younger aunt was about to take the medicine from Qin Yin, Ning Qing suddenly approached them and demanded loudly, Qin Yin, what are you doing? Is Grandma asleep already? Mudan replied cheerfully and politely, Yes, Grandma is asleep now. Cousin Yin is getting medicine for my mom. Hearing this, Ning Qing loudly questioned her eldest daughter. Qin Yin, are you still researching those strange things your grandfather left behind? Remember, your grandfather caused his own death, and he turned you into a lunatic too. Do you want to harm your younger aunt now as well? Ning Qing's words stunned everyone present. Every one of them was utterly shocked. Qin Yin shot her mother a murderous look and coldly uttered 2 words. Ning Qing. Terrified by her cousin's expression, Mu Dan covered her mouth with both hands. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. Her younger aunt finally came back to her senses. Eldest sister, what are you talking about? Only then did Ning Qing realize that she had misspoken. She awkwardly clenched her hands. I was just in a hurry, so I said that. But I'm warning you for your own good, so you won't follow in your grandfather's footsteps. Lin Jinxian glanced toward Ning Qing. Was that Ning Qing's father? But Qin Yin remembered that before Ning Qing married into the Lin family, she had investigated her background and found nothing unusual. Qin Yin gave a contemptuous laugh. Shut up. Why do you have to mention my grandfather? And another thing, Qin Yin's expression immediately changed as she stared coldly at Ning Qing. I'll say this one last time. I am not a lunatic. As Qin Yin strode aggressively toward her, Ning Qing fearfully backed away, yet still tried to explain. Nian Yin, I misspoke earlier. But now that you're in Yunqing, if I don't worry about you, who will? Qin Yin refused to yield. Don't call me Nian Yin. We are not close, and I don't need your concern, because you don't deserve it. As Qin Yin passed Ning Qing, she did not forget to leave her with a cold warning. Whatever I do in the future has nothing to do with you. I hope you remember that. And the medicine I gave my aunt is from a state-funded laboratory. Lin Jinxian was quite surprised to hear that. She could obtain experimental medicine from a laboratory? Even Lin Wan, his aunt by marriage who lived in the capital, did not have that kind of access. Qin Yin did not even spare Lin Jinxian a glance as she walked past him as if he were invisible. Andy, let's go. I'll take you and Mu Dan home. Lin Jinxian could not take his eyes off Qin Yin. Her bearing was strangely captivating. She seemed completely unchanged from the first time he had met her, still just as cold and distant. Lin Jinxian found an excuse to leave as well. Aunt Ning, I shouldn't interfere in your family affairs, but what you said just now was really too much. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Ning Qing was anxious to explain herself, but Lin Jinxian had already left. He quickly caught up to Qin Yin. Qin Yin, let me drive the three of you home. Consider it an apology on Aunt Ning's behalf. Qin Yin did not even turn around as she firmly refused. No need. Lin Jinxian stood there awkwardly and could only say, then the three of you, please be careful. Those two women truly were cold. He had wanted to probe her about the medicine, but he would leave it for another time. Back with Ning Qing, she was still fuming and cursing. That wretched little brat, Qin Yin. It was bad enough that she caused a scene at the banquet today, but she even made me lose face in front of Lin Jinxian. Just wait and see how I deal with her later. As she muttered to herself, someone's footsteps approached from behind. She turned around warily. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Xiaoying grinned and turned to Cheng Xian. Master Xian, she's asking what we want to do. Seeing the young man looking at her with clear hostility, Ning Qing stepped forward and asked, Young man, have I offended you somehow? Cheng Xian held a scalpel in his hand, his expression icy. Who did you call a lunatic just now? Only then did Ning Qing remember Cheng Xian, whom she had seen outside the private restaurant earlier. Together with Lu Xiaoying in his white coat, he looked rather intimidating. Ning Qing sneered contemptuously. I told her long ago to stop associating with random riffraff, but she wouldn't listen. This is the VIP ward. Don't disturb me while I'm visiting a patient. Lu Xiaoying laughed. Random riffraff? Did I hear that right? Master Xian? Is she talking about you or me? Hurry up and apologize to her. Ning Qing angrily pointed at Cheng Xian. Apologize to her? She's my daughter. How I scold her is my own business. And who are you to speak to me like that? Lu Xiaoying was about to step forward and deal with Ning Qing's foul mouth when Cheng Xian stopped him. Master Xian, what is it? The elevator behind Ning Qing chimed. The doors slowly opened, revealing several people inside. Upon seeing them, Ning Qing called out, Director Jiang. Her face immediately broke into an ingratiating smile. Director Jiang, you came at just the right time, but she was ignored. Director Jiang swept past her like a gust of wind. Master Xian, are you finished? Everyone is waiting for you. Only then did Ning Qing realize that she had severely underestimated Cheng Xian. Even Director Jiang was so deferential to him. Who exactly was this man? Has she made a mistake? Before leaving, Cheng Xian did not forget to shoot Ning Qing a murderous glare. Remember to apologize to her. Ning Qing broke out in a cold sweat and answered instinctively, all right. If I hear you call her those 3 words again, do you understand what the consequences will be? Lu Xiaoying smiled as he waved her away. If there's nothing else, get lost. Ning Qing left, trembling with anger. Seeing how tense the atmosphere was, Director Jiang took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. Master Xian, please take a look at this month's surgeries. As for the specific arrangements, let Lu Xiaoying discuss them with you. I'll be leaving now. Lu Xiaoying looked as if he were about to cry. Master Xian, you want me to go negotiate with them alone? Lu Xiaoying whimpered. Cheng Xian smiled threateningly. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoying could only compromise. All right, I understand. As Qin Yin and her younger aunt's family waited for a bus, a car suddenly stopped in front of them. Mu Dan said curiously, "Is our ride here? But that isn't a bus. Are we going to have to wait a long time again?" Seeing that Qin Yin was still focused on her game, without looking up, the person inside repeatedly honked the horn until she noticed. Cheng Xian rolled down the window and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll take you." Qin Yin was somewhat suspicious when she saw Cheng Xian there. Why was it him again? Cheng Xian then drove her younger aunt home to their apartment complex. After getting out of the car, her aunt thanked him. "Thank you for taking us home." Mu Dan could not suppress her curiosity and admiration. "Cousin, was that handsome man your friend?" Her younger aunt was just as delighted. "Yin Yin, you finally made a new friend?" Qin Yin did not want to explain at length, so she casually replied, "Yes, something like that. I work for him." Her younger aunt reached out and stroked her hair. "Yin Yin, you don't need to walk us upstairs. Go home quickly. Take good care of yourself and don't exhaust yourself." "Okay, Annie, I know." Once Mu Dan and Mu Nan are enrolled at #1 high school, if anything happens, you can come find me. Mu Dan, full of anticipation, asked her mother, "Once Mu Nan and I enter #1 high school, can we become like our cousins too? Both their friends are rich and handsome. I'm so jealous." Her mother comforted her. "Tomorrow, I'll buy new clothes for you and Mu Nan. Just wait peacefully until school starts." When Qin Yin came out, Cheng Xian suggested, "Get in. We'll go pick up Lu Xiaoying, then head back to school." Qin Yin was surprised that he was still there. Had he actually waited to go back with her? And why had he appeared at the hospital so coincidentally? After climbing into the car, Lu Xiaoying discovered that Qin Yin was there and teased her. "Boss lady, no, Qin Yin, you're here too." Seeing her absorbed in gaming, Lu Xiaoying took out his phone and proposed, "I see you're playing 9 provinces too. How about the two of us have a match?" Just then, Lu Xiaoying received a text message. After reading it, he excitedly shouted, "Master Xian, that expert accepted our commission." Hearing this, Cheng Xian got so excited that he abruptly slammed on the brakes. The tires shrieked, and Qin Yin nearly dropped her phone. She looked at Cheng Xian in alarm. Lu Xiaoying said smugly, "Master Xian, I knew you'd be shocked and surprised when you heard that. Tell me, why did that expert suddenly accept our commission? I'm really not used to this. Could it be that the expert has... Ah, what a beautiful night it is." Cheng Xian drove while harboring his own doubts. Why had that person suddenly agreed to accept the commission? Had that person discovered something? Qin Yin looked at him with a meaningful smile. Was he really that surprised? After returning to school, Qin Yin hurried back to her dormitory with her laptop. She searched through the school infirmary's computer records. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, but why was Cheng Xian offering a commission to investigate Gu Shiqi's whereabouts? Her phone received a message, and she reached for it. "Where have you been lately? Someone in the country is investigating you." The reply contained only 2 words. Haha, did he intend to return home soon? Wasn't he afraid that Jiang Donya would catch him? She tossed her phone aside and made a decision. Forget it. Since she had accepted the commission anyway, she would occasionally release some half-true information. They would not be able to find Gu Shiqi anytime soon. She had recently gained some inspiration concerning that earlier code. Perhaps she could finish writing it this time. She swiftly began entering the lines of code forming in her mind. Her silence irritated her roommate, who glanced over disdainfully. What was she pretending for? She had not said a single word and was just fiddling with that cheap laptop. It was annoying just to look at. As she spoke, she messaged Qinyu. Though Qinyu was at home, she still kept tabs on Qin Yin's situation. "My sister has a rather strange personality. I'm worried that she won't adapt to school life. Can you tell me what things are like for her in the dorm?" Her roommate quickly replied. She spent all day playing with her computer. Before that, she was pretending to read a foreign language book. "Do you think she can even understand it?" She's really good at putting on an act." Lin Sinian entered the room with another classmate, pushing a cart. "I brought a classmate back to get 2 reference books." "Yin Yin, you're back?" Qin Yin looked up and replied with a single word, "Yes." After going outside, Lin Sinian excitedly asked the blue-haired girl, Feng Mingwe, "That was my desk mate. Isn't she very pretty?" Feng Mingwei reached into her pocket, searching for something, while Lin Xinyan continued speaking. You don't have to return those reference books right away. Take your time reading them. Feng Mingwei held out a lollipop. Can you give this to your desk mate? Lin Xinyan accepted it, completely puzzled. My desk mate is so cool. Would she eat something like this? Feng Mingwei smiled, nodded, and replied with certainty, she'll definitely like it. That night, after returning home, Feng Mingwei dreamed of memories from her childhood. Back then, she had been very happy with her friend. Her friend played the violin beautifully, and they had shared both bitter and sweet moments. Throughout their youthful years, neither had ever been absent from the other's life. But because of some unresolved conflict, that relationship had fallen apart. Feng Mingwei woke with a start, tears streaming down her face. I don't want to see you anymore. Coincidentally, Qin Yin also woke abruptly from a dream, her face tense and drenched in sweat. The next day, as Su Jiawang was about to enter the teacher's office, he heard Teacher Li's sharp voice. Teacher Gao, Qin Yin is a terrible student. In the entire school, she is the only one who scored 0. She dragged down your class average by 3 points. I warned you before, but you refused to believe me and insisted on accepting Qin Yin into your class. Teacher Gao defended his student with a smile. It's normal for children at this age to be a little mischievous. We should guide them to develop proper values. Excuse me, I'm here to pick up the physics exam papers. Teacher Li saw him and praised him. Oh, it's you. You got the highest English score again this time. Keep it up. Then I'll be leaving too. Teacher Li. The female classmate walking beside Su Jiawang could not stop her heart from fluttering. Su Jiawang was just too handsome. She envied Qin Yu for being able to attract his attention. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Su Jiawang ask, "Can I take a look at Qin Yin's test paper?" Her face flushed as she quickly handed it over. Of course. Here, take a look. Su Jiawang held the paper and began doubting his entire life. She had filled every part of it in, yet still got 0. Even if she guessed randomly on the multiple choice section, she should have gotten a few correct, right? Xiao Qing walked over holding a basketball. Su, I was looking for you. Didn't Qin Yu say she wanted us to go listen to her practice a new piece or something? Whose paper are you looking at so intently? Qin Yu's. As he spoke, Xiao Qing snatched the test paper from Su Jiawang's hand. The 0 printed on it was bigger than a goose egg, and Xiao Qing could hardly believe his eyes. Ah, this is Qin Yin's? She got 0 again? I have to laugh at her this afternoon. The young man turned and shouted at the crowd gathered outside the classroom. And the rest of you, stop hanging around outside our classroom if you have nothing better to do. Don't come provoking Qin Yin from our class anymore. Su Jiawang looked at Xiao Qing suspiciously. Since when have you been so close to Qin Yin? Xiao Qing hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No, Su, don't misunderstand. I just find it amusing that she gets 0 every time she takes an exam. When I have nothing to do, I just tease her. Xiao Qing immediately pushed Su Jiawang forward. Hurry up and bring the papers back to class. Qin Yu is waiting for you. Stop dawdling. Su Jiawang was still somewhat suspicious, but did not think much of it. All right. At that moment, Qin Yin was sleeping with her face covered on a bench near the school music room when a familiar melody suddenly sounded beside her. It startled her upright. Why is it this song? Qin Yin looked toward the source of the violin music. Inside the music room, Qin Yu abruptly stopped playing. The students present exchanged puzzled looks. Why did she suddenly stop? Didn't she say she was practicing a new piece and invited us here to listen? I was even recording it. Su Jiawang was filled with doubts. Could the person who had played the violin last time really have been Qin Yu? Qin Yu, why did you stop playing? Qin Yu gave a false smile and made up an excuse. Sorry, I'm still not proficient with this piece. I usually practice it secretly, so it isn't quite perfect yet. Once I've practiced enough, I'll perform it for you next time. Upon hearing this answer, Su Jiawang turned and left. It's fine. Take your time practicing. I won't disturb you anymore. Some students stayed behind and continued urging Qin Yu. You play the violin so well. Please keep playing. We want to hear more. Watching Su Jiawang leave, Qin Yu became worried. She had only barely managed to play that piece. Though she had stopped in time, had he noticed something was wrong? After hearing the commotion below, Qin Yu's friend walked to the window to see what was happening. Why is Qin Yin here again? Down below, Xiao Qing was running after Qin Yin and constantly teasing her. The short-haired girl felt jealous and resentful at the sight. Xiao Qing was actually hanging around with Qin Yin. He was surely just mocking Qin Yin for getting 0 again. A wealthy young master like him, whose family had donated an entire building to their school, could never possibly be interested in Qin Yin. Xiao Qing was persistent as a leech, following behind Qin Yin and softly teasing her. Qin Yin, tell me, you're so pretty. How do you get 0 on every exam? You aren't doing it on purpose, are you? Qin Yin looked thoroughly irritated. She restrained herself from punching him in the mouth. She had wanted to continue listening to that violin piece, but instead, she had run into this busybody. As Xiao Qing kept chattering without stopping, Qin Yin suddenly halted, turned around, and gestured for him to be quiet. Being so close to Qin Yin immediately made Xiao Qing's face turn red, and his heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at her. Seeing his friend suddenly standing there, as if petrified, Su Jiaoguang patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. Why are you standing there like an idiot? That evening after school, Qin Yin went to Cheng Xian's place again to cook. While eating, Lu Zhaoying said, that expert hasn't taken any jobs for over a year. Why did they suddenly? Cheng Xian signaled for him to be quiet, so the young man promptly changed the subject. This dish is delicious. Cheng Xian looked at her in confusion. Why are you here at this hour? Didn't you come cook at noon already? Qin Yin merely turned away without answering. Noticing the fatigue on her face, he asked, have you run out of sedatives? Qin Yin glanced toward the medicine shelf and answered briefly, yes. As she stood there looking at it, Cheng Xian came up behind her and leaned close. His actions startled her, and her heart suddenly began pounding. It turned out that Cheng Xian was reaching up to get the medicine box from the high shelf for her. As he poured the pills into his hand, he thought, she can't take too many at once. I need to control the dosage. While she watched him, he looked back at her. She hurriedly turned her head away. Cheng Xian, not understanding, asked, what's wrong? Nothing. She thought to herself, were we standing too close just now? Then she shook off the ridiculous thought. Qin Yin turned around, snatched the medicine from his hand, and replied calmly, thanks. Oh, right. I have something to do tonight, so I need to go out. I'll make dinner first. You can heat it up and eat later, okay? Cheng Xian naturally agreed. Do you need me to drive you? Qin Yin immediately refused. No need to trouble yourself. I can go back by myself. Lu Zhaoying hurried in from somewhere, carrying a laptop. Cheng Xian, I asked Principal Su to find someone to look at the data, but we'll have to wait a while for the results. Only then did Lu Zhaoying realize Qin Yin had not left yet. Oh, you're here too? Qin Yin gave the data on the computer a cursory glance. She thought that this interface did not indicate an ordinary system malfunction. It had been attacked by a hacker. She started to say, actually this is, but stopped herself. Better to have one less problem to deal with. I shouldn't tell them yet. Seeing the two men waiting for her to continue, she headed for the kitchen and pretended nothing had happened. It's nothing. I'm going to cook. As she washed the vegetables, she quietly analyzed the interface she had just seen. The person who had attacked Cheng Xian's computer was highly skilled. Anyone outside the field would never notice it. They would only assume that the computer was broken. Her hand, still washing the vegetables, suddenly stopped. Principal Su's people might not realize it was a hacker attack. Once the firewall was breached, the data on Cheng Xian's computer would be stolen. She felt deeply conflicted. After a soft sigh, she quickly left. Dinner is ready. I'll be going now. When she returned to the dormitory, she immediately opened her laptop. I've never helped anyone for free. Forget it. Consider a favor in light of Cheng Xian's high-priced commission. Her fingers flew expertly across the keyboard, and she swiftly blocked the other party's attack. On the other end, the hacker slammed his hand angrily onto the desk. The man in white standing behind him asked, what happened? The hacker clawed at his hair and replied, my attack was intercepted. The young man behind him broke out in a cold sweat. Even your attack was stopped. Could it be a senior member of the Hacker Alliance? The hacker immediately rejected the idea. Not the Hacker Alliance. They have their own signature. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? On Qin Yin's screen, a large letter Q appeared. She closed her laptop. Her entire body ached, and she stretched her hand. Ow, it's done. Perfect timing. It's time to go to my younger aunt's house for dinner. To her surprise, when she arrived, she found Qin Yu and Ning Qing there as well. Older cousin, Auntie, and her daughter still have one dish left to make. Don't be in such a hurry. Qin Yu immediately put on her friendly act again. It's fine. I had afternoon tea at school, so I'm not hungry yet. She smiled sweetly, but inwardly cursed. Who wants to eat food from your house? You studies so hard. If there's anything you want to eat, just tell Mom. I'll have Aunt Zhang prepare it for you. Qin Yin's younger aunt had finished cooking and brought the dishes out. Why is everyone just sitting there without eating? We're family. Eat while we talk. seeing Qin Yin playing games instead of eating. Her younger aunt gently reminded her, Yin Yin, serve some food and soup to your mother. Qin Yin naturally understood her aunt's intentions. Her aunt was trying hard to ease the relationship between her and Ning Qing. Unfortunately, Qin Yu beat her to it. She served Ning Qing some soup and praised, Mom, the soup Annie made is delicious. You should drink more. Yes, my Yuer is so considerate. Unlike someone else, Mu Dan had been eating, but she could not help asking Qin Yu, older cousin, I heard from my mother that your grades are excellent. Which university do you want to apply to? Ning Qing answered proudly. She wants to apply to Peking University, the same university her brother attends. Mu Dan's eyes filled with admiration. Wow, older cousin, you're amazing. Don't just talk about her, though. Your cousin is also in her final year of high school. Oh, right. Do you know which university you want to apply to? The moment Qin Yu asked, the entire table fell silent. Qin Yu put on an innocent expression. Did I say something wrong? But Qin Yu had no idea that Qin Yin was not one to be bullied. Qin Yin calmly put down her chopsticks. Then, with complete confidence, she replied, I'm applying to Peking University. Ning Qing was instantly displeased and slammed her chopsticks onto the table. What nonsense are you talking about now? Do you think Peking University is somewhere you can get into? You brag all day long. Aren't you ashamed of embarrassing yourself? Qin Yu smiled falsely and tried to smooth things over. Mom, my sister has high aspirations. That's why she wants to apply to Peking University. Why are you getting angry? Sister, I'll be waiting for you at Peking University. So work hard and prove yourself to Mom. Qin Yin's ears hurt from listening. She casually picked at her ear and answered arrogantly, You don't need to concern yourself with my affairs, and I don't need any of you to worry about me. Mu Dan fell into thought after hearing their exchange. It seems cousin has already made up her mind. You keep saying you don't need me. If I don't take care of you, then who will? And you still have the nerve to act so proud. Oh, then do you need me to remind you what you've ever done for me since I came to Yunqing? Ning Qing was struck where it hurt and was too angry to speak. You. Qin Yin laughed. Good. It's good that you remember. Fine. You're capable. Then don't come begging me to arrange a university for you later. From today onward, I won't care about you anymore. Hearing those disgusting words, Qin Yin burst out laughing. As if you could even do that. Qin Yin's younger aunt, seated between them, sighed helplessly. Yin, say a little less. Fine. Then I'll go get some water. Qin Yu also began making polite excuses. Annie, I still need to practice the violin when I get home. We'll leave now. In reality, she despised this shabby place. It was old and cramped, and merely sitting here made her uncomfortable. Auntie, older cousin, I'll see you both downstairs. As Ning Qing passed Qin Yin on her way out, she remembered what Qing Xian had said before and stopped. In a reluctant, quiet voice, she said, About last time. Mama's sorry. I spoke too harshly. As for university, when the time comes, I'll give you some money to attend an ordinary one. After saying that, she quickly left, unwilling to stay another minute. Qin Yin stood there, questioning her entire existence. Oh, heavens, she actually apologized to me? But she quickly shook her head. Even if Ning Qing had apologized verbally, she still regarded her as useless in her heart. Not wanting to think about it any longer, Qin Yin tilted her head back and drained a glass of water in one gulp, then let out a long breath. Looking at the glass, she felt a swirl of emotions. This had been her favorite cup as a child. Even after all these years, her younger aunt had kept it for her. Auntie, go rest. Let me wash the dishes for you. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Principal Su pointed at the purple-haired young man and introduced him to Lu Zhaoying. This is Feng Ci, an information technology major at Peking University. He is currently working with others to start a software company. I asked him to take a look at your computer. The purple-haired young man shook hands with Lu Zhaoying, thinking, could this be the famous young Master Lu from the capital? Hello, young Master Lu. Lu Zhaoying handed him the laptop. Then I'll have to trouble you to take a look. Sure, I'll do my best. Can it be fixed quickly? Lu Zhaoying asked anxiously. As he checked it, Feng Ci replied, Young Master Lu, your computer didn't have an ordinary system issue. It was attacked by a hacker. The other party left behind a signature. Judging by it, the hacker should be Blackhawk. Lu Zhaoying jumped in shock. Damn, Blackhawk, is our recorded data still intact? Of course. Someone has already counterattacked on your behalf. Cheng Xian unexpectedly spoke in a cold voice. Do you know who helped? Hearing his voice, Lu Zhaoying looked up at him, his eyes sparkling. You came at just the right time, Cheng Xian. Our data is fine, so you can rest assured. I know. I heard him say it just now. Feng Xiai was also startled by the way Lu Xiaoying addressed Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian? Could he be that untouchable figure from the capital? The other party left no traces, so there's no way to determine who helped you. Lu Xiaoying was still full of questions. Cheng Xian, could the person who helped us be some expert, who stepped in to save us? Probably not. From the time the computer was attacked until now, we've only met Qin Yin, but it couldn't possibly have been her. You all have things to do, right? I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. Lu Xiaoying quickly stopped Feng Xiai. Wait, let's go together. I need to thank you today, no matter what. Lin, why don't I see the classmate who came with you? He had something to do and went out. Seeing that the blue-haired girl beside him was quite pretty, Lu Xiaoying teased. Lin, do you choose your friends based on looks? Feng Xiai was rather surprised to see Feng Mingyue. Why is she here? Embarrassed by the teasing, Feng Mingyue's face reddened slightly. Feng Xiai walked up to her amid everyone's puzzled looks. Why did you move out and start living in the school dormitory? Lin Siren looked from Feng Xiai to Feng Mingyue. You two know each other? Suddenly, Feng Mingyue grabbed Lin Siren's hand. Senior year is busy, so it's more convenient to stay at school. Mingyue, her secret exposed. Feng Mingyue cut him off and pulled Siren away. I have to go back and hand out test papers. After they had walked some distance, Feng Mingyue finally stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. Mingyue, you actually know Senior Feng Xiai? He used to be a famous figure at our school. I heard that he and Qin Yu's brother, Lin Jinxian, started a business together. They'll definitely accomplish great things in the future. Does this mean I've gotten close to someone important through you, Mingyue? Feng Mingyue seemed to be avoiding something. After a moment's thought, she waved her hand in denial. I'm only a distant relative of the Feng family. I stayed at his house for a while before, but we aren't very close. They're both very capable. I can't compare to them. Lin Siren kindly encouraged her. How can you not compare? Your grades are second in the entire school. Mingyue, don't be so modest. You're amazing, you know that? Thank you. Let me tell you a little secret. My grades used to be terrible. I only got single-digit scores in math. Lin Siren immediately nodded. You little liar. Stop trying to fool me. You've gotten perfect scores in math so many times. Are you trying to provoke me? After chatting about all sorts of things, the two waved goodbye to each other. Why did Mingyue's departing figure seem so sorrowful and lonely? When Lin Siren returned to the classroom, she found that Nian Yin seemed to have fallen asleep. Siren looked at the test results and was delighted. This time, Nian Yin scored 6 points. At least that was an improvement. Su Jiaguang happened to walk by and asked, have you found a classmate who can help with the bulletin board teacher Gao mentioned earlier? Lin Siren raised a finger to her lips, signaling Su Jiaguang to be quiet. Keep your voice down. Nian Yin is sleeping. She worked part-time until very late last night. Su Jiaguang looked at Qin Yin in surprise. A part-time job? Yes, at the milk tea shop by the school gate. Last night, Nian Yin took someone else's shift and walked back in the rain. Exams are coming up, so probably no one will be willing to help with the bulletin board. If it really doesn't work out, I'll do it myself, so you don't need to worry about it. Just don't delay the progress. This bulletin board will be judged as the bulletin board of the year. Wake her up. She's had her head down all morning. Hearing him go on and on, Qin Yin opened her eyes irritably. He's been babbling forever. So annoying. Only my kind-hearted desk mate would let you boss her around like this. Nian Yin, I left your test paper on your desk. When you wake up later, remember to go over the questions you got wrong. Qin Yin sat up groggily, propping her head up with one hand. Her face was flushed as she said, okay. Lin Siren immediately noticed something was wrong. Nian Yin, why is your face so red? Did you catch a cold from the rain? I'm Phoenix. Are you really okay? Should I ask around for cold medicine? You should take some. No need. By the way, what time is it? Lunch break has already started. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Qin Yin lightly tugged down her collar. No need, thank you. I need to go out for a bit. Nian Yin, are you going to work part-time again? She works too hard. It would be great if someone could persuade her otherwise. Qin Yin dragged her burning body to the school infirmary. Exhausted, she leaned against the door. Inside, Lu Xiaoying had not seen Qin Yin arrive and asked Cheng Xian hungrily, where's that little delinquent? No. Qin Yin, why hasn't she come yet? I'm getting a little hungry. Lu Xiaoying's expression abruptly changed. Cheng Xian, it seems we found a lead on the person who helped us counterattack that hacker last time. Cheng Xian calmly asked, why are you panicking? Go on. That person's alias is Q. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Qin Yin, burning with fever, stood in the doorway. She felt utterly exhausted. Her Her body swayed, and she had to lean against the wall to remain standing. You're finally here. I was almost starving to death, but it's so hot out. Why are you wearing a jacket and pulling your collar up so high? Nothing. I'll go cook now. Chang Xian noticed that something was wrong with Qin Yin, so he stood up worriedly and quickly walked over to her. Seeing her flushed face, he asked anxiously, "Are you sick?" "A little." Only then did Lu Zhaoying realize the problem and jumped to his feet. "Qin Yin, why are you sick?" "Chang Xian, hurry and bring her over here to sit down and rest. I'll find a thermometer. It's not a big deal. Let me cook for you too." Chang Xian put on a stern, cool expression. "You're sick, so why are you still trying to be strong? Go rest on the sofa. Now, or do you want me to carry you over there?" His words made her feverish face turn even redder. Qin Yin was silent for a moment before obediently walking over to the sofa. Chang Xian took a thermometer from the shelf and did not forget to tell his friend, Lu Zhaoying, "Call Inu and order food. Then drive over and pick it up." "Oh, okay, Chang Xian." Qin Yin cooperatively brushed her hair aside so Chang Xian could take her temperature. The thermometer showed 39.5 degrees Celsius. When he saw the reading, Chang Xian suddenly became angry. "Your fever is this high, and you still said you were fine?" He took out a towel and placed it on her forehead. "Lie down. I'll put you on in 4. Then he thoughtfully brought over the saline and the needle. As he positioned her hand comfortably, Chang Xian suddenly took hold of it. Qin Yin's body reacted as though she had been shocked, and she broke out in sweat. She looked at him in confusion, only to find him seriously locating a vein to administer her for. Afraid that she was nervous, he looked at her warmly and coaxed, "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Qin Yin shyly turned her face away. "Done. See? I told you it wouldn't hurt." It didn't hurt. Stay lying here. I'll get you some water." After Chang Xian went to the kitchen for water, he seemed to think of something and added 2 sugar cubes to it. Seeing the jar of candy on the nearby kitchen cabinet, he paused. The image of her sucking on a lollipop at the hospital before appeared in his mind. Why did I suddenly buy candy? When he brought her the water, he found Qin Yin already fast asleep. She looked unusually docile. He gently checked her temperature. Normally, she was like a little hedgehog. Only when she was sick would she behave a little. Then he placed a piece of candy in her hand and gently curled her fingers around it so it would not fall. His eyes were filled with affection as he looked at her. He recalled the moment she had first caught his attention at the hospital. Back then, she had looked so mischievous, with an aloof, indifferent air. She had no idea that this side of her had drawn his gaze, pulling him into her world until he did not want to escape. It was not until Lin Zhaojing asked, "What are you looking at?" that he closed his eyes and turned away. But her image had already been deeply etched into his mind, impossible to forget. He could not stop thinking about her slender waist. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Ran finally woke up. She had not expected to sleep for so long. She felt much better now. Seeing the bandage on her hand neatly applied, she felt a little moved. Then she heard a voice beside her ear. "You're awake?" Chungwan looked just like a CEO doting on his wife. "I ordered dinner from Inu. Eat before you go back." Seeing how warm and handsome he looked, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Thank you." The scene shifted to the Lin residence, where 5 people were having dinner together. Lin Chi turned to his son and asked, "I heard Feng Xiai has returned. Is that true? His father is the mayor, and the Feng family is a prominent family. You must seize this opportunity." "I know, Dad. Don't worry. Our project this time is in Yun City. I'll definitely do my best. The Feng family has deep roots. There should not be any major problems if the 2 of you work together, right?" "No, I'll make sure everything is handled properly." Lin Yuan then turned to Qin Yu. "Yuer, how did you do on your exam this time?" "Annie, it was only a comprehensive practice test. It was just an ordinary test, nothing special." Ning Qing immediately praised her daughter. "Our Yuer is always so modest." Lin Yuan was irritated by Ning Qing's attitude and silently cursed her for being so talkative. "Yuer, your older sister also attends First High School. How did she do on the exam?" When Lin Yuan mentioned Qin Ran, Ning Qing stiffened, worried that something might go wrong. "We're not in the same class. I've only seen that her English grades were not good. I think she'll be fine once she adjusts to First High School's teaching methods. The education in Ninghai Village truly is not very good. Fortunately you grew up in our Lin family from childhood. All right, I'll go upstairs and rest first." Lin Yuan was clearly taking a jab at Ning Qing's lowly background. While Qin Ran was eating with Cheng Wan and Lin Zhaojing, her phone suddenly rang. The moment she answered, Ning Qing's furious scolding came through. "Qin Ran, take a good look at the kind of trouble you've caused. After being mocked by Lin Yuan at dinner, Ning Qing vented her anger on Qin Ran. You failed your retake exam last time, didn't you? With grades like yours, even if I spent money, I still would not be able to find a university willing to accept you. Do you know how I was treated at the dinner table today? Suppressing her anger, Qin Ran spoke tiredly into the phone. Cough, cough. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Qin Ran did not need to guess what those people had said about her. Look, that is Ning Qing's daughter, the one who ranked last in the entire school. Qin Ran, I'll hire you a tutor. Your lessons will start this Sunday. Go to class obediently and stop wandering around outside, understand? While Ning Qing was still lecturing her, Qin Ran decisively hung up. That wretched girl actually dared to hang up on me, Cheng Wan asked with concern. Who was saying such unpleasant things? Would you believe me if I told you it was my mother? Cough, cough. Qin Ran's voice was so hoarse that she was coughing. Yet that mother of hers had not even asked after her once. Drink some soup. I'll go find you some cough medicine. With that, he quickly got up to find medicine for her. Oh dear. Looks like there's no portion for me. Forget it. Eating is more important. Cheng Wan handed her a blue thermos. Take your medicine. Do you need me to ask for leave from evening self-study for you? No, I'm much better now. She took the medicine bottle, tipped her head back, and swallowed it in one gulp. She had expected medicine to be bitter, but to her surprise, it tasted sweet. The warm water she drank that afternoon had seemed sweet too, so it had not been her imagination. Cheng Wan's thoughtfulness moved her a little. I'm going back for self-study. As she was about to leave, he called out, wait, take this with you. It's brand new. No one has used it. And do not drink soft drinks so often. They're not good for your health. Qin Ran hesitated, but still accepted it. Thank you. As she took the thermos, her fingertips accidentally brushed against his hand. His heart fluttered at the touch. Qin Ran had already left, but Cheng Wan remained frozen for a while. Her fingers were so cold. On her way back to class, Qin Ran was blocked by a crowd ahead. A group of girls were confronting Feng Minghua. Hey, I'm not done talking yet. Seeing this typical schoolyard scene, Qin Ran frowned at those girls who acted as though no one else mattered. Feng Minghua, tell us, why do you get an extra 20 points on the college entrance exam? You're not from an ethnic minority, so why do you get more bonus points than us? A girl beside her tried to persuade her. Enough, Jiang Han. Stop talking. Why should I stop? If she dared to do it, then I dare to say it. Her score is always about 20 points lower than Su Yaowang's. Teacher Lee said that if she gets bonus points, she would definitely be the top scorer on the college entrance exam. Feng Minghua, tell us yourself. Don't you feel disgusted? Hearing the commotion, Lin Siren opened the classroom door to see what was going on. Evening self-study is about to begin. Why is the hallway still so noisy? Oh, Ran Ran, you're back. Ran Ran, where did you go? Oh, Feng Minghua, you're here too. Qin Ran walked over and coldly looked at the girls. Move aside. It was the first time anyone had spoken to her in such a tone, and Jiang Han's expression darkened. What did you say? Did you just tell me to move aside? Standing behind them, Lin Siren worriedly thought, why is Ran Ran confronting Jiang Han? Normally, no one dared to provoke this she-devil, because her nouveau riche father had donated an entire building to the school. Qin Ran arrogantly repeated herself. Can't you understand human language? I said, move out of my way. Now, you dare talk to me like that? Are you looking to die? Feng Minghua was also surprised that Qin Ran had stepped forward for her. Without a word, Qin Ran shoved the thermos into Lin Siren's hands and even took off her jacket. Lin Siren was frantic. Ran Ran, what are you doing? Don't! Before she could stop her, Qin Ran's jacket landed over her. At that moment, Qin Ran was a true boss. She arrogantly told the girls, come at me together. Save me some time. I was talking to Feng Minghua. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? While Jiang Han was still acting high and mighty, Qin Ran had already subdued her, making her cry out in fright. Qin Ran forcefully shoved Jiang Han against the wall, then glanced coldly at Jiang Han's companions. What? Do you want to try too? The two girls saw how domineering Qin Ran was and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Why you keep acting crazy? And we'll go find the dorm's supervisor. Oh, you dare. Feng Minghua instinctively stepped forward and grabbed Qin Ran's hand. Stop fighting. Think about yourself. There won't be a next time. Jiang Han saw the murderous look on Qin Ran's face and trembled in terror, her eyes nearly popping out. After Qin Ran let go of her, Jiang Han collapsed weakly onto the floor. Qin Ran walked over to Lin Siren and said softly, Siren, let's go. Okay. Lin Siren was still awestruck by how cool Qin Ran had been. Ran Ran, You were amazing. It was nothing. But Qin Ran thought to herself, there are also things I cannot do. The next day, after class had gone on for a while, Teacher Gao announced, that's all for today's lesson. Use the remaining 10 minutes for self-study. Suddenly, someone slammed open the classroom door. Teacher Li strode in aggressively and demanded, Gao Yang, what is wrong with Qin Ran from your class? She actually dared to beat a student from my class. With such poor character, does she deserve to remain in class A1? The entire class turned to look at Qin Ran. Teacher Gao, I said from the beginning that we should not have accepted this student into First High School. And now she even dares to assault someone. She is completely lawless. Teacher Li, I think there may be some misunderstanding. Qin Ran is not an unreasonable person. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Look at that indifferent expression on her face. I'll go find Principal Su right now. You should contact Qin Ran's parents and ask them to come here. A male student at the next desk looked over at her and asked someone in front, did Qin Ran really fight Jiang Han? She shouldn't have. Another boy chimed in. What's so surprising about that? I heard Qin Ran caused such a huge incident before that even the police were involved. Not wanting to listen to their whispers anymore. Qin Ran closed her book and stood up. Fearless, she asked sharply, why did we fight? Did Jiang Han not tell you? Teacher Li was not one to back down. A fight is a fight. Doesn't need a reason? If you want to make excuses, save them for the principal. At Teacher Li's condescending attitude, Qin Ran took out her phone. Who are you going to talk to? Principal Su? Then you do not need to find him, because he'll be here soon. Su Yawang was doubtful. Grandfather was usually so busy. How could Qin Ran get him to come just by making a call? Xiao Sheng was equally worried. Sister Ran had gone too far this time. Finding Principal Su on such short notice was as difficult as finding the mayor. She did not even prepare a proper story before lying. What if I told you Principal Su is at my house right now? Would you believe me? But Principal Su's next words immediately slapped Teacher Li in the face. What is all this commotion about? Teacher Li turned around in shock and saw that Principal Su had arrived at some point. Teacher Gao and Teacher Li greeted him in surprise. Principal Su. Teacher Li looked at Qin Ran with renewed scrutiny. What was going on? Had Principal Su really come because Qin Ran called him? Qin Ran smiled faintly at the teacher who liked to intimidate others. So this was what it meant to call someone over right away. Principal Su, you came at the right time. Yesterday, Qin Ran beat Jiang Han from my class. My top class student cannot be subjected to such bullying. You must seek justice for Jiang Han. Teacher Li looked smugly at Qin Ran. She knew that even if Principal Su came, Qin Ran would have nothing to say. Seeing that Principal Su had not spoken, the class began whispering again. She really overacted this time. Now, she has nothing to say. Jiang Han comes from a good family and has excellent grades. Where did Qin Ran get the nerve to provoke her? They're both named Qin, but she and Qin Yu are truly worlds apart. Xiao Sheng frowned, displeased by their words. Qin Ran, on the other hand, smiled confidently and began her counterattack. Teacher Li, since you care so much about your students, why did you not know that Jiang Han was bullying and even coercing Feng Minghua? Teacher Li was left speechless. You do not need to argue. There are surveillance cameras in the girls' dormitory hallway. If you still have doubts, you can review the footage. Qin Ran did not stop, firing off question after question. Why have you never paid attention to Jiang Han insulting Feng Minghua over her unexplained college entrance exam bonus points? Could it be that you only care about students with power and influence? Teacher Li was stunned speechless by Qin Ran's stern accusations. Only then did Principal Su speak. Teacher Li, I think we need to review the surveillance footage and have the police investigate this matter. If what Qin Ran said is true, then school bullying is absolutely unacceptable at our school. Teacher Li's jaw dropped. How had this turned into school bullying? And now the police were involved too? Seeing that the situation had escalated too far, Teacher Li backed down. Principal Su, I'm truly sorry. I did not ask about the situation clearly. I did not know it involved Feng Minghua. It is useless to tell me that. Student Qin is the person involved. Teacher Li had no choice but to lower herself and walk up to Qin Ran. Ahem, Qin Ran, I misunderstood you. Qin Ran cut her off. There's no need for that. Qin Ran bluntly refused to give her any face. After all, I had always heard that Teacher Lee cared deeply for her students. But I never expected you to be someone who discriminates based on wealth and status. Xiao Sheng, standing nearby, could not help covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Su Yaowang looked at Qin, ran more favorably than before. Teacher Lee left the classroom full of resentment. Before she had gone far, she heard countless bursts of laughter from inside. Teacher Gao said, "Ha, Sister Ran, what exactly happened? Do you need me to teach Jianghan a lesson for you?" "Thanks, but no need. Let's go." "Qin, you said we're practicing a new piece today." As the two of them approached, Qin Yu asked, "I heard everyone discussing my sister. Did she cause trouble again?" Seeing the two of them look at her strangely, Qin Yu could only force a smile. "Why are they looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Did I say anything wrong? Those rumors are all true. My sister gets into fights as often as she eats." Principal Su only admitted her into the school because he pitied her. Xiao Sheng could no longer stand hearing someone speak of his goddess that way. He raised his voice. "Why do you have such a deep prejudice against your own sister? Your sister is not what you all say she is, and what happened today was clearly Jiang Han bringing it upon herself." Xiao Sheng was actually defending Qin Ran. Disgusted by the atmosphere, Xiao Sheng told his friend, "I'm not going to the arts building today. I'm going to play basketball." Then Xiao Sheng invited the other students along. "Come on, go get the ball." Su Yaowang walked up to Qin Yu. Principal Su is not someone overflowing with sympathy. Qin Yu gave a puzzled sound. Then she covered her mouth and laughed. "How do you know what kind of person Principal Su is? You're not related to him either. Though the two of you do share the same surname. It is quite a coincidence. Let's go. I want to practice the new piece a little longer." "Okay. By the way, Su Yaowang, do you know who is in charge of his class's bulletin board?" "So it's you?" "No, Nie Fei is in charge of the drawings, while Lin Siren is responsible for the lettering." Qin Yu immediately thought of the girl who was always around Qin Ran and smiled sinisterly. "Oh really? Damn it, Nie Fei. What do you mean you can't draw the bulletin board?" Nie Fei apologetically replied, "The student council asked me to help draw the school's bulletin board, so I really can't take on our class's board. I am sorry." Lin Siren quickly compromised. It's fine. The school bulletin board is important. I'll figure something out for our class." Nie Fei felt embarrassed, but had no other choice. "Then I'll go work on the student council's board first. If the class bulletin board needs my help next time, I definitely will not refuse." Lin Siren lay sprawled over her desk, crying inwardly. She imagined Teacher Lee and the other classes mocking them, bad at studying and unable even to make a bulletin board. They were only fit to serve as stepping stones for the top classes. "What should I do? This bulletin board will be evaluated for the whole year. Our class is doomed this time." While Lin Siren was feeling dejected, a classmate came over and asked, "Lin Siren, did you offend Qin Yu? Earlier, I saw Qin Yu come to ask Nie Fei to help with the student council's publicity board. Could it be?" Lin Siren immediately shook her head. "How was that possible? I have never had any conflict with Qin Yu. Then I don't know what else it could be. We'll probably be laughed at by classes 1 and A2 again. I wanted to earn a good evaluation for this bulletin board, so Teacher Gao would be happy. Teacher Lee is always making things difficult for him, but he never says anything even when he loses face. If Nie Fei had told me earlier, I could have found someone else to help, but now it is too late. What are we supposed to do? All right, there's nothing we can do now. Siren, don't overthink it. Let's go have dinner first." Lin Siren turned to her desk mate. Ran, are you coming with us? I want to sleep. You all go ahead." After school, when the classroom was empty, Qin Yin walked over and sat in front of the blackboard, her heart full of tangled thoughts. She had only come here to study, to reassure her grandmother, and pass the time. The homework was boring. The teachers treated students unfairly, and the malice from those her own age, people who thought themselves superior, was equally unpleasant. Everything here was detestable. Teacher Gao's kind, gentle, and warm image suddenly appeared in her mind. "If you have any problems, you can come to me. Don't be shy. Yin, you can borrow my notes. You'll definitely improve next time." She sighed helplessly. There really had to be something wrong with her head for her to want to do something so unnecessary. After thinking it over, she walked over, picked up a piece of chalk, and began drawing what she had envisioned. She had no idea that, at that very moment, Su Jiawang had returned to the classroom. Seeing her draw, he was stunned. She could actually draw? Outside the VIP room of the hotel, Principal Su saw his grandson arrive and asked, "Why are you late?" "I went back to get something I forgot, and I saw something hard to believe." Naturally, Su Jiawang only kept the second sentence to himself. Entering the room, he greeted them. "Hello, young Master Chung. Sixth brother. I didn't expect you to be in Yunqing too, kid." "Old Su, I heard you personally recommended a girl for admission. Is that true? Of course. But there isn't just one. What do you mean, not just one? Is there someone besides Qin Yin? Could they all be related to what happened in Ninghai town back then? All right, let's eat. No more talk about this. Lu Zhaoying, filled with questions, asked, Old Su, who exactly is the outstanding successor you mentioned before? Su Jiaoguang, sitting nearby, suddenly grew nervous. Wasn't his grandfather's successor supposed to be him? Principal Su glanced at his grandson, thinking that Su Jiaoguang was still too immature to take over, unless he stayed by that person's side. Jiaoguang, leave after you finish eating. You still need to go back for evening self-study. Yes, Grandpa. Old Su, young Master Chung, please go on ahead. I need to wait a little longer and ask the waiter to pack some food for me. Lu Zhaoying immediately understood and teased him with a smile. Who are you worried about? Is someone sick, so you're taking food back for them? You busybody. Have you had too little work lately? Is that why you're so free? Lu Zhaoying instantly backed down. No. I wouldn't dare speculate about young Master Cheng's thoughts. As the two reached the hotel elevator, they happened to run into Feng Ziyu, who was there with a friend. Seeing them, Feng Ziyu greeted them, Brother Cheng's sixth brother. Feng Ziyu, enjoy your meal. We'll be leaving now. After the two walked away, Lin Jinxian quietly asked Feng Ziyu, who were those two just now? They're from the Chung family and the Lu family in the capital. So, they're major families from the capital. The Lin family in the capital was hardly worth mentioning. If he could establish ties with those two families, that would be wonderful. When Feng Ziyu followed Lin Jinxian back to the Lin residence, he was surprised to see his mother there. Mom, why are you at the Lin residence? Everyone in the Lin family was seated neatly around the dining table to receive their guests. Madame Feng, dressed in a fashionable gown, wore a stern expression. She looked at her son with obvious displeasure. Feng Ziyu, why are you only arriving now? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qin Yu smiled ingratiatingly at Madame Feng. Auntie, Brother Feng Ziyu and Brother Jinxian must be hungry after being busy all day. Let me have the servants bring out the food first. Madame Feng's expression softened slightly. Looking at Qin Yu, she praised. Our Yuer is indeed the gentlest and most sensible. Madame Feng beckoned Feng Ziyu over. Come, sit beside you. Ning Qing was delighted and quickly exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Qi. It seemed Madame Feng liked Yuer very much. This marriage alliance would probably go smoothly. The next day, at Yunqing No. 1 High School, a group of student representatives from each class gathered in the corridor to inspect the class bulletin boards. Everyone's here, right? Then let's begin with Class 1. Just as they were about to head to Class 1, Qin Yu suddenly curled her lips into a meaningful smile. Wait a moment. With an innocent expression, she suggested, why don't we start with Class 9 this time? We always start with Class 1. Don't you think that's boring? A girl immediately agreed with Qin Yu's suggestion. That's a good idea. If we see something too beautiful at the beginning, it'll be harder to judge the classes afterward. Having achieved her goal, Qin Yu smiled in satisfaction and asked, You're right. What do you think, President? Su Jiaoguang looked at Qin Yu with a knowing expression, but readily agreed. I think that works. Then the group headed toward Teacher Gao's Class 9, where Qin Yin studied. The group chatted as they walked. I heard Class 9 has been saying they'll definitely beat Class 1 in this bulletin board competition. Let's go see what masterpiece they've come up with. The boy beside them scoffed. Class 9 came in last in the previous competition. They even had spelling mistakes. And now they want to beat Class 1? They sure talk big. The group soon arrived at Class 9 and saw that the room was buzzing with excitement. A student from another class asked curiously, President, what's going on in your class? Qin Yu smiled falsely. Maybe it's because their bulletin board is just that beautiful. Qin Yu smirked to herself. Without Niefei drawing for them this time, it would be strange if Class 9 had managed to put up a bulletin board at all. Inside the classroom, countless classmates surrounded Niefei, praising him nonstop. Niefei, I never expected you to be such a hidden master. This painting is incredible. Are you drawing Yin Shi's inspirational journey? Looking at it, I'm reminded of his path from trainee to debuting and becoming famous. Surrounded by her classmates, Niefei felt somewhat flustered, especially since she had not drawn this work herself. She waved her hands and hurriedly explained, No, it wasn't me. I was at the student council all night yesterday, working on the school's painting. Ask Lin Siren and Qin Yin. Maybe one of them drew it. Lin Siren, however, was overjoyed. She had not expected her class to finally have a bulletin board to enter in the competition. With her eyes full of excitement, she turned to Qin Yin and said with a smile, Yin, tell me, Could it be that heaven saw how much I adore Yin Shi and sent a miracle to help me? While the class was noisily speculating about who had drawn the bulletin board, someone knocked on the classroom door. "Excuse us, we're here to inspect the bulletin board." But when the group saw Class 9's bulletin board, every one of them was stunned. Wow, look at that. They weren't exaggerating. Class 9's bulletin board is really beautiful. Yes, it's so lively. Chin, you must have known their bulletin board was impressive, which is why she brought us here first, right? I never thought Class 9 could be this amazing. Chin, you felt as though her eyes were about to pop out. Unwilling to accept it, she muttered, "How is that possible?" Su Jiaowang was the only one who remained silent, because he was the only one who had witnessed Qin Yan draw the bulletin board. Looking at it, everyone began whispering among themselves. Wow, this shows Yin Shi's journey from trainee to superstar. It's moving just to look at. Exactly. Just look at the detail in his injured hand and that resolute expression. It's beautifully done. The person who drew this has to be a master. Definitely a master. The two girls from other classes who were scoring the entries were extremely excited. They turned to Su Jiaowang and asked, "President, how many points are you giving it?" The girl beside him was still amazed and kept praising it. "This is incredible. In all 3 years of high school, I've never seen such a beautiful bulletin board." Su Jiaowang said nothing, focusing only on writing a score on the evaluation sheet. Afterward, he looked up at the board with admiration and replied unhurriedly, "Of course, full marks." Hearing that result, Qin Yu gritted her teeth in anger. Qin Yin was about to leave the classroom when she happened to run into her. Qin Yu looked at her biological sister with obvious dislike. Qin Yin coolly met Qin Yu's gaze with a challenging look, smoothly spinning the pen in her hand again and again. Qin Yu still refused to accept the outcome. With a dark expression, she stood there thinking, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." I know her very well. She has never studied art, so there's no way she could have drawn that bulletin board. After examining the painting closely, Su Jiaowang could not stop marveling. "I only saw her draft yesterday, but I never expected the finished bulletin board to be this astonishing. It far exceeded my expectations. Maybe she isn't as useless as I once thought." After they finished scoring, the student council hurried out. "Come on, let's inspect the next class." One boy said, "I don't think there's any need to score the other classes. None of them can draw better than Class 9. After the dismissal bell rang, Class 9 resumed, discussing the mysterious bulletin board. "What do you think is going on with that bulletin board?" Lin Siren, also full of curiosity, turned to her desk mate. "Nian Yin, who do you think drew it?" Qin Yin answered indifferently, her expression blank. "I don't know." As though remembering something, Lin Siren quickly pushed her completed homework toward Qin Yin. "Oh right, Yin Yin, I finished yesterday's homework. You can copy it." Qin Yin could not bear to reject her desk mate's kindness, so she merely gave a quiet acknowledgement. Su Jiaowang, seated behind them, had been observing Qin Yin. When he saw her writing with her left hand, he grew suspicious. "I clearly saw her drawing with her right hand yesterday." Meanwhile, Qiao Sheng was preparing to leave. Before he went, he asked Su Jiaowang, "Young Master Su, I'm in the convenience store to buy a few things. Do you need anything?" Su Jiaowang suddenly replied, "Never mind. I'll go with you." The moment they stepped out of the classroom, they ran into Qin Yu. Wearing her sweetest smile, she asked, "Are you two going to the convenience store?" "What a coincidence. I'm going there too. Why don't we go together?" Qiao Sheng looked at Qin Yu as if he could see right through her. What coincidence? She was obviously waiting for young Master Su on purpose. Just then, several boys passed by Qin Yu while chatting. "Hey, did you hear? Class 9's bulletin board was about Yin Shi, and it was drawn incredibly well." Qin Yu immediately felt displeased. Qiao Sheng, on the other hand, was immensely proud. He turned to Su Jiaowang with a smile. "If I could meet the master who drew that bulletin board, I'd do anything. That painting is totally my style." Qin Yu immediately tried to stir up trouble and redirect the conversation. "Yes, I think so too. Whoever drew it is amazing. Maybe another school came to help them. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone stepped forward to claim it?" Su Jiaowang spoke after a brief silence. "It wasn't someone from another school. The artist is a student from our school." He paused before adding, "Qin Yin drew it." Hearing that name, not only Qin Yu, but even Qiao Sheng was shocked. Qiao Sheng put on a dumbfounded expression and pointed at his head. "Young Master Su, don't joke around." But when he saw Su Jiaowang's serious face, Qiao Sheng immediately realized it was no joke. "Qin Yin really drew it." Su Jiaowang answered firmly, "Yes, she did." Qin Yu lowered her head, deep in thought. How could it have been Qin Yin? Other than playing the violin, she doesn't know how to do anything else. This can't be possible. Qiao Sheng was so excited that he wanted to immediately return to find his goddess. Young Master Su, I'm going back to find Qin Yin. Su Jiawang did not stop him. Go ahead. Once only the two of them were left, Qin Yu smiled sweetly. Young Master Qiao is really impatient. All right, I'll be practicing a new piece at noon today. You have to come watch. All right. Qiao Sheng sprinted all the way back to the classroom, his face flushed and covered in sweat from excitement. He stood by Qin Yin's desk, looking down at the girl sleeping with her head on the table, his heart beating nervously. Should I wake her up? Qiao Sheng gazed at Qin Yin like a love-struck fool. Especially when he saw Qin Yin's sleepy, dazed face, Qiao Sheng's heart raced more wildly than ever. The moment he learned that Qin Yin had drawn the class bulletin board, he rushed back to the classroom to gaze at the goddess in his heart. Qin Yin was awakened by the noisy classroom. Hugging her sleepy face, she looked up unhappily and complained, "You're all so loud." The moment Qin Yin raised her head, she noticed Qiao Sheng standing in front of her desk. The young man struck a salute. Understood, Sister Yin. I'll handle it. Then he boldly turned toward the other students and shouted, "Keep it down, you brats. Can't you see you've disturbed our Sister Yin?" The entire classroom fell silent at once. No one dared utter another word. Once the room was quiet, Qin Yin lowered her head onto the desk and went back to sleep. Qiao Sheng pulled over a chair from the next desk, slowly sat down, and watched the goddess of his heart. This was probably the first time Qiao Sheng had looked at Qin Yin from such close range. He took in every detail of her facial features. His face flushed slightly as he gazed at her adoringly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. No wonder everyone secretly called her the eyelash queen. Qiao Sheng could not stop praising the goddess in his heart. Qin Yin was beautiful and could draw too. How could there be such a perfect person in the world? After a while, Qin Yin had slept enough. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, and noticed that Qiao Sheng was still there. Curious, she asked, "Do you need something?" Qiao Sheng hesitated, unsure whether he should ask, but ultimately could not hold it in. That painting. Qin Yin immediately understood what he meant and cut him off. She placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to stay quiet. "Sure, I did draw that painting, but don't tell anyone else. It will be troublesome." Qiao Sheng nodded repeatedly with a blank expression. Okay, I promise to keep it secret. But Sister Yin, why did you draw Yin Shi? Do you like him?" Qin Yin found the question extremely amusing, because no one knew Yin Shi's true identity except her. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yin curled her lips. "Who would like that thing? Lin Siren is the one who likes him." Seeing how cool Qin Yin looked, Qiao Sheng admired her even more. She dared to call the famous male idol that thing, yet she still helped the class committee draw the bulletin board. No matter what, she had helped their class win first place in this competition. The school's new beauty really was a good person, someone who liked to speak plainly and honestly. Qiao Sheng grinned. "All right, don't worry. I understand." At the school infirmary, more and more boys were coming in to seek treatment. Lu Zhaoying could not help turning to Cheng Xian and saying, "I don't understand why so many boys have been coming to our infirmary lately. What are they all peeking at?" Then he suddenly realized the reason. "Oh, so it's because little Qin Yin is here. I've finally met someone with as many admirers as you, young Master Cheng." Cheng Xian ignored him and merely tilted his chin towards a certain girl. A male student was handing her a letter, but she only gave a faint shake of her head. Her remarkable presence naturally drew people's attention. Even after being rejected, the boy was not angry. Instead, he seemed even more captivated by her. Only then did Lu Zhaoying understand why so many boys were coming to the infirmary. "Oh, so it's all because little Qin Yin is here. I've finally found someone with as many admirers as you, young Master Cheng." Cheng Xian shot his friend a look, then quickly walked toward where Qin Yin was standing. Seeing his serious expression, she asked with some concern, "What is it? Is something wrong?" He stared at her for a while before answering. There was an unmistakable hint of jealousy in his voice. "The final year of high school is very important. I think your top priority should be focusing on your studies. Don't let other things distract you." Qin Yin was smart, so naturally she understood what he meant. "Thank you. I think so too." Cheng Xian's expression eased slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at her, then ordered his friend, Lu Zhaoying, go close the door. As usual, Qin Yin quickly finished preparing dinner. Looking at the dishes before her, she suddenly fell silent. Cheng Xian glanced over at her. After a while, she sighed. He felt slightly anxious, but more than that, he was concerned and worried. "What's wrong?" Qin Yin did not hide her troubles from him. "There's a parent-teacher meeting this Saturday, but my grandmother is still in the hospital. Seeing the sadness on her face, he immediately comforted her. Don't worry, it's not as though your teacher doesn't know about your family situation. Lu Xiaoying thought, this is the perfect time for me to step in as the hero who saves the beauty. He moved closer, swiftly straightening his tie before eagerly suggesting, Little Qin Yin, could I be your dad that day? Qin Yin rested her chin on her hand and considered seriously. You're a little too young to be my dad. You could be my older brother, though. She kept sighing inwardly. Forget it, forget it. Why am I even saying this to them? I should hurry up, clean up, and head back. After clearing away the dishes and utensils, Qin Yin stood up to leave. Before going, she did not forget to say goodbye to Cheng Xian and Lu Xiaoying. I'm leaving. Bye-bye, you two. Once only the two of them remained in the room, Cheng Xian turned to interrogate his friend with a murderous expression. Why have I never heard that Lu Xiaoying, the ruthless and decisive sixth young master of Beijing, is such an enthusiastic person? Seeing Cheng Xian's fierce expression, Lu Xiaoying went pale and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly explained, Stop, Xian. It's all a misunderstanding. No matter how pretty little Qin Yin is, I'm not interested in her. The atmosphere was too awkward just now, so I only said it casually. Only after seeing that his friend had no designs on Qin Yin did Cheng Xian's expression ease slightly. Thinking of Qin Yin's relationship with her family, he sighed. Her family situation is truly terrible. Cheng Xian suddenly felt sorry for Qin Yin. She had spoken so casually earlier, but for some reason, hearing it made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing raindrops pattering against the window, Cheng Xian and his close friend turned to look. Oh, it's raining? Lu Xiaoying looked down toward the schoolyard and asked absent-mindedly, Master Xian, do you need me to take an umbrella to little Qin Yin? Then Lu Xiaoying spotted Feng Minghua walking toward Qin Yin from ahead, holding an umbrella. Qin Yin naturally saw Feng Minghua as well. Seeing that the girl was soaked over a large area, she shook her head. This girl really was like a bookworm. She only cared about books. She was dressed so lightly and had been drenched by the rain, yet she was not worried at all. Qin Yin, therefore, took the initiative and went over to hold the umbrella for Feng Minghua. Let me hold it. Lin Siren must have told you that I work part-time at the infirmary, right? Feng Minghua was startled by the direct question, but quickly replied, Ah, yes. I was going to return some books, and I was also worried you might not have brought an umbrella. Qin Yin sheltered her beneath the umbrella, filling Feng Minghua's heart with joy. She wished time could stop right here. It had been many years since they had walked shoulder to shoulder like this. Being able to stay by Yin Yin's side again was wonderful. After Qin Yin reached her dormitory area, she handed the umbrella back to Feng Minghua. She did not forget to turn back and remind her, I'm heading back. Don't stay in the library too late, either. Feng Minghua happily answered, I know. Just then, the phone in Feng Minghua's skirt pocket rang. A new message had arrived. The moment she picked it up and read it, her expression changed. After hesitating for a while, she still went to the address sent in the message. Feng Minghua carried her umbrella to a small alley near the school to meet Feng Ziyu. The instant Feng Ziyu saw her, he stepped forward and asked, Why did you move out of the Feng residence? Feng Minghua avoided his gaze and made up an excuse. I'm in my senior year now, so I wanted to focus more on my studies. Feng Ziyu could naturally tell that she was lying. He curled his lips into a smile. If you don't want to tell me, then don't lie to me. Feeling Feng Ziyu's unwavering gaze on her, Feng Minghua froze for a moment and tightened her grip on the umbrella. She made an excuse to avoid facing him any longer. I have to go. With that, Feng Minghua quickly turned to leave. But Feng Ziyu was a step faster. He swiftly seized the hand holding her umbrella, and the umbrella fell to the ground in the drizzling rain. Feng Ziyu suddenly wrapped his arms around Feng Minghua from behind, his voice carrying a trace of reproach. We haven't seen each other for months. I had a hard time getting back, yet you're treating me so coldly. As Feng Ziyu's face drew ever closer to hers, Feng Minghua looked anxious and did not know what to say. Feng Ziyu cut her off before she could finish. Did you reject me because of my father? He turned Feng Minghua around to face him, caressing her chin with one hand as he asked darkly, What is your relationship with my father? Could you really be his illegitimate daughter? At Feng Ziyu's attitude, Feng Minghua's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Fear and nervousness filled her as she clenched her hands tightly. Feng Ziyu paused when he saw her reaction, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, Feng Ziyu let Feng Mingyue go and acted as though nothing had happened. I was just joking. Let me take you home. Feng Mingyue did not answer. She bent down and picked up the umbrella. After calming herself, Feng Mingyue slowly thought, I thought he came to see me because he wanted to attend my parent-teacher meeting, but I didn't expect. Without saying a word, she decisively turned and left. Feng Ziyu remained standing behind her, staring at Feng Mingyue's retreating figure. She has never once mentioned her parents. Feng Ziyu was suspicious. It seemed she had been bullied before, yet his father appeared to be deliberately concealing it. Walking through the rain, Feng Mingyue was overwhelmed with sadness. She kept blaming herself. It was all her fault. She had made Uncle Feng's entire family unhappy. Feng Mingyue hurriedly recalled her time at the Feng residence. Once, while standing at the bottom of the stairs, she had accidentally overheard an argument between the Feng family members. How can Dad blame Mom? Why shouldn't she be angry? Dad suddenly brought someone home and even treated her so well. Isn't it only natural that Mom would be upset with her? Mr. Feng calmly explained, someone asked your father to do it. Feng Ziyu still did not believe him and pressed on. Who asked you? Tell me, is she your first love's daughter or your illegitimate daughter? Mr. Feng flew into a rage. Enough. Principal Su asked me to take care of the girl. You don't need to know anything else. Feng Ziyu stubbornly refused to accept that explanation. Even if her parents are dead, she must still have other relatives. Why does she have to rely on you to take care of her? When Feng Mingyue heard that argument back then, her heart had shattered. She felt deeply saddened by her own fate. Returning to the present, Feng Mingyue gazed into the distance and silently told herself, as long as I get into university, everything will be fine. After that, I won't cause any more trouble for Principal Su or Uncle Feng. The scene shifted to the Lin residence. As Lin Jinxian stood at the bottom of the stairs, he heard piano music drifting from Qin Yu's room. Ever since she had said that a master in Beijing wanted to take on a disciple, Yu had been practicing much harder than before. Suddenly, the melody changed. Lin Jinxian was stunned when he heard it. This melody, unable to hold himself back, Lin Jinxian quickly headed toward Qin Yu's room. Qin Yu was completely unaware of his presence. She was unhappy because she felt her performance was not good enough. This is still far from enough. I wonder what kind of genius the owner of this musical score really is. Lin Jinxian suddenly called out, "Yer." Upon hearing him, Qin Yu quickly put on a bright smile and turned around. Why are you back? Lin Jinxian approached and looked at his younger sister with satisfaction. Your violin skills have improved a great deal. You just need to learn to control your emotions and practice more. Qin Yu smiled ingratiatingly before replying boastfully, Thank you, brother. I composed this piece myself, but it still needs some improvement. If you're not busy, may I ask you a few questions? Qin Yu thought smugly. Brother Jinxian has played the violin since childhood. His musical skill is far above mine. This is the first time he has ever taken the initiative to praise me. This is wonderful. Lin Jinxian was rather surprised by her words. You composed this piece yourself? Doubt filled his heart because he had recognized that the melody was different from Qin Yu's previous works. This piece had a grand artistic conception and structure. It did not sound like Yuer's usual style at all. Yet Qin Yu remained completely oblivious, smiling brightly as she continued boasting. I heard that the masters in Beijing like students with talent and the ability to compose original pieces, so I wanted to give it a try. Ning Qing brought over tea and pastries. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, she asked, What are you two talking about? I brought you some late-night snacks. Qin Yu immediately answered, Oh, it's nothing. Brother was just teaching me some violin techniques. Then Qin Yu suddenly remembered something and quickly came up with a plan. All right, Mom. I heard there's a parent-teacher meeting this Saturday. Are you going to attend one for sister? Before Ning Qing could reply, Qin Yu naturally looped her arm through Lin Jinxuan's and quickly made the decision herself. If Mom is going to sister's meeting, could brother or dad come to mind? Qin Yu calculated inwardly. If brother or dad attends my parent-teacher meeting, I'll stand out even more. Lin Jinxian was quite surprised by this. After thinking for a moment, Ning Qing replied, No, they're both very busy. I'll ask your younger aunt to attend your sister's meeting while I go to yours. Ning Qing secretly reasoned that Qin Yin would certainly be criticized by her homeroom teacher. If she went, she would only be embarrassed. It would be better to show off Yuer instead. Saturday arrived quickly. Though it was still early in the morning, countless parents had already come to the school for the parent-teacher meeting. Qin Yu proudly linked arms with Ning Qing as they enter the classroom. Seeing the mother and daughter, several parents could not help praising them. Chin, you made it into the top 10 of the class again in this exam. Mrs. Lin, you really raised her well. Another parent looked unhappily at her own son and joined in the praise. Not only is Chin Yu beautiful, she can play the violin and she gets good grades too. Look at you, you good-for-nothing child. The student being scolded by his mother was so nervous that he did not dare say a word. As Chin Yu walked in, she spotted Xiao Sheng. Over here, Xiao Sheng was excitedly telling his mother, "Let me introduce you to my goddess. She might even become your future daughter-in-law." Then Xiao Sheng went on and on about Qin Yin's achievements. "Let me tell you, she's amazing. She won first place in the annual bulletin board competition with her painting. Oh, and she also stood up for the girls in her class against the school bullies. My goddess has an incredibly strong sense of justice, Mom." Seeing her son talk non-stop, Mrs. Chow scolded him. "You brat, what are you in such a hurry for? Is Qin Yin going to run away?" Suddenly, a female student rushed past and bumped into Ning Qing, startling her. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going?" The girl ran on while excitedly calling out, come on. I heard the school beauty Qin Yin's brother came to the parent-teacher meeting today. Qin Yin is so beautiful. Her brother must be gorgeous too." When Ning Qing and Qin Yu heard the all-too-familiar name Qin Yin, their expressions instantly changed. "Qin Yin's brother?" Ning Qing asked suspiciously. Are there any other Qin Yins in your department?" After Qin Yu shook her head, the two hurried into the classroom to attend the meeting. Sitting in the classroom, Ning Qing's mind was in turmoil after learning that someone had attended the meeting for Qin Yin. "I called Qin Yin several times last night, but she didn't answer. Where did she suddenly find herself an older brother today? And since when did she become the school beauty?" As Ning Qing's thoughts ran wild, a nearby parent's voice snapped her back to reality. "Teacher Lee praised your Ewer again this time. Mrs. Lin, you truly gave birth to such a wonderful daughter." Ning Qing chuckled at the praise. "Oh, not at all. Ewer simply works hard on her own." The commotion from the nearby students drew Ning Qing's attention. She followed their gazes. "Isn't that the Chiao family's eldest young master? Who is that girl beside him?" A female student explained, "That's our school beauty. I never expected this icy beauty's temperament to be exactly like everyone said on the school forum." Xiao Sheng could be seen continuously running after Qin Yin, while she walked ahead with a cold expression and her arms folded. "Sister Yin, why have I never heard you mention your brother? Is he your biological brother or your cousin?" Wherever Qin Yin went, students made way for her. Her presence attracted not only the boys, but the girls as well, and everyone stared at her without blinking. The woman standing beside Ning Qing quickly recognized Xiao Sheng. She said in surprise, "That's the young master of the Qiao family. I heard he only has a good relationship with young Master Su. Could he possibly like that girl?" Ning Qing was equally astonished. Her mouth fell open as she thought, "Is that Qin Yin? How could she have any connection with the Qiao family?" The Qiao family is the foremost family in Yunqing. Their business has even expanded to Beijing and overseas, and Mrs. Qiao is a wealthy young lady from Beijing. Ning Qing suddenly regretted her choice. "I thought attending Qin Yin's parent-teacher meeting would be embarrassing. If I had known, I would have come myself." After school, Teacher Gao handed Cheng Xian a parent-teacher meeting record for Qin Yin. "I'm sorry for taking up your time and making you stay behind alone. Please take this record." After handing it over, Teacher Gao kindly added, "Qin Yin is quite intelligent. I hope her parents can pay more attention to her." Cheng Xian took the record, his eyes full of curiosity about what it might contain. Teacher Gao felt strangely nervous. Qin Yin's guardian had an air even more noble than Xiao Sheng's parents. He was clearly very polite to him, yet why did he feel so nervous? Teacher Gao then suggested, "If the family works with me to guide her, she will definitely score highly in the upcoming exams." Cheng Xian suddenly smiled when he thought of Qin Yin. She really should be cared for more. After pausing briefly, he added inwardly, "Otherwise, receiving so many love letters every day must be rather troublesome." Teacher Gao noticed someone entering and looked up. "What is it?" "Teacher, I just finished speaking with Qin Yin's guardian." The people who had arrived were Xiao Sheng, Father Qiao, and Qin Yin. Xiao Sheng smiled and replied, "It's nothing, teacher. I came with Qin Yin to wait for her brother." Cheng Xian quickly tucked the record into his jacket and politely said to Teacher Gao, "See you next time, Teacher Gao." Seeing Cheng Xian's distinguished bearing, Xiao Sheng could not help asking curiously, "Are you Qin Yin's cousin?" Cheng Xian looked at him with deep, indifferent eyes. I'm not her brother. Upon hearing that, Xiao Sheng had a bad feeling. His body stiffened as he feared Cheng Xian might take Qin Yin from him. He stammered, unable to form a sentence. Then you are. Cheng Xian did not answer. He merely smiled faintly, leaving Xiao Sheng to think whatever he wanted. He glanced back and gave only 2 words. Goodbye. Xiao Sheng and his mother stood there awkwardly. Xiao Sheng looked utterly dejected. Qin Yin suddenly handed Cheng Xian a bottle of water. I bought this for you. Cheng Xian accepted it with a smile. Thank you. The car is outside. Let me take you to the hospital. Watching Qin Yin leave, Xiao Sheng turned to his mother unhappily. Mom, why did you pinch me just now? That hurt. Mrs. Qiao seemed to have recognized Cheng Xian's identity. She shook her head and told her son, don't think about it anymore. You and Qin Yin have no chance. Mrs. Qiao wanted to say more, but stopped herself. Forget it. It is enough for him to understand that. Her eyes remained fixed on Cheng Xian's departing back. That silhouette looked familiar. It really seemed to be him, but why would he appear in Yinqing? Cheng Xian soon drove Qin Yin to the hospital where her grandmother was receiving treatment. Before Qin Yin got out of the car, he looked at her and reminded her, call me before you come down. I'll be waiting for you in the building opposite the inpatient department. Qin Yin did not refuse. She gave a quiet then quickly got out of the car. Before leaving, she did not look back, merely lifting her hand in a slight wave to Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian's face was full of amusement. She was still as cool as ever. Once she was alone, Cheng Xian slowly took out the observation journal teacher Gao had given him earlier. There was nothing for Qin Yin to do at the hospital today, yet he had deliberately driven her there, claiming it was on his way. Qin Yin did not understand what he was thinking. Forget it. While waiting for her, reading the observation journal would be quite interesting. He quickly began turning the pages and reading them one by one. After Qin Yin arrived at her grandmother's room, she found that her youngest aunt's family was also there. Qin Yin's face was no longer as cold as before. Only when she was with her grandmother did she feel most at ease. She walked over and politely said, Grandma, I came to visit you. Upon hearing her voice, her grandmother turned around and happily called, Yin Yin, you're here. Come, sit down. Her youngest aunt was also delighted to see Qin Yin. Your grandmother misses you very much. She was just talking about you. After Qin Yin sat down, her grandmother reached over to retrieve something. Your mother brought these over. Keep them safe and don't throw them around. Qin Yin took them and discovered that they were the musical scores she had casually written and thrown away before. Seeing Qin Yin's indifferent attitude toward the scores, Grandma frowned and reminded her, don't just listen and forget. Remember to keep them safe. Don't throw them away. Seeing how much Grandma cared about the item, the others curiously went over to ask Qin Yin, Cousin, what is this? Qin Yin casually stuffed the score into her pocket. Oh, it's nothing. Taking Grandma's hand, Qin Yin reassured her, Grandma, I'm doing very well at school. Don't worry about me. While the grandmother and granddaughter were chatting, Ningqing arrived at just the right moment. Mom, I'm here. Seeing that Ningqing had come alone, Grandma asked, Qin, you didn't come? Ningqing hurriedly spoke for Qin Yu were as busy practicing the violin. Her little aunt found her a world-class master, so she has been working hard to become his student. The younger cousin immediately came over and repeatedly praised her. Second cousin is amazing. Ningqing was so proud her nose nearly rose to the sky. Sitting down, she continued boasting, That's right. I heard that once he returns to Beijing after finishing his world tour, Yuer will become his student. While peeling an apple, the youngest aunt's son thought, a master like that would surely test her skill before deciding whether to accept her. Aunt talks as if it were already certain. She really knows how to brag. After hearing this, Grandma's gaze shifted to Qin Yin. She thought Yin Yin originally also. Grandma stopped herself, then continued asking Ningqing, which master does Yuer want to study under? Ningqing answered with immense pride, Master Wei Lin. I'm sure none of you have ever heard of him. Even people from high society may not have access to a world-class master like him. Ningqing silently added to herself, That's right. Even I only heard about him from Lin Wan. Upon hearing the name Wei Lin, Grandma froze. Her eyes became unfocused, as though she had thought of something. Seeing her strange reaction, Ningqing asked in confusion, Mom, what's wrong? Grandma stroked her chin thoughtfully. Master Wei Lin. The name sounds rather familiar. Afraid Grandma might reveal something, Qin Yin quickly ran to her cousin and snatched a freshly cut apple slice from him, leaving everyone staring at her in confusion. Qin Yin returned to Grandma and smoothly put the apple into her mouth. Grandma, have some apple. Seeing her reaction, Grandma composed herself, gave a soft and quickly cooperated by eating the apple. Ning Qing finally let out a breath of relief. Without giving it much thought, she said, "Oh, is that so? Maybe his name is just similar to that of one of Mom's friends." Feeling somewhat tired, Qin Yin stood and made an excuse to leave. "Grandma, I'm heading back to school first." Grandma looked suspiciously at the granddaughter she had raised with her own hands. Grandma smiled and reminded her, "All right, go on. Remember to study hard. I'm really looking forward to seeing you get into university." Qin Yin promised her with a determined gaze, "Yes, I definitely will." Qin Yin merely nodded to her youngest aunt before quickly leaving. She did not even spare Ning Qing a glance. Lying in bed, Grandma was full of doubts. Back then, a man had come to Ninghai village from Beijing. He stayed in the village for a month and wanted to take Yin Yin as his student. His name seemed to be Wei Lin as well. Not long after Qin Yin left, Ning Qing chased after her. "Why didn't you ask me to attend your parent-teacher meeting today?" Qin Yin answered coldly, "You were busy, Aunt Ning. Is there anything else?" Ning Qing immediately began probing. "How are your relationships with your classmates? I heard the eldest young master of the Qiao family is very close to you. Is that true?" Qin Yin seemed to have run out of patience with this mother. She replied indifferently, "They're all right. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. You should stay with Grandma." Qin Yin sneered inwardly. How ridiculous. I've been at school for so long, and only now she remembers to ask how I'm doing? Watching Qin Yin's retreating figure, Ning Qing's mind filled with calculations. I need to find out more. If the eldest young master of the Qiao family is interested in Qin Yin, Qin Yin did not call Cheng Xian as he had told her to. She was afraid of disturbing him. Yet the moment she came downstairs to the hospital entrance, she saw his car already parked there. She was slightly stunned. Qin Yin seemed to realize something. Perhaps she had seen through his lie that the hospital was on his way and that he had merely given her a ride out of convenience. Qin Yin suddenly felt a little touched and unconsciously smiled. Cheng Xian noticed her as well. He quickly lowered the car window and looked at her affectionately. "Baby, get in." The car sped away from the hospital. When Cheng Xian's car pulled up, a burly young man in dark sunglasses ran out excitedly. "Young Master Xian, you're finally back." The young man in sunglasses stood solemnly in front of the car and prepared to report the investigation results to him. Just as the young man began speaking, he stopped short upon seeing a slender feminine hand elegantly push open the car door from inside. Carrying an imposing aura, Qin Yin gracefully walked straight in. Seeing a girl step out of Cheng Xian's car, the young man in sunglasses stared in utter shock, as if such a thing had never happened before. He stammered, unable to form a sentence. "Hey, girl." As Qin Yin walked past him, she gave him a faint glance. Her icy expression only further highlighted her commanding presence. The young man continued screaming internally. There was actually a girl in young Master Xian's car. This was a first in history. Oh my God. Qin Yin lifted a hand to brush back her wind-blown hair and casually left Cheng Xian with a sentence. "Thank you. I'll cook dinner tonight." He nodded faintly at her. See you tonight." He then turned to the young man in sunglasses and asked, "Cheng Mu, did you bring what I told you to bring?" Cheng Mu answered instinctively, Yes, I brought it." His gaze remained fixed on Qin Yin's departing figure. Who is that girl? She is unbelievably aloof. She did not even bother paying attention to young Master Xian. After returning to her dormitory, Qin Yin sat on her bed, took out her laptop, and began browsing. Seeing that she was online, her partner hurriedly sent her a message. "Wow, you finally contacted me. Are you feeling better now? Can you take assignments?" Qin Yin typed with her slender fingers. "I remember receiving a 10 million assignment a few days ago, didn't I? That assignment was an exception. You can probably take other assignments next month." Her partner was overjoyed to hear that she was accepting work. "Really? You disappeared for over a year. I was afraid you truly intended to leave the detective agency. You are our ace, one of the agency's founding veterans, like a lone wolf." Qin Yin humbly replied, "You're overthinking it. I'm only short of money right now." "Oh, is that so? As long as you accept assignments, anything is fine. By the way, didn't you say you were going to Beijing?" When are you going? Qin Yin sighed before replying. Something came up. I probably won't be able to go until next year. To briefly explain, the detective agency Qin Yin belongs to, the headquarters of Detective Agency 129 is in Beijing. It is rumored to have ties to the dark web. Whether a case is cross-border or international, as long as the agency is involved, every case and piece of information will be uncovered. Detective Agency 129 is also extremely difficult to join. Even professional experts flock to it, so the competition is fierce. Qin Yin's alias there is LV, the Lone Wolf. She is also a founding member of Detective Agency 129. Since joining the agency around 4 years ago, she has successfully completed 100% of her missions. Her true identity remains a mystery within the organization. After chatting with her partner, it was time for her part-time job. She closed her laptop. It was time to go to the infirmary and cook for him. Inside the infirmary, Lin Jingzhao was leisurely sitting in his office playing a battle arena game, while Qin Yin carried a stack of bowls into the kitchen. Cheng Mu had not left yet. He came in from outside and asked, "Where did young Master Chen go?" Still completely absorbed in his game, Lin Jingzhao answered indifferently, "Oh, he went to see Principal Su." Cheng Mu leaned close to Lin Jingzhao's ear and whispered, "There's news from the team." Before he could finish, Lin Jingzhao cut him off. "No need to investigate any further." Cheng Mu hurriedly asked in confusion, "Why not?" At that moment, Chang Xian walked in and casually said, "Because we've found LV." Standing nearby, Qin Yin was startled by the conversation and coughed several times. The bowls in her hands slipped to the floor in shock with a crash, shattering into pieces. She stared at the broken shards on the floor, unsure what to do. Hearing the noise, Chang Xian hurried out to see what had happened. Once Qin Yin regained her composure, she slowly crouched down to pick up the pieces. Worried, he came over and began picking them up as well. "Don't move. Let me handle it." Qin Yin shook her head and answered lightly, "It's fine. I can do it." Her heart stirred slightly after hearing Chang Xian say they had found LV. Could they have traced her whereabouts? Suppressing her agitation, she went into the kitchen to cook. Before long, Qin Yin had prepared a lavish meal. She ate very little and quickly finished. Seeing that she wanted to leave, Chang Xian spoke up. "Yin Yin, wait a moment. I have something for you." Chang Xian went to the table, took out a workbook, and handed it to her. "Teacher Gao asked me to supervise your studies, so I brought you some exercise books. Take them back and have a look." She stared blankly at the workbook in his hand. "No, I don't need it." Chang Xian suddenly turned serious. Leaning close to her, he spoke with a stern gaze. "No, I promised Teacher Gao that I would take care of you." Being so close to him made her suddenly feel extremely nervous. In the end, she could only helplessly compromise and accept the workbook. "All right, I understand." Afraid the situation was not entertaining enough, Lin Jingzhao laughed and teased her. "Lin Yin, don't tell me you only write down the answers to save yourself trouble." When the two of them turned serious faces toward him, Lin Jingzhao immediately backed down. I was wrong. Can't I just keep quiet?" Still, Lin Jingzhao was immensely indignant as he turned away and pouted. Who could have imagined that young Master Chen would make such a fuss over some study materials? The people in the capital would probably think they were fighting over some important classified documents. Filled with curiosity, Cheng Mu asked in a low voice, "Sixth young master, who is that girl?" Lin Jingzhao quietly warned him, "Don't provoke her if you have no reason to. She is the woman in your crown prince's heart." Hearing that, Cheng Mu stroked his chin and began analyzing the matter. There were many women in Beijing pursuing young Master Xian, including his own goddess. Yet none of them could compare to a senior year student. Still, those women truly were not as pretty as this girl. After finishing her work, Qin Yin returned to the classroom. Just then, she ran into her desk mate, who immediately followed her. "Yin Yin, hurry up. Those study guides are selling like hotcakes. If we're late, we won't be able to buy them." While walking, her desk mate suddenly remembered something and excitedly turned to Qin Yin. "All right, Yin Yin, I heard Wei Ziheng is transferring to our school soon." Qin Yin merely responded with an "oh." She thought to herself that she seemed to have received a message from him about it before. As Qin Yin walked on, she accidentally heard Qin Yu's voice behind her. "Auntie, did you come to visit Principal Su?" Behind them, Chinyu was walking to school with Aunt Lin. However, Aunt Lin had only met Principal Su's assistant. She comforted herself inwardly. Even in the capital, many people lined up just for a chance to meet Mr. Su. It was perfectly normal that I could not meet him today. It's all right. I can come greet him another time. Just then, she noticed a luxury car pulling up. The license plate looked familiar. She wondered, is that a Beijing license plate? Could this be Principal Su's car? When the car saw Qin Yin, it immediately stopped. Qin Yin recognized him as well, so she casually greeted him. Hello, Principal Su. Qin Yin's words made Qin Yu and Aunt Lin, standing behind her, break out in cold sweat. They exclaimed in unison, "It really is Principal Su's car?" Principal Su rolled down the window and looked kindly at Qin Yin. Are you going out to eat? If so, get in. We can eat together. Qin Yin quickly declined. Thank you, Principal Su, but my desk mate and I need to buy some reference books. We'll take a rain check. Principal Su did not force her. He quickly nodded in agreement, but before leaving, he still reminded them, you girls should return to the dormitory early. After Principal Su left, Qin Yin's desk mate's heart was still pounding fiercely, especially after witnessing Qin Yin's unbelievably calm exchange with him. Yin Yin, that was Principal Su. Weren't you nervous? Qin Yin was speechless at the question and replied very briefly. He's gone already. Qin Yu, who had witnessed the scene from behind, felt deeply uncomfortable. Andy, let's go back. Principal Su was probably only showing concern for a transfer student. Aunt Lin looked at Qin Yin more deeply. All right. Qin Yu suddenly felt worried and uneasy. I must be overthinking it. Why would someone like Principal Su care about a wild girl like Qin Yin? After buying the reference books, Qin Yin's desk mate was thrilled. Striking an exaggerated pose, she said, Yin Yin, it's lucky we came quickly. We were fortunate enough to get the last 2 copies. We really got lucky. As the two passed by a nearby alley, they discovered a group of boys surrounding a female student ahead. Long time no see, classmate phone. Looking at that uniform, it seems you're studying at number 1 high school now. Qin Yin's gaze swept over the group of boys. She had always hated people like this, those who acted as though they ruled the world and bullied others. Her desk mate worriedly tugged on Qin Yin's sleeve and whispered, Yin Yin, let's go back first and call security. The girl surrounded by the boys was Feng Mingyue. At that moment, Feng Mingyue was trembling with fear, unsure how she could escape. A fierce-looking thug stepped in front of her, his unpleasant voice ringing out. Feng Mingyue, after hurting me like that, you still dare to attend number 1 high school as though nothing happened? Another guy chimed in, haha, Brother Su, be careful not to ruin her pretty face. Suddenly, after taking a closer look at the person being surrounded by those boys, the desk mate covered her mouth in alarm. That seems to be Mingyue. Without another thought, Qin Yin quickly tossed her books to her desk mate. Her friend caught them, confusion filling her eyes. Yin Yin, what are you planning to do? Qin Yin stared coldly at the boys and spoke only 4 words. Hold these for me. Her desk mate bit down hard with worry. She quickly made a decision, turning to leave as she said, Yin Yin, don't do anything reckless. I'll go back to school and get security. I'll be right back. Qin Yin did not answer. She marched toward the alley where the boys were standing, thinking silently, Grandma, I promised you that I would study hard and become a good person. But I'm not the kind of person who can stand by and watch someone die without helping. Inside the alley, Feng Mingyue was trembling as the man grabbed her by the hair. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Hearing them, the leader turned around. When he saw that the approaching person was only a female student, his vicious face twisted as he shouted, What are you looking at? Qin Yin did not answer. She merely curled her lips into a cold smile, as though announcing that their end had come. Looking at these delinquent scum, disgust flashed in Qin Yin's eyes. Grandma, I am sorry. I have to break my promise to you. I can't be a good person anymore. 2 ignorant fools stepped forward and taunted Qin Yin. Yo, another pretty girl delivering herself to us? She feels different from the one inside. Perfect, we can have a taste. A murderous aura radiated from Qin Yin as she asked coldly, Su Shun, do you remember what I told you? If you see me in the future, stay out of my way. The 2 small-time punks still had no idea that danger was closing in. They looked down on Qin Yin and sneered. Well, you even know Su Shun? Perfect timing. Let's have some fun together. Don't tell me she's Su Shun's ex-girlfriend and is jealous. As Qin Yin drew closer, the buzzcut thug was so captivated by her beauty that he practically drooled. He slowly reached out, intending to touch her. Haha, let me have a look. Before his hand could touch even a strand of Qin Yin's hair, her thunderous fist struck him squarely in the face. She was incredibly fast and precise, and he only had time to cry out one word. Damn! Only then did the other thug realize that Qin Yin was no helpless, delicate girl. Seeing his companion get beaten up, he furiously swung his fist at her. You bitch, just wait until I... When his fist was only 3 centimeters from Qin Yin's face, she merely leaned back slightly, effortlessly evading his attack. Seizing the moment, Qin Yin counterattacked. With one hand, she easily caught and stopped his arm. She was not finished yet. Qin Yin tightened her grip on his wrist, and a crisp cracking sound rang out in the air. With the gaze of a killing god, Qin Yin showed no mercy as she twisted his arm behind his back. The man's face went from green to white with pain, sweat pouring down his face. Let go. You're gonna break my arm. Qin Yin flung him away, and he immediately sprawled face down on the ground. After dealing with the 2 of them, she slowly walked toward the remaining 3. When Feng Mingwei saw that Qin Yin had come to rescue her, she could not hide her delight. In contrast, after witnessing Qin Yin's impressive skills, the other youths became somewhat intimidated. One of them pointed at Qin Yin and shouted, "Take one more step closer, and I won't be polite to her." Without saying a word, Qin Yin sidestepped toward their leader and caught the blade in her bare hand. Seeing her take such a reckless action, Feng Mingwei anxiously called out, "Nian Nian," as Qin Yin's imposing aura grew stronger. The leader was immediately intimidated and fearfully let go of the knife handle. He staggered several steps backward until his body was pressed against the wall. Qin Yin spun the knife in her hand and casually tossed it aside. It clattered onto the ground. Seeing that Qin Yin was unarmed, the leader gave a sinister smile. He stood in front of her and ordered his lackeys, "All of you, get back and keep an eye on Feng Mingwei for me." Spotting a stone nearby, he quickly bent down and picked it up. He was smug, thinking Qin Yin was easy prey. Qin Yin, I won't lose to you like I did in Ninghai Town. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Seeing how much he liked to show off, Qin Yin quickly stepped back to build momentum. While the man was still laughing, she sent him flying with a long, powerful kick. Her movement was not only cool, but also breathtakingly graceful. Under the force of her kick, the man spat blood. Seeing their boss flatten on the ground, the 2 lackeys guarding Feng Mingwei hurried over in fear. "Brother Su, are you all right?" Even Feng Mingwei was stunned by Qin Yin's overwhelming presence. Qin Yin quickly shifted her attention to the remaining 2. Seeing her approach, one of them repeatedly backed away, still trying to act tough. What do you want?" Qin Yin could not be bothered to waste words on them. With one hand, she grabbed the man's entire face. Before he could understand what was happening, Qin Yin slammed his head against the wall. She did not stop there. Without a single unnecessary movement, her long leg shot out and kicked the other man squarely in the face. After taking care of everyone, Qin Yin slowly walked toward the leader. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and called her name. Qin Yin. Qin Yin acted decisively and without hesitation. Domineeringly, she stepped on the leader's arm and ground her foot against it several times. His miserable screams echoed through the alley. She gave a cold laugh and questioned him. "When we were in Ninghai Town, I warned you not to provoke Feng Mingwei. Why didn't you listen?" Suddenly, the warning siren of an approaching police car sounded behind Qin Yin. She frowned and looked back. Someone had called the police. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, Qin Yu approached Ning Qing with an innocent-looking expression. "Mom, one of my classmates texted me and said it looks like my sister got into a fight. She was even taken to the police station." Qin Yu smugly covered her mouth and thought to herself, Qin Yin, I knew you would cause trouble." Ning Qing was applying a clay face mask. Hearing this, her face filled with shock, her eyes widening. "What? That troublesome girl never stops worrying people. I'll go to the police station first. Don't tell your father or Anne about this yet." Ning Qing quickly washed her face and rushed outside, still fuming. That damn girl. Why does she cause trouble every single day? At the Yun City Public Security Bureau, a police officer held a stack of witness statements and repeatedly questioned Qin Yin. "You're Qin Yin, right? Tell me your parents' contact information and why you assaulted them." She leaned casually against her chair, her her gaze drifting to her right hand as she replied indifferently. I just didn't like the sight of him. The officer picked up another document and raised his voice. The injury assessment report is out. You beat someone so badly, yet you're still proud of it. At that moment, a female officer pushed open the door, her face covered in sweat. Officer Lee, the victim's family is here, but before she could finish, a shrill cry came from outside, drawing both Chin Yin's and Officer Lee's attention. Who beat up my precious grandson? Where is she? The female officer was still trying to explain. Ma'am, we haven't completed the procedures yet. Please don't rush. The elderly woman immediately cut her off. I don't care, she shouted furiously. Bring out the person who hurt my precious grandson right now. Ning Qing soon arrived at the police station as well. She pushed open the door and anxiously asked an officer, Hello, I'm Qin Yin's mother. Where's my daughter? The officer answered coldly. She's still being questioned inside. But is this how you teach your daughter? Ning Qing angrily raised a hand to her mouth and bit her nail, thinking, this is so embarrassing. I don't want to deal with her at all. The officer added, Your daughter refuses to admit fault or cooperate. If this continues, she will be placed in detention. Ning Qing's face turned pale in shock. Covering her mouth, she stammered, Tiefson, let me go in and talk to her. As Ning Qing walked down the corridor, she quickly recognized the elderly woman, which made her face grow even paler. Mrs. Su? Could it really be such a coincidence? Did Qin Yin beat up Teacher Su's grandson? Ning Qing went over and spoke to her. Mrs. Su, do you remember me? My daughter studied violin with your son for a while. Only then did Mrs. Su look at Ning Qing. Oh, it's you. Ning Qing put on an apologetic expression. Mrs. Su, we can discuss this calmly. How much money do you want? Mrs. Su angrily interrupted her. Who wants your money? Your daughter dared to hurt my grandson, so I want her sent to prison. Her face dark with rage. Mrs. Su immediately took out her phone. Just wait. I'll call Deputy Director Shun right now. The police officer standing behind her added, Your daughter beat their child badly. If they want to contact our superiors, there's nothing I can do about it. Go see your daughter first. Holding back her anger, Ning Qing rushed toward Qin Yin. The moment she entered, without asking what had happened, she began shouting at her. Hearing Ning Qing's voice, Qin Yin turned around in slight surprise. Why are you here? She wondered who had called Ning Qing. She had already had a way to resolve this matter. Ning Qing immediately berated her. Your grades are bad enough, and now you dare to beat up Su Shin? Teacher Su treated you so well. Don't you feel guilty toward him? If they make you take responsibility, your entire life will be ruined. Qin Yin merely gave an indifferent "oh." Seeing her uncooperative attitude, Ning Qing had no choice but to suppress her anger and say, Come with me and apologize to Mrs. Su. It will be best if they don't pursue this any further. But if they do, she stopped there and silently thought, otherwise, that girl will make the Lin family lose all its dignity. It would be better to send her abroad, out of sight, out of mind. Ning Qing led the way out, and Qin Yin slowly followed. Ning Qing bent over with an awkward smile. Mrs. Su, I'm very sorry. My daughter did not do it intentionally. Seeing Qin Yin standing there motionlessly, Ning Qing pinched her waist, signaling for her to lower her head and admit her mistake. Yet Qin Yin remained still and ignored her. Mrs. Su's brows drew together in anger, determined not to let the matter end here. Nothing you say now is any use. My grandson is still in the hospital. Let me tell you, we will pursue this to the very end. Ning Qing still wanted to plead with her. Mrs. Su, please, for the sake of... Before she could finish, the phone in her bag rang. She stopped and took it out to answer, but immediately panicked upon hearing the caller. What? Jin Xian, you said you're outside the police station? Less than 2 minutes later, Lin Jin Xian and Qin Yu entered. Mom, my brother and I are here. Ning Qing's face darkened as she displeasedly glanced at Qin Yin. She had intended to hide Qin Yin's detention from the Lin family, but she did not understand how Lin Jinxian had come here. This time, she feared she would be utterly humiliated. Lin Jinxian walked up to Ning Qing and asked, Annie, what happened? Ning Qing put on a pitiful expression and quickly explained that Qin Yin had injured someone. Jinxian, think of a way to help your aunt. They're all students. It wouldn't be good to make such a big fuss. Ning Qing inwardly sighed in relief. Wonderful. Help has arrived. Mrs. Su, seeing that the other side had more people now, was not intimidated in the least. She spoke firmly. Are you all Qin Yin's family? Let me tell you, This cannot be settled privately. She must go to prison. That's right. You must give us an explanation. Just look at how seductive that girl is. How could she possibly be a good person? Seeing that it was time to display her acting skills, Chinyu stepped forward and sweetly said, "Uncles and aunties, my sister isn't an unreasonable person. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter." Then she held Lin Jinchuan's arm and said softly, "Brother, Mom, if they refuse to settle privately, then let's handle it through official channels." Chinyu looked at Qin Yin with little goodwill. Sister probably does not want to bring more trouble upon our family either. If grandmother finds out, she trailed off, wearing a smug, sinister smile. Qin Yin, you're finished this time. Qin Yin naturally understood the hidden meaning in Qin Yu's words. Her entire body radiated killing intent as she stared directly at her. Mrs. Su was further angered by Qin Yu's words. Your grandmother loves you. Do you think I don't love my own grandson? Seeing how agitated she was, the female officer beside her hurriedly advised, Mrs. Su, please calm down. Just as Mrs. Su's fist was about to hit Qin Yin, Feng Mingwei arrived in time. Looking around at everyone, she spoke slowly. There really is more to this matter. Qin Yin was afraid Feng Mingwei would be hurt, so she turned back and shouted, Do you want Feng Mingwei? Go home. Feng Mingwei hesitated slightly, but she was determined to protect Qin Yin to the end, just as Qin Yin had always protected her. Since you all want to handle this according to the law, then I want to handle it according to the law too. Qin Yin's face was full of concern as she loudly said, Feng Mingwei, don't. Go home. Feng Mingwei's expression was extremely resolute. She walked up to an officer and asked forcefully, Officer, what crime is it to assault and violate an underage girl? After Feng Mingwei said this, the atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence. Qin Yin reached out to stop her. Don't say any more, Feng Mingwei. But Feng Mingwei had decided to face this matter to the end. She sidestepped Qin Yin's outstretched hand and, looking at the people before her, replied without hesitation in a firm voice, Qin Yin did nothing wrong. She only took on that burden to teach this scumbag a lesson for me, so she does not need to apologize to anyone. Mrs. Su and her family were not to be outdone. Every one of them immediately flared up and argued back. What nonsense are you talking about? How can a girl be so shameless as to say something like that? That's right. What are you implying? My grandson is not that kind of person. Feng Mingwei gave a cold laugh, determined to press the issue. There are surveillance cameras at the bookstore intersection, and 3 years ago, in Ninghai Town, he already had a prior record. You only need to investigate to find out whether I'm telling the truth. She looked toward the Su family and the nearby officers before continuing. I'm very glad you chose to handle this publicly this time. Officer, you still haven't told me what this crime is. Seeing her firm attitude, the officer was startled, but quickly answered, At best, it carries a few months of detention. At worst, 3 to 5 years in prison. Upon hearing the possible sentence, the Su family's faces darkened, and their expressions became extremely tense. They secretly wondered, why hasn't Deputy Director Shen arrived yet? We're in trouble now. What should we do? Seeing the changes in the Su family's expressions, Lin Jinxian seemed to guess something. He walked over to the nearby officer and said, Officer, please send someone to review the surveillance footage first. Also, the case records from Ninghai Town should be transferred here for comparison. The officer nodded. All right, please come with me to give your statements again. Lin Jinxian looked sternly at Ning Qing and Qin Yu. I think we should love and trust our children more, rather than listening only to one side of the story. Don't you agree? Ning Qing went rigid, not knowing how to respond, because despite being Qin Yin's mother, she had never truly trusted her daughter. As for Qin Yu, she was deeply anxious because events were not unfolding as she had expected. She cursed inwardly, damn it, how could this happen? Inside the statement room, as everyone sat waiting for the matter to be resolved, an important-looking middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. Seeing him, an officer walked over to greet him. Hello, Deputy Director Shen. Mrs. Su's eyes lit up with joy when she saw the Su family savior arrive. Deputy Director Shen, you came at just the right time. That little brat beat my grandson so badly. You absolutely cannot let her off. Deputy Director Shun walked over and sat beside Mrs. Su, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Ma'am, sit down first. Leave this matter to me. Mrs. Su's face immediately filled with delight. With you here, I can finally relax. Their threats scared this old woman half to death. He approached Qin Yin's family and said calmly, I just received a call from the hospital. Young master, Su has suffered a level 2 injury. Your child's actions were excessive, even in self-defense. Lin Jinxian could not accept this and stood to refute him. Deputy Director Shen, Su Shen, was the one who deliberately used violence first. Qin Yin was only defending herself. He quickly recognized Lin Jinxuan's identity, but he did not show much regard for it. Oh, so it's young Master Lin. I already know what happened, but Su Shen is still in the hospital and cannot give a statement, so I cannot release anyone yet. Please don't blame me, young Master Lin. I'm simply following procedure. Seeing that the man seemed difficult to deal with, Ning Qing turned and quietly asked, Jin Xian, who is he? Jin Xuan's expression was displeased as he gritted his teeth. He is Yun City's deputy director Shun. The Lin family has no connection with him. Don't worry, I'll ask someone to see whether they have any useful connections. Lin Jin Xian inwardly cursed. What a fine excuse, claiming he was following procedure. He was clearly throwing his weight around. Deputy Director Shun relied on his position to pressure Lin Jinxian. Since young Master Lin insists on following procedure, then without a statement, no one could be released on bail. Take all of them into custody for now. Sitting beside him, Mrs. Su looked extremely smug, a nasty smile spreading across her face now that she had someone backing her. Faced with his firm attitude, Lin Jinxian was furious but unable to do anything. This was becoming difficult. It seemed unlikely that they would be able to bring Qin Yin home tonight. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. A young female officer entered. May I ask which one of you is Miss Qin Yin? Director Jiang has asked you to come to headquarters. Qin Yin stood up and replied calmly, That's me. She wondered why Director Jiang had summoned her. I don't think I know anyone surnamed Jiang. Who exactly is this person? The moment Director Shun heard that name, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically, and he shot to his feet. Director Jiang, he murmured. Could it be Jiang Hui? No, it can't possibly be him. The policewoman completely ignored Director Shun, leaving him awkward and embarrassed. He thought nervously, if it really is Director Jiang, I won't get implicated, will I? The policewoman was somewhat wary of Qin Ran and respectfully led her away. Miss Qin, this way, please. On Director Jiang's side, when he saw Cheng Wan's anxious expression, he smiled teasingly. Sit down first. I've already sent someone to investigate. Seeing how worried you are, I thought something serious had happened. Although he said that aloud, he thought differently inside. He truly could not afford to delay when it came to this man. Yet it turned out to be nothing more than a dispute among high school students. Lin Zhaojing and the young man in sunglasses strongly agreed with Director Jiang. The two nodded repeatedly in unspoken agreement, though neither dared say it aloud. They both thought, isn't that right? He can settle everything with one phone call. Yet he still had to drag Jiang Hui into this. The young man in sunglasses sighed inwardly. If Cheng Wan had lived in ancient times, he would definitely have been a foolish ruler obsessed with a beauty. Cheng Wan leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the door as he waited for her. He replied casually, Uncle Jiang, I'll have to thank you properly later. If you weren't in Yin City, this really would have been difficult to handle. Director Jiang smiled kindly. All right, stop making fun of me. Everyone knows the old man sent me here. I just don't know when he'll calm down and let me return to Beijing. I miss Beijing. Cheng Wan sighed softly upon hearing this. The conflict between the old man and Uncle Jiang was indeed too deep for him to interfere in. Cheng Wan had learned that Qin Ran was being held at the police station because Lin Zhaojing had not seen her come over to cook as usual. Lin Zhaojing had grumbled, Why hasn't Miss Qin come yet? Cheng Wan had called Principal Su while answering. She messaged me to say that something came up and she needed to take leave. But she didn't reply when I texted her back. Someone had answered the phone on the other end. After Cheng Wan asked about Qin Ran's situation, his face darkened. What? Principal Su, where did you say Qin Ran is? Although Lin Zhaojing, who was standing beside him, could not hear the conversation between Principal Su and Chungwon. He knew something was wrong from Chungwon's expression. He asked anxiously, "What happened to Miss Chin?" Chungwon loosened his tie. He felt hotter than ever as he issued a stern order. "Contact Jiang Dongye's uncle immediately. Jiang Hui is currently in Yun City." Seeing Chungwon's serious expression, Lin Zhaojing did not ask further questions and hurried away. "I'll contact him right away." Recalling that moment, Chungwon could not help sighing. They had just told Principal Su to change Chin Ran's emergency contact number to his, and something had immediately happened. It really was fate. There was a knock on the door outside, followed by the policewoman's voice. "Director Jiang, Miss Chin is here." Hearing that she had arrived, Chungwon turned anxiously to see whether she had been hurt. Chin Ran also noticed him. Her brows drew together slightly, and an indescribable warmth stirred in her heart. Although she had hidden her injured hand behind her back to keep him from worrying, his attentiveness toward her made him notice at once that something was wrong. He walked over, looked directly into her eyes, and said only 2 words, "Right hand." Though the words were brief, Chin Ran was perceptive enough to hear all the concern behind them. Seeing his firm gaze fixed on her, Chin Ran suddenly felt pressured, and sweat formed on her face. How did he know her hand was injured? There had been so many people there earlier, yet no one had noticed. Chin Ran knew she could not hide it from him. Faced with his overwhelming presence, she could only compromise. Somewhat helpless before this forceful man, she slowly brought her injured hand forward. When Chungwon saw the wound on her hand, his eyes widened in distress. He gently took her injured hand, perhaps afraid that he might hurt her. After a moment, he ordered his subordinate, his voice icy cold. "Chungmu, bring the first aid kit from my car." Hearing Chungwon's frigid tone, Chungmu shuddered and quickly obeyed. "Yes, young master." When Chungmu saw Chin Ran's injured hand, he sighed inwardly. Where had this girl gotten such a serious wound? And she had not cried or made a fuss at all. She was truly impressive. However, it seemed that young Master Chung was about to lose his temper. With pain in his eyes, Chungwon looked at the most sensible girl he had ever known. "Come inside first, Lin Zhaojing." Seeing that Chin Ran was hurt, Lin Zhaojing's eyes filled with concern. He stood up abruptly and asked, "What happened?" He walked behind her and demanded loudly, "Miss Chin, how did you get injured like this?" Chin Ran felt a faint warmth in her heart when she heard how worried he was. "It's nothing. Sit down first." Director Jiang studied Chungwon's gloomy expression and was startled. In all these years, he had never seen Chungwon look like this. It seemed this girl was very important to him. Realizing that the matter was taking a bad turn, Director Jiang slammed his hand on the table and asked his subordinate, "Didn't I tell you to contact the bureau chief? Where is he?" The subordinate was drenched in sweat. "Igriegajis." The bureau chief said he would arrive immediately. "Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives." A certain bureau chief entered the room. Seeing so many people, he asked, "Director Jiang, you came to inspect the station so late at night? You've worked hard. But who are these people?" Director Jiang replied with a stern face, "There was a case early this morning. I merely wanted to understand the situation." The officer who had originally handled the matter immediately gave his statement. "This is what happened. Around 7 o'clock this evening, on Sanhao Road near First High School, the male officer recounted every statement they had taken in one breath. When he finished, the pressure had left his forehead soaked with sweat, and he had to wipe it with a handkerchief. Yes, that is roughly what happened." The bureau chief was clearly dissatisfied after hearing it. He pointed at him and demanded loudly, "That's all? Then how did this girl's hand get hurt? Did she behave aggressively when you questioned her?" Seeing how cold and tense the atmosphere was, the bureau chief became nervous and continued, "Director Jiang, everyone, please rest assured. We will handle this impartially until the truth is uncovered. We absolutely will not let anyone off." Lin Zhaojing gave a cold laugh. "We also intend to handle this impartially. But speaking personally, our young master is very unhappy right now." "Where are they?" Elsewhere, Ning Qing had waited a long time without seeing Chin Ran return. Eager to go home and rest, she suggested to Lin Jinxian, "It's so late. Why don't we go home first?" An unhappy look appeared on Lin Jinshuan's face. He bluntly questioned her. "Chin Ran was taken away and hasn't returned yet. Aren't you going to wait for her? You can take Chin Yu home first, and I'll look for Chin Ran to discuss this matter." With Lin Jinxian having said that, Ning Qing could do nothing but agree reluctantly. "All right, I'll stay here and wait for you two to return. Be careful on the way." After she was left waiting alone, Ning Qing felt extremely uneasy. She shrank into herself, avoiding everyone's eyes. Once Lin Jinxian had left, Deputy Director Shen quietly said to Madame Su, "Regarding this matter, Su Shen may also be at fault. It would be best to reconcile with them. I was only trying to scare them earlier." Madame Su naturally understood what he meant, but she still looked smug, even hoping to gain a substantial sum from this. "Even if we reconcile, my grandson has been seriously injured. I still need a large amount of compensation." She immediately put on an angry expression and pointed at Ning Qing. "It's not impossible to settle this privately, but the compensation must be in accordance with regulations. Medical expenses and compensation for my grandson's emotional distress cannot be short by even a cent." Ning Qing forced a smile. All right. We'll pay whatever compensation is required, as long as my daughter does not end up with a criminal record. Everything can be discussed." Just then, Deputy Director Shen's phone rang. When he saw that it was his superior, the bureau chief, calling, he had a bad feeling. Why was the bureau chief calling him? No one knew what the other person said, but sweat immediately covered his face. His complexion went from pale to green as he repeatedly answered, "Chief, yes. All right, I understand." After hanging up, he was filled with fear. This was bad. Madame Su had really dragged him into a disaster this time. Seeing him rise tensely as though to leave, Madame Su asked in confusion, "Deputy Director Shun, what's wrong?" He replied coldly, "The bureau chief is here." Before he could even go outside to receive him, Lin Zhaojing walked in. The police officers present were shocked by the sight and whispered among themselves, "Who is that man?" Even the bureau chief has to walk behind him. As soon as Lin Zhaojing entered, he sneered, "There are quite a lot of people here." Suddenly, he spotted Feng Minghua sitting on a bench in the hallway. She looked very nervous. His expression darkened, and he immediately walked over. The bureau chief raised a hand and called out, "Sixth young master." Lin Zhaojing stopped in front of where Feng Minghua was sitting. His gentle, warm voice sounded, "You're Qin Ran's friend, aren't you?" Hearing him, Feng Minghua slowly lifted her head. Before her was the reassuring image of a young man. He smiled gently and held out his hand to her. His soft voice sounded again, "Come on, let me take you to find her." Lin Zhaojing's cold voice rang out, "I'll take her away first. Our lawyer will be here shortly. I hope something like this never happens again." Seeing how cold he was, the bureau chief became anxious and smiled ingratiatingly. All right. I understand, sixth young master." Seeing Feng Minghua being led away, Madame Su was displeased and loudly demanded, "What is going on? Who is that man? And why does he have so much authority? When will the Lin family compensate us?" The bureau chief had been holding back his anger with nowhere to vent it. Madame Su's thoughtless words happened to provoke him. His face darkened as he shouted, "You still want compensation? Let me tell you this. You should be grateful if selling your entire house is enough to make them agree to a settlement." Madame Su's expression changed. She could not believe what she had heard. "What do you mean by that?" The bureau chief glared fiercely at his subordinate. "Director Jiang takes this case very seriously. Handle it carefully or your career will be over." Deputy Director Shin nearly collapsed in fear. Yes, I will certainly do my utmost." Only then did Madame Su understand what fear was. She nervously asked Deputy Director Shan, "Who is this Director Jiang the bureau chief mentioned?" Since he had been reprimanded because of the Su family, his voice was equally resentful. "Director Jiang, Zhang Yui, the man who is often featured on the Yun City news. The Su family has truly ruined me this time." Seeing the bureau chief leave, he hurried after him. He thought bitterly, "I have a decent relationship with old Su. I thought this was just an ordinary dispute between students, so I came to help with a few procedures. I never expected to land myself in such enormous trouble." Madame Su was so nervous that she pressed both hands to her chest to calm herself. This time, she had walked straight into a pit of fire. What was she supposed to do? She needed to ask her son as soon as possible how to handle this. Ning Qing anxiously approached a police officer and asked, "Officer, what is the situation now? Are you Qin Ran's guardian? Don't worry, your daughter has already left the police station. The bureau chief is handling the matter now." Ning Qing rested her chin on her hand and thought. The bureau chief was handling it, but what did it have to do with him? She did not even know Deputy Director Shan, let alone the bureau chief. Early the next morning, at the Lin residence, Ning Qing brought a cup of tea to the Su family member who had come to visit. She thought anxiously, "I haven't even gathered enough money to compensate Su Rao, yet they have already come to our door. This is over." The Su family man was no less nervous. He sat there, trying to think of a way to obtain a settlement. What should he do? Su Shan had made such a huge mistake. How could he possibly beg for forgiveness? Seeing that he remained silent, Ning Qing spoke first. Teacher Su, it has been many years since we last met. You know what kind of child Qin Ran is. Ning Qing continued complaining about Qin Ran. She has lacked patience since childhood. She started learning the violin earlier than Qin Yu, but she never studied seriously. Now she has even caused trouble for you. It's really embarrassing. Ning Qing wanted to continue, but the man raised a hand to stop her. Madam Lin, wait. Teacher Su's next words made Ning Qing go stiff. Who said Qin Ran did not work hard at the violin? She clearly. At that point, Teacher Su suddenly stopped, recalling the image of Qin Ran playing the violin. She had clearly reached a professional level. She was also his most beloved student. Whether in the past, present, or future, he would never encounter another student more talented than her. But Teacher Su did not say those words aloud. He quickly changed the subject. It is all my son's fault. I hope this matter can be resolved privately. Please tell the bureau chief not to pursue it any further. I have already taught him a lesson. Teacher Su took out a check and continued. I heard Ranran's hand was injured. Please give this compensation to her for me. She probably does not want to see me again. I am truly sorry. Ning Qing froze as the situation reversed. What? How could this be? Teacher Su blamed himself. Ranran's hand must not suffer any lasting damage. Only then did Ning Qing realize that she had wrongly blamed Qin Ran. Qin Ran truly had done nothing wrong. She had not listened to the girl's explanation and had only known how to blame her. She had not even known that Qin Ran was injured. Madam Lin, I'll be leaving now. Please make sure to apologize to Ran on my behalf. Ning Qing looked blank and had no mind left for anything. She replied faintly, all right, take care. Upstairs, the housekeeper came to report what he had overheard to old Madam Lin. Madam, someone from the Su family came to see Madam just now. They mentioned something about the bureau chief. Hearing this, old Madam Lin sneered with obvious satisfaction. She even provoked the bureau chief. Ning Qing, you really did give birth to such a wonderful daughter. I would like to see how you clean up this mess. Though she said that, for the Lin family's reputation, she still had to pay Mayor Feng a visit. After Qin Ran opened her eyes, she saw a somewhat familiar setting. She murmured softly, am I in the infirmary? Cheng Wan had been reading when he saw her awaken. He came over and asked with concern, you're awake? Let me see your hand. Hearing his voice, Qin Ran sat up while holding her head. Only then did she understand why she was here. This man had insisted the previous night that she stay in the school infirmary so her injury could be monitored. Seeing how exhausted he looked, she became suspicious. Had he stayed up all night just to take care of her? Chengwan took her hand and changed her dressing again. In a voice warm enough only for her, he said, I requested leave for you, so after the dressing is changed, you can rest here. I'll change it again tonight. When his hand touched hers, Qin Ran felt as if warmth flowed from his hand into her body. Her heartbeat skipped a beat. Thank you. Chengwan looked deeply into her eyes and smiled. You don't need to be so polite with me. To make her stop keeping her distance from him, he casually found an excuse. I promised your homeroom teacher that I would take good care of you. Yet he sighed inwardly. Ran, when will you accept my kindness without me needing these excuses? Seeing that her injury was not serious, Qin Ran still wanted to leave. I should go to class and check on my desk mate. She must have been frightened too. Right, how is Feng Mingwei? Chengwan immediately reassured her. Feng Mingwei is fine. Lin Zhaojing took her safely back to the dormitory last night, so you don't need to worry. He handed her a piece of clothing and continued. Your uniform was stained with blood, so I had someone send it for dry cleaning. Wear this for now to cover yourself. Qin Ran did not refuse his kindness. She slowly reached out to take it. Thank you. Seeing that Qin Ran had not come to school, Xiao Sheng asked with concern. Qin Ran took leave today? As Su Yawang walked out of the classroom, he shook his head. I'm not sure either. Qin Yu was determined to smear Qin Ran's name. Qin Yu deliberately ran over and called out to Su Yawang, putting on a shocked expression as she announced, Don't you guys know? My sister committed a crime and is still being held at the police station. Her voice was not quiet at all, because this had been her plan from the beginning. Once the whole class heard it, everyone looked astonished. Xiaosheng gasped, What? Behind them, several students quickly began whispering among themselves. Qin Ran committed a crime? Qin Yu, how do you know? Is that really true? What crime did she commit? She was actually arrested? It must be something serious. Qin Yu began her performance, speaking in a secretive, evasive manner. She got involved in a criminal case. She probably won't be able to get out for quite some time. Don't ask anymore. I really don't want to talk about it. Out of nowhere, a bottle was thrown, striking Chinyu on the heel. Seeing that someone dared to treat her that way, Chinyu turned around angrily and snapped, "Who was that?" But when she saw the person in front of her, her eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? The person who had thrown the water bottle was none other than Ran. Her face was icy as she stared at Chinyu. Her imposing aura made everyone uneasy, and the students who saw her appear fell silent. No one dared say another word. Seeing Ran come to school, Xiao Sheng happily called out to her, Ran. Ran looked at her coldly and asked, "What is it?" Xiao Sheng ignored what Chinyu had said earlier and walked past her with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I heard you were locked up at the police station, and I was just about to go rescue you." Seeing that Xiao Sheng's attitude toward Ran had not changed in the slightest, Chinyu was furious. Unwilling to accept it, she clenched her fists and demanded, "How did you get out?" Ran gave the jealous troublemaker a sharp look and snorted. Too lazy to argue, she turned and walked away. Behind her, Xiao Sheng hurried after her. "Sister Ran, wait for me. Why didn't you come to class yesterday? Lin Siren really missed you. She seems to have gone to the cafeteria. Let me come with you to find her." Chinyu trembled with anger when Ran ignored her completely. Damn it, didn't Sushin already come looking for her? How'd she still manage to get out? The students behind them began whispering again, and some even laughed mockingly. Didn't she say Ran committed a crime and had been locked up for days? Could she have been deliberately slandering the school beauty? Exactly. How could someone be released so quickly after being detained? As everyone began taking Ran's side, Chinyu could only turn to Su Yaoguang and force a smile. Su Yaoguang, Before she could finish, Su Yaoguang showed no intention of letting her get close. He said coldly, "I'm going back to class first." Before leaving, he gave her a warning look. Chinyu froze at his indifferent attitude and unconsciously took several steps back. Su Yaoguang simply brushed past her, no longer looking infatuated with her as he had before. Chinyu felt both disappointed and unwilling to accept it. Su Yaoguang had never looked at her that way before. Why was he acting like this now? Ran did not head toward the cafeteria, instead going elsewhere. She did not say a word to Xiao Sheng along the way. Unable to hold back, Xiao Sheng lightly patted her hand and asked, "Sister Ran, what's wrong with you?" Ran did not stop walking, and her voice remained as cold as ever. "Aren't I perfectly fine? Oh, right, I have something to think about today. So help me pick up a delivery this afternoon. I ordered some things for Lin Siren." Delighted that Ran was asking her for a favor, Xiao Sheng eagerly promised to complete the task. Seeing her silly, absent-minded look, Ran sighed helplessly and said, "Fool." At the entrance of a restaurant in the city, a car had been waiting for some time. The person in the car saw through the window that the person he was waiting for had arrived. He quickly got out and went forward to greet her. "Hello, Miss Chin." Ran's expression finally softened. She smiled politely and replied, "Uncle Feng, just call me by my name." She pointed to a nearby spot and continued, "Let's go inside and talk." Just then, another car passed by and abruptly stopped. Seeing Lin Jinxian brake so suddenly, Aunt Lin leaned forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Jinxian continued looking out the window. "Annie, look, isn't that Ran across the street?" Following his gaze, Aunt Lin rolled down the window. Her voice was filled with surprise. "Isn't that man Feng Luqian? We went to visit the Feng family early this morning, and he left right away." Without hesitation, she dismissed Lin Jinxuan's guess. In all of Yin City, there are only a handful of people who could make Feng Luqian use the back door. It can't be Ran. Lin Jinxian thought that made sense and nodded. "You're right. I must have seen wrong." With that, he stepped on the gas and drove away. Inside the restaurant, dishes were quickly brought out and placed on the table. Feng Luqian noticed the gauze wrapped around Ran's hand and asked with concern, "Ran, what happened to your hand?" Unlike his worried expression, she answered indifferently, "Why are you so worried, Uncle Feng? It's only a minor injury." Hearing that, he objected unhappily. "Nonsense. Do you know how valuable that hand of yours is? Come on, let's go to the hospital." Ran immediately refused. "It's really nothing. Someone has already treated it for me." "Uncle Feng, I came here to talk to you about Manhwa." Feng Luqian's face immediately darkened. "You two met? She must have been very happy to see you, wasn't she?" Ran frowned slightly and told Feng Luqian about what had happened the day before. "We ran into Sushan. This is what happened." After listening, Feng Luqian's expression turned grim. "That bastard. I never should have spared him back then. Manhwa is still too soft-hearted." I'll handle this matter, so don't worry. Feng Luqing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If those people found out she had been injured on his territory, he might lose a layer of skin. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. He had to make sure her hand healed quickly. Seeing her reach for a spicy dish, he pulled the plate toward himself. Your hand is injured, so don't eat spicy food. I'll order some mild medicinal soup to nourish you. Seeing how old-fashioned and nagging he was being, she wondered in confusion, why is Uncle Feng acting like a nagging old lady? After eating their fill, the two left the restaurant and headed for the parking lot. Feng Luqing carried a basket of food in his hand. Seeing Qin Ran's puzzled look, he handed it to her and carefully instructed, I specifically asked Chef and to make this. Heat up and drink it tonight. It'll be good for your injury. Qin Ran could not bring herself to refuse his kindness, so she reluctantly accepted it. All right, but only this once. You don't need to trouble yourself over me next time, Uncle Feng. Qin Yu happened to see this scene as she passed by. Hiding behind a pillar, she watched them. Why was Qin Ran with an old man? And that car looked expensive. Could she be someone's mistress? Oof. When Qin Ran returned to the dormitory, Lin Siren happily ran over to greet her. Ran, you're back. Why didn't you come to class today? Faced with her friend's enthusiasm, Qin Ran merely gave a casual answer. I had something to do. Seeing the food basket in her hand, Lin Siren asked curiously, what's that? Qin Ran smiled faintly. A gift from someone. At the same time, another roommate was texting Qin Yu. Yin Yan, guess what I saw? Caught off guard by the question, the girl named Yin Yan replied in confusion. What was it? Qin Yu quickly spread the rumor about what she had just witnessed. I just saw Qin Ran get out of an old man's car at the school gate. Yin Yan quickly replied, seriously? Is she really that reckless? Her gaze then drifted toward Qin Ran. Could the basket in Qin Ran's hands have been given by the old man Qin Yu mentioned? That was truly disgusting. Meanwhile, Lin Siren had not seen Qin Ran for days and kept chatting nonstop. Oh, right, Ran, there's something else. Qin Ran looked blankly at her. What is it? Lin Siren smiled expectantly. The school is holding a speech contest soon. It's the final event for the senior class. Ran, let's take part together. Qin Ran lost all enthusiasm the moment she heard it was an event. Are you only asking me to make up the numbers? Lin Siren immediately put on an innocent, pitiful, expectant expression. No, you're the face of our class. All you need to do is stand on stage and read the speech we write. I'm sure our scores will be higher than the other classes. Seeing Lin Siren's pleading look, Qin Ran could not bear to refuse her and agreed. It doesn't sound too troublesome. Fine. Yin Yin looked at her with envy and contempt. She only has a pretty face. Since I'm in charge of the speech contest, let's see how I deal with you. The next day, at the Lin residence, seeing Deputy Director Shun come all the way to his home early in the morning, Mr. Lin cautiously asked, Deputy Director Shun, have you come to see me because of my stepdaughter? Deputy Director Shun's face darkened. Although he was unwilling, he could only say, I have no other choice but to come to you. What happened that night was all a misunderstanding. As long as Miss Qin agrees to keep this matter confidential, I, Shun Tao, will owe you a favor. His words left the Lin family stunned. Mr. Lin looked at Ning Qing, silently asking what was going on, but Ning Qing only shook her head to show that she did not know. But Ran isn't at the Lin residence. Deputy Director Shun assumed Mr. Lin was politely refusing him, so he lowered himself and pleaded, to be honest, the bureau chief is paying close attention to this matter. If we investigate further, there really are problems beneath the surface. If you're willing to help me, then if the Lin family ever needs anything in the future, come to me. Hearing this offer, Mr. Lin was tempted. As a businessman, it was a profitable deal. But Qin Ran was indeed somewhat pitiful. After considering it for a while, Mr. Lin pushed the check back to Deputy Director Shun and politely declined. This depends on Ran herself. Deputy Director Shun, you should go back first. Seeing her brother reject such an excellent offer, Aunt Lin unhappily asked, Brother, why did you refuse? Mr. Lin immediately interrupted her. We can pass the message along for him, but we can't make the decision for Ran. Enough. Stop talking about this. I need to go to the company. Aunt Lin sat there resentfully, resting her chin on her hand as she thought, why couldn't Qin Ran bring honor to the Lin family like Qin Yu? Why did he care about her so much? No, I can't listen to him on this matter. Aunt Lin was extremely ambitious. She believed that if the Lin family could gain Deputy Director Shin's support, they would have a chance to climb even higher. That's right. I absolutely can't let this wonderful opportunity slip away. No sooner said than done. She quickly found the business card and called Deputy Director Shun. As soon as the call connected, she eagerly said, "Deputy Director Shun, I'm Lin Wan. Yes, we just met. I'll find a way to resolve what you mentioned earlier." After hanging up, Lin Wan ordered Ning Qing, "Take me to see your daughter. The sooner this is settled, the better it will be for everyone. Then I can take you to Beijing to study under a master without worry. Don't you agree, Ning Qing?" As soon as Ning Qing heard this involved Qin Yu, she agreed without hesitation. "Yes, Aunt Lin, you're absolutely right." Lin Wan laughed smugly. "If that girl refuses to cooperate, don't blame me for being rude." The Chung family had done as he requested. Su Shun had been arrested and sent to the detention center. Chung Wan nodded slightly after hearing the report. "Well done. He's an adult now, so he must bear criminal responsibility." After searching for a while, Lin Jingxiao said somewhat uncertainly, "However, we couldn't find any record for Qin Ran and Pan Mingwe from their time in Ninghai Town. Could it be that?" Seeing that Chung Wan did not respond, Lin Jingxiao turned to look at him and asked, "Master Wan, what are you looking at?" Following his gaze, Lin Jingxiao discovered a very familiar figure. "Isn't that Miss Qin? Why is she meeting someone at a cafe?" Inside the cafe, Qin Ran sat down while tapping on her phone. In an unconcerned tone, she asked, "Why did you ask to see me?" Ning Qing looked at the injury on her hand with some guilt. "Your hand is all right, isn't it?" Seeing Qin Ran's rebellious appearance, Lin Wan silently judged her. "She looks like a female thug. How could the bureau chief know her?" Qin Ran gave Ning Qing a cold look and replied, "It's fine. I won't be disabled. Is there something you want?" Hearing this, Ning Qing felt less guilty. She seems to be left-handed, so it should not be a problem. Only then did she get to the point. "It's good that you're all right." About Su Shun, seeing Ning Qing hesitate and fail to get the words out, Lin Wan impatiently cut in on her behalf. "Regarding Su Shun, I don't want to take this matter to court." Qin Ran thought she had heard wrong, so she cleaned her ear and asked domineeringly, "Excuse me? Say that again." Lin Wan showed no restraint. Taking on the manner of an elder, she lectured Qin Ran. "Su Shin's arm was broken because you beat him, while your injury isn't very serious and doesn't affect your daily life. Why take this to court?" Seeing Qin Ran's cold eyes, Lin Wan was startled. Why are this girl's eyes so cold? Qin Ran felt as if she were listening to a joke. Supporting herself on one hand, she gave a cold laugh. "Oh, go on." Lin Wan suppressed her anger and continued, "I think neither you nor that girl suffered much harm. This is the compensation Su Shan has offered you, 1.5 million. That's enough money for you to live on for half your life." With that, she pushed the check toward Qin Ran. She was full of confidence that Qin Ran would agree. Ning Qing's daughter must be just as greedy. Maybe she had never even seen this much money in her life. Across from her, Qin Ran was trying to suppress the fury rising inside her. Her hand was fine, but was Pan Mingwe fine? Could they just pretend nothing had happened? How ridiculous. Her sharp gaze shot toward Lin Wan as she openly stated her decision. "What if I insist on taking this to court? Someone must have approached you already, right? I'm guessing Deputy Director Shin offered you quite a considerable benefit, enough for you to swallow your pride and come here to put on this affectionate family act with me." Seeing that Qin Ran had guessed the situation so quickly, Lin Wan's expression darkened. Afraid that Lin Wan would be displeased, Ning Qing immediately raised her voice to scold Qin Ran. "How can you speak like that? What have you learned from your grandmother all these years?" Qin Ran's patience had reached its limit. Not wanting to waste any more time, she stood up, stopped gesturing, and making a scene. "I will pursue this matter to the end." Lin Wan still wore the face of an elder as she lectured her. "You young people, let me give you some advice. Don't set your sights too high, or you may lose more than you gain. Don't you even rely on the Lin family to pay for your grandmother's medical treatment?" She sneered. "Do you think I'll let you find a lawyer in Yin City who is willing to help you sue?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them, making all three turn around. That's quite a threat, but this is only a trivial matter. At some point, Chung Wan and Lin Jingxiao had appeared nearby. Chung Wan had heard every word of their conversation. He looked at Ning Qing and Lin Wan with a stern, imposing expression. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxiao was on the phone beside him. "Lawyer Qi, did you hear that? If you don't come to Yun City, we won't be able to find a single lawyer here. Hurry up and get to Yun City." Lin Jingxiao's expression suddenly became serious as he continued speaking into the phone. I'm not joking with you. Come to Yun City immediately. There's something I need you to handle. As Chung Wan passed Lin Wan, he paused and gave her a cold glance. You can find any lawyer you want, or you can wait and see who will be the one to regret it in the end, you or me. When he looked at Qin Ran, his attitude changed completely. His gaze became gentle and indulgent. Come here. Let's go. With me backing you up, you don't need to fear anyone. A warm current flowed through Qin Ran's heart. She smiled faintly, pulled down the brim of her cap, and followed him. Before leaving, she did not forget to give Lin Wan and Ning Qing a mocking smile. Only then did Ning Qing recognize Chung Wan. Her face turned pale with alarm. It was him, the man who had threatened her with a scalpel at the hospital and made her apologize to Qin Ran. As for Lin Wan, her eyes never left Chung Wan and the others. The name Lawyer Qi sounded extremely familiar to her. Could it be that Lawyer Qi, the most famous lawyer in Beijing? It was said that he had never lost a case. Lin Wan rested her chin on her hand, thinking over what sixth young master had said. Could it really be true? She remembered that her husband's family had once been caught in a nearly hopeless financial dispute. Lawyer Qi had owed the old master a favor, so he stepped in and helped them win the case. Although he was truly formidable, he was incredibly difficult to hire. There was no way they could have invited him. Convinced it was nothing but empty boasting, Lin Wan retorted loudly. You two must be from Beijing, right? You think bringing up Lawyer Qi will scare me? Do you think I've never heard of Qi Changjun? You want to intimidate me? No chance. Ning Qing's heart was in turmoil, but she still sided with Lin Wan. If it were really as simple as Lin Wan said, that would be for the best. Meanwhile, after examining Qin Ran's hand injury, Chung Wan somehow became irritated. He scolded, "You can't put force on this hand. How many times have I told you? Why aren't you listening? It's bleeding again." Qin Ran did not think much of it and answered casually, "It's only my right hand. I'm ambidextrous anyway, so it's fine." Her words only made the anger in his heart grow. Frowning, he demanded, "So what if it's your right hand? Isn't it still your hand? Why don't you just cut it off then?" Hearing the anger in his voice, Qin Ran guiltily lowered her head. "I was joking." She wondered inwardly, is he angry? Chung Wan carefully treated her wound with a cotton swab and continued to instruct her. The wound is deep. If it isn't handled properly, it will leave a scar. You're not allowed to strain it again. Do you understand? Looking remorseful, she explained, "I understand." Chung Wan, don't be angry anymore. I just forgot about the injury for a moment. Anyway, if it bleeds again in the future, I'll come find you. It'll be fine, won't it? Her words left him frozen for a moment. After a pause, he recovered and said happily, with deep meaning in his voice, "Fine. I'll always be here waiting for you." After chatting for a while, Qin Ran felt her eyelids growing heavy. She wondered suspiciously, strange. Even after taking sleeping pills in the dorm last night, I still couldn't sleep. Why am I sleepy now? Seeing her yawning, Chung Wan smiled. Sleepy? Then rest here. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, Qin Ran did not refuse. She answered directly, "Okay." While she slept, he sat beside her, keeping watch and reading to pass the time. Then Lin Jingxiao pushed open the door and called loudly, "Wan." Seeing his friend's mouth was louder than a loudspeaker, Chung Wan stood up and gestured for him to keep quiet. Meeting Chung Wan's murderous gaze, Lin Jingxiao sensibly covered his mouth with his hand. Chung Wan went outside and carefully shut the door so the noise would not disturb Qin Ran's sleep. Only then did he ask, "Has Lawyer Qi arrived?" Lin Jingxiao nodded. "He should be getting off the plane soon. By the way, Master Wan." Chung Mu found out that Lin Wan belongs to the Shun family in Beijing. Hearing that surname, Chung Wan folded his arms and asked, "What is the Shun family? Why haven't I heard of them?" Hearing his domineering tone, Lin Jingxiao could only scratch his head awkwardly and cough a few times. "I'm not too sure either. In any case, just deal with them." Chung Wan switched into his murderous mode and coldly declared, "I want one of Su Shan's hands." Lin Jingxiao was startled and advised, "Master Wan, is that really appropriate? I heard Su Shan used to be Qin Ran's teacher." Chung Wan sneered, murderous intent spreading around him. So what? The scene shifted to the hospital. When Ning Qing arrived, Grandma asked, "Why are you here now? Don't you usually only come on Saturdays?" Ning Qing hesitated briefly before answering honestly, "Actually, I came to talk about Qin Ran. She had a conflict with teacher Su's son and insists on taking the matter to court." Ning Qing lowered herself and pleaded, "Mom, Ran only listens to you. Please persuade her for me. Her hand injury is only minor. but she broke both of teacher Sue's son's hands. We can't afford to offend the people backing them. Grandma immediately became tense and asked worriedly, "What did you say?" "Ranran's hand is injured." Ning Qing replied indifferently, "It's just her right hand. She only needed a few stitches. She's ambidextrous, so it's no big deal." Grandma was furious. "What do you mean just a few stitches on her right hand? Who told you Ranran is left-handed? Do you know how important that girl's right hand is?" Overwhelmed by emotion, Grandma's heart condition flared up again. She lay painfully on the hospital bed, drenched in sweat and unable to speak. Ning Qing panicked and shouted, "Mom, Mom, are you okay?" Turning toward the door, she cried, "Nurse, doctor, hurry." Grandma used what little strength she had left to tightly grip Ning Qing's arm. With grief in her eyes, she whispered, "Ning Qing, do you hate Ranran that much?" Ning Qing was speechless. "Mom, The nurse quickly arrived to examine Grandma. Ning Qing brought over a glass of water and smiled ingratiatingly. "Mom, drink some water first. I admit that I favor Qing somewhat more, but Ranran is my own flesh and blood too." Grandma closed her eyes and asked painfully, "Then tell me the truth. What exactly happened to Ranran's hand?" Ning Qing tried to reassure her. "Her hand is fine. She's still attending school right now, so don't worry." Grandma stared at Ning Qing and asked firmly, "Then let me ask you this. If this had happened to Qing, would you still tell her to stay silent?" Ning Qing was left speechless and could only say, "How could that be?" Then she stopped. How could they possibly be the same? Qing was cherished by the Lin family and was an excellent violinist. If anything happened to her, Lin Qi would never spare Su Shan. Seeing the hesitation in Ning Qing's eyes, Grandma could only sigh. "Ning Qing, that is the difference. Ranran needs someone to look after her. Before I die, I originally wanted to entrust her to you." Before she could finish, she began coughing repeatedly. Ning Qing called out worriedly, "Mom, get some rest." Grandma was too weary to continue. "Go home first. Let me have some peace and quiet. Once I'm better, I'll go see Ranran myself." After leaving the ward, Ning Qing's conscience suddenly stirred. Maybe I should talk to Aunt Lin and ask her to let this go. Just then, the phone in her pocket rang. It was Lin Wan. As soon as Ning Qing answered, she voiced her thought. "Aunt Lin, I was just about to call you. My mother said Qing Rant's right hand." Lin Wan angrily interrupted her, shouting into the phone, "What right hand? Do you know what your precious daughter has done?" Deputy Director Shun just called me. He said the court summons was delivered, and he has now been suspended pending investigation. Ning Qing felt a chill run down her spine. How was that possible? Lin Wan continued resentfully from the other end. He also said Su Shan got into a car accident on his way to court. If it weren't for your precious daughter, how could she have caused such enormous trouble? Hurry and come to court with me. Lin Wan sneered into the phone. "Oh, right. The hearing starts today. Tell me, do you think your precious daughter can actually find a lawyer?" Inside the courtroom, the plaintiff's side was completely empty. Someone asked, "Why hasn't the plaintiff arrived? And why is there no lawyer?" Countless murmurs rose from the audience. "Who knows? Isn't this a complete mess?" Ning Qing called Qing Ran repeatedly, but no one answered. Growing angry, she cursed, "Why isn't that little brat Qing Ran answering her phone?" Now, she could only ask Lin Qi for help. After all, Qing Ran was still her daughter. Anxiously, she quickly took out her phone and called Lin Qi. The moment the call connected, before Ning Qing could say anything, Lin Wan snatched the phone away. She spoke quickly into it. "Brother, it's nothing. Don't concern yourself with this matter." After saying that, Lin Wan brazenly hung up. Looking at Ning Qing, she sneered, "I told you, no one will take your daughter's case." Just as the courtroom buzzed with noise, the main doors opened with a click and someone leisurely walked in. The young man held a stack of documents and introduced himself with a smile. "I am Miss Qing's lawyer. I'm not late, am I?" Without giving anyone a chance to answer, the young man arrogantly added, "Late? Not all. It's exactly 9 o'clock. He walked to his place and confidently said, "Your Honor, we may begin." The judge's voice rang out. The defendant may begin the defense. Once Lin Wan got a clear look at the young man, she grew uneasy. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought, why does this man look so familiar? Ning Qing, sitting beside her, was tense with worry. Su Shan's lawyer stood and presented his defense on behalf of his client. The plaintiff's excessive self-defense caused the defendant to suffer a level 2 injury. Please review the injury assessment report, Your Honor. Therefore, the defendant should not bear responsibility for this incident. After speaking, the lawyer assessed the young man opposite him. This young lawyer was remarkably composed. Was he merely pretending, or was he truly confident? Lawyer Chi swiftly rebutted. Having been specially retained by Miss Chin, I will be the sole representative for this case. As for the defendant's claim, I have 3 points of doubt. Lawyer Chi's confident and forceful voice echoed through the courtroom. First, under the law, where ongoing assault, murder, rape, kidnapping, or other violent crimes seriously threaten an individual's personal safety and result in injury or death, the act of self-defense is not excessive. I believe the other party's actions clearly meet these conditions. Second, Lawyer Chi passionately laid out his defense. Everyone in the courtroom listened with excitement, finding his words immensely satisfying. Only Lin Wan's expression changed drastically. His reasoning was rigorous and his words razor-sharp. He had clearly come fully prepared. He would not be easy to deal with. After he finished presenting his arguments, Lawyer Chi looked at the judge. He placed a hand over his chest and smiled lightly. Next, Your Honor, I trust that you will deliver the strictest and fairest judgment. The judge nodded, forcefully struck the gavel, and promptly announced the verdict. Across the room, Su Shun's defense lawyer was sweating profusely under the pressure and repeatedly wiped his face with a handkerchief. After the hearing ended, he approached Lawyer Chi and offered a handshake. My skills are inferior to yours. May I ask who you are? Lawyer Chi replied with a smiling expression. Chi Chongjun, Beijing law firm. Hearing that name, Lin Wan involuntarily collapsed back in her chair, unable to conceal her shock. Chi Chongjun? How could it be him? How could Qin Ran really have hired Chi Chongjun? If my husband's family finds out about this, it's over. I'm finished this time. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Qin Ran was still sleeping soundly on the sofa while the other 3 went about their own business. After receiving Lawyer Chi's report, Lin Jingxiao happily held out his phone. Master Wan, we won the case. Chung Wan nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Jiang acted quickly today. Lin Jingxiao and Chung Mu exchanged a glance and thought at the same time. How could Director Jiang not act quickly? If he had been slow, Master Wan would have turned Yin City upside down. Chung Wan glanced at Chung Mu and instructed, go to the kitchen, warm up the nourishing goji berry porridge, and bring out a bowl. Chung Mu looked confused and silently glanced at Lin Jingxiao. Lin Jingxiao immediately urged him. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Master Wan is obviously preparing it for Qin Ran. Chung Wan affectionately walked over to the sofa and gently shook her. His warm voice sounded. Ran, wake up. Have some porridge. Disturbed by him, Qin Ran shifted slightly and sat up. She took the bowl of porridge, but before she could eat, he reminded her, don't use too much force with your right hand. Pay attention, understand? Qin Ran responded helplessly. She secretly grumbled. Why is he acting like a mother hen? But I've never seen him talk this much to the other students who come for treatment. She took a sip of porridge and remarked, now that I notice it, this porridge is actually quite good. Just after Qin Ran finished the porridge, her phone rang in her pocket. Seeing that it was Grandma calling, she answered happily. Grandma, are you calling because you miss me? You want to see me? Of course. I'll come see you after school. As soon as she hung up, Chung Wan asked concernedly, you're going to the hospital? I'll have Chung Mu take you. Qin Ran did not like troubling others, so she refused. I can go by myself. Chung Wan, can I borrow your jacket again? My hand is injured. I don't want Grandma to see it. How could he bear to refuse when he was so pleased? He readily answered, of course. While she put on his jacket, he stood opposite her and gave another string of instructions. I put the anti-inflammatory medicine and scar removal ointment you need in the jacket pocket. Remember to take the medicine on time, understand? She unconsciously replied, Seeing how unconcerned she was, he became unhappy and said sternly, you're not taking it seriously? I'll check. She pulled the jacket up to cover half her face. The scent lingering on his jacket made her blush, and she softly replied, I know. Watching her leave, Lin Jingxiao voiced his confusion. Master Wan, her hand can barely move. Why does she have to be so tough? Can't she show a little weakness? Finding him far too nosy, Chung Wan snapped, shut up, go call Lawyer Chi here. Feeling heartache for her, Chung Wan lowered his head and murmured, in a family like hers, how could she show weakness? And even if she did, who could she show it to? When Qin Ran arrived at the hospital to visit Grandma, she found Ning Qing and Lin Wan already waiting there. Ning Qing immediately recognized her. Shamelessly, she smiled and waved. Ran. Qing Ran's delicate brows furrowed. She asked unhappily, "Why are you two here? Did Grandma call you?" Ning Qing smiled ingratiatingly and explained, "Your aunt came to pay your grandmother's hospital expenses, so I came too." Lin Wan also smiled falsely and struck up a conversation. "Don't be angry with your aunt over Su Shin's matter. We're all family. We should live in harmony and prosper together, shouldn't we? I also heard that your grandmother's hospital fees are nearly used up, so let me pay them." Though she smiled outwardly, inwardly she was entirely unwilling. If her brother had not gone home and gotten angry, she would never have lowered herself to apologize to Qin Ran. Lin Wan recalled Lin Qi's earlier rebuke. "Lin Wan, I told you that everything depends on Ran's wishes. Yet you still threaten her like that. What kind of behavior is that? Pack your things and return to Beijing tomorrow. Stop causing trouble here." A dangerous glint suddenly appeared in Qin Ran's eyes. In a low, cold voice, she said, "Have I compromised too many times over Grandma's affairs, causing you to misunderstand something?" Without the slightest fear, she looked straight at Lin Wan and Ning Qing and sneered. "Do you really think I can only obey you and accept your charity?" After saying that, she walked past them domineeringly, as though she could not be bothered wasting words on them. Qin Ran took out a black card, pushed it toward the hospital cashier, and said, "Please pay the hospital fees for Ward 1102. After checking the patient's information, the cashier asked, "How much would you like to pay?" Qin Ran idly played with her hair and casually replied, "1 year." The cashier was doubtful and astonished. The annual VIP ward fees added up to nearly 500 million. This family was unbelievably wealthy. The nurse's gaze shifted toward the black card on the counter. She had seen many wealthy patients' families, but she had never seen a card like Qin Ran's before. Behind her, not only Ning Qing, but even Lin Wan froze upon hearing how much Qin Ran intended to pay. Lin Wan asked Ning Qing, "Where did she get so much money?" Ning Qing stared at Qin Ran nervously. "I don't know." Even now, Ning Qing had not recognized her own unfairness and favoritism. Seeing Qin Ran's cold and commanding demeanor, she wondered inwardly, "Is this still my daughter? Why does she feel so unfamiliar to me? Could it all really be my fault?" At that thought, she repeatedly shook her head in denial. "No, that can't be. It can't be my fault." After paying the hospital fees, Qin Ran headed toward Grandma's ward. As she passed Ning Qing and Lin Wan, she stopped. Finding the two of them utterly displeasing, Qin Ran turned back and curled her lips. "Why are you still here?" A domineering, murderous aura radiated from her as she issued a cold warning. "I advise you not to disturb Grandma. Otherwise, I'll get angry." Qin Ran adjusted her emotions. Then she walked over with a bright smile, sat beside her grandmother, and asked, "Grandma, do you remember me?" She explained why she had not visited much lately. "I've been preparing for the school speech competition this week, so I've been a little busy." Grandma only looked at her without speaking, concern ever present in her eyes. Qin Ran stood up and walked toward the shelf. "Let me pour you a glass of water." She skillfully concealed her injured arm beneath her sleeve, even carefully placing the glass over it so Grandma would not notice. But how could that possibly escape Grandma's eyes? She noticed it at once, her heart aching as she thought that the two children had been trying to hide things from her again. Taking the glass, she casually asked, "Have you been sleeping well lately?" Not wanting Grandma to worry, Qin Ran answered with a smile, "Yes. The dormitory conditions are great, and my roommate is very easy to get along with. You don't need to worry about me." Taking advantage of Qin Ran's distraction, Grandma reached out and touched her injured arm. Qin Ran startled and did not have time to react. By the time she looked back, Grandma had already pulled up her sleeve, exposing the wound on her palm. Qin Ran hurriedly tried to explain, "Grandma, don't be angry with me. Grandma's face was heavy with sorrow, unable to hide her heartache for the girl before her. "Silly child, how could I be angry at you? I just feel terrible that our Ran was hurt so badly." She gently lifted Qin Ran's injured arm to inspect it, pain welling in her heart. "You've been like this ever since you were little. Every time you were injured all over, you never told Grandma a word. You're not like Qin Yu, who would cry for ages after just one little fall." Every word from Grandma brought those unhappy childhood memories flooding back into Qin Ran's mind. Her eyes softened as she called quietly, "Grandma, Even now, Grandma could not stop worrying about her little granddaughter. Looking at her with immense affection, she offered her advice. Ran, Grandma thinks you are strong and brave, and that is a wonderful quality. But Grandma only hopes that whenever you feel tired, there will be someone or someplace where you can rest and relax. Chin Ran fell silent after hearing that. She repeated softly, someplace where I can relax? For some reason, Chungwon's place came to mind. Only there could she let go of everything and sleep peacefully. Only he could feel the coldness inside her. Whenever she was trapped in a nightmare, he would wake her at just the right moment. She did not know why, but whenever she opened her eyes and saw him, an inexplicable sense of peace filled her heart. His smile was like the morning sun, dispersing the darkness in her heart. You're awake? What's wrong? Hurry and have dinner. Seeing her lost in thought, Grandma called out, Ran, seeing that you're all right puts Grandma at ease. You don't have to worry about me either. Things are very good here. It's getting late, so go back to school first. You still have classes tomorrow. Grandma watched Chin Ran leave, a relieved smile appearing on her lips. Ran's wound seemed to have been treated very carefully, and judging from the dazed expression she had worn earlier, it seemed that their Ran had grown up and made friends. The more Grandma thought about it, the happier she became for her granddaughter. As soon as Chin Ran returned to the school dormitory, she heard someone calling her name. Chin Ran. It was Lin Jinxian. He approached her and asked with undisguised concern, Is the injury on your hand all right? Chin Ran kept her distance from the man and replied coldly, It doesn't affect my daily life. Looking at Lin Jinxian, she thought irritably that if she had known, she would not have replied to his messages or agreed to meet him. What a nuisance. Lin Jinxian sensed Chin Ran's dislike toward him and immediately became awkward. What should he say now? He had come here to apologize to her. Before Lin Jinxian had arrived, his father had given him a card and instructed him, You're going to see Ran? Then give this card to her while you're at it. Lin Wan was in the wrong first. After all, apologize to her on my behalf. Lin Jinxian had answered openly, Yes, I was planning to visit her. I don't even know how her hand is doing. Hearing this, Mr. Lin had fallen into thought. Jinxian had always been aloof. Even toward Ning Qing, his attitude had never changed. It had taken years for him to accept her daughter, yet unexpectedly, he cared so much about Ran. Lin Jinxian handed the card to Chin Ran and said gently, Please take this card. My family is truly sorry about what happened this time. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. After saying that, Lin Jinxian silently blamed himself. Why was he so clumsy with words? He could not even say a few kind things properly. Chin Ran glanced at the card and considered it. Lin Jinxian and Mr. Lin were both decent enough. She might as well accept it and save herself from being bothered by them again. With that thought, she reached out and took the card. All right, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Just then, Chin Yu arrived with a friend and happened to witness the scene. Her friend's eyes sparkled with hearts when she saw how handsome Lin Jinxian was, and she kept praising him. Wow, who is that next to Chin Ran? He's so handsome, and he looks kind of familiar. Could he be someone who has appeared in magazines or newspapers? Chin Yu's face darkened, anger flashing through her expression. She stroked her chin and thought bitterly. It took me years to get close to Lin Jinxian, and only because I stubbornly kept following him. So how could Chin Ran make him take the initiative to approach her? The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Chin Yu's hand tightened around the books she was holding. It was truly an eyesore. She had worked so hard, so why could Chin Ran make everyone around her like her without even trying? Her friend noticed how bad Chin Yu looked and asked in confusion, Chin Yu, what's wrong? You look awful. Chin Yu came back to her senses and waved it off with a forced smile. Oh, it's nothing. I'm probably just a little hungry. Come on, I'll treat you today. Before leaving, Chin Yu maliciously threw out one last remark. Chin Ran, your good days won't last much longer. Meanwhile, Lin Jinxian watched Chin Ran's cold, decisive departure and found himself completely drawn to her. His eyes remained fixed on her retreating figure. Chin Ran really does have character. How can I close the distance between us? The scene shifted to Chung Wan's infirmary. He was absorbed in his work, while Lin Jingxiao was chatting with Chung Mu. Lin Jingxiao repeatedly patted Chung Mu on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, we really do have a connection. Yesterday, when I called you, you were already on the plane, and today you got to the courthouse so quickly. Chung Mu looked disgusted and elbowed Lin Jingxiao. Get lost. Who has a connection with you? Chung Mu then looked toward Chung Wan and asked seriously, Master Wan, just who exactly is that Miss Chin? Chungwan's pen paused at this inexplicable question. He looked over at him in confusion. What did you say? Lin Jingxiao shrugged and explained. What mysterious figure? She's just a pitiful little girl who doesn't know how to act spoiled. Chengmu shook his head and refuted him sternly. No, otherwise, why would the 129 Detective Agency personally contact me and tell me to come to Yun City to handle this case? Lin Jingxiao was startled, unable to hide his surprise. Are you mistaken? Who are the people at 129? Why would they care about such a trivial matter? Besides, there is absolutely no way little Qin Ran has anything to do with 129. Chengmu crossed his arms and replied firmly, I am never mistaken. Chengwan suddenly fell into thought, no one knowing what was on his mind. He set aside his unfinished work, turned his chair around, and said seriously, Go on. Chengmu thought for a moment before recounting what he knew. I think the person was surnamed Feng. I didn't ask too many questions at the time. Hearing this, Lin Jingxiao quickly snapped his fingers. I get it now. Little Uncle Jiang told me that Feng Lucheng had contacted the bureau chief. It was also because of his intervention that the trial began so quickly. Chengwan rubbed his chin and commented, Feng Lucheng? I heard he is very capable and the most powerful man in Yun City. It looks like he is about to be promoted. Only then did Lin Jingxiao realize the issue. At first, I thought he was trying to curry favor with Master Wan, but apparently that isn't it. Did he do it for Lil Qin Ran? The young man closed his eyes, his heart full of emotion. Aside from Master Wan, there was actually someone else willing to go to such lengths to find Changmu. Why were the people Qin Ran knew becoming more and more influential? Across from him, Chengwan also sank into thought after putting everything together. Feng Lucheng did not seem like a kindly old man. How did Qin Ran know him? He stood and made a decision. When I return, I'll look over Ning Haijin's files from 3 years ago once more. He quietly reflected that he had originally believed she was only an ordinary girl whose parents had divorced. It seemed he needed to investigate her background more thoroughly. Early the next morning, in the classroom, her desk mate handed her a stack of books and papers. Ran, this is the newly released newspaper. I've sorted it by category for you. As Qin Ran took it, a sheet of paper suddenly fell out. Seeing it, Xiao Sheng immediately leaned over and asked, Ran, do you need this piece of paper? He stopped midway and broke into a smile. What is it? Don't tell me it's a love letter. Lin Siren picked it up to look at it. After reading only a few lines, she froze, unable to hide her surprise. This is. Even Xiao Sheng's eyes widened. Oh my God, the handwriting is gorgeous. And it says, unable to contain her excitement, Lin Siren threw her arms around Qin Ran's arm and demanded, These are Yin Yan's new lyrics. Ran, don't lie to me. You're a Yin Yan fan too, aren't you? Held tightly in place, Qin Ran replied helplessly, No, I'm not. Lin Siren refused to let the matter go and continued pressing her. Then why are you keeping Yin Yan's lyrics? Qin Ran felt a headache coming on from the questioning and did not know how to answer. Xiao Sheng snatched the paper and said, This definitely isn't hers. She can't possibly write that beautifully. Qin Ran felt as if she had grabbed hold of a life-saving straw and nodded repeatedly. That's right. My neighbor wrote it. It's beautiful, isn't it? She praised the handwriting again and again. Xiao Sheng thought to himself, You really are smart. He kept giving her a thumbs up. Keep it up. Lin Siren continued praising it. It's so beautiful. This handwriting could be used to copy an entire book. Ran, can you give me this paper? Qin Ran readily agreed. Sure, you can have it. Holding up the sheet, Xiao Sheng kept urging, Sister Ran, why don't you practice writing like this? Xiao Sheng suddenly remembered the package Qin Ran had asked him to collect yesterday. He pointed at the box and asked, By the way, Sister Ran, the package you asked me to pick up is over there. Want me to bring it over? Qin Ran did not think much of it and nodded. Sure, bring it over. Xiao Sheng carried the box toward her, grumbling all the while. All right, but I didn't expect it to be this heavy. Lin Siren asked, Ran, what did you buy? It's a gift for you. Hearing that it was a gift for herself, Lin Siren blossomed with delight. She asked curiously, Really? Thank you. Can I open it now? Of course. The moment Qin Ran finished speaking, Xiao Sheng opened the package faster than he could turn page. Amid everyone's anticipation, the box contained 3 extremely thick albums, along with a music disc. Lin Siren exclaimed excitedly, Wow, these are all of Yin Yan's albums since his debut, and they're even signed. This is unreal. Qin Ran glanced over and noticed there were other items inside, so she hurriedly carried them back toward herself, explaining awkwardly, I ordered the music disc online. Those albums are the real gifts for you. When the entire class heard that they were Yin Yin's albums, they immediately crowded around to look. Everyone was unable to hide their envy. Oh my God, these are all my husband's albums, and they're signed editions. Can I touch them? Another person added, oh my God, there are signed posters too. Lin Siren, you're so lucky. Looking at the music disc in Qin Ran's hand, one student voiced his doubts. Is that disc real? I remember that when Yin Yin won this award, the national television station specifically praised him for bringing honor to the country. While the classroom was bustling with noise, one girl sat apart, her eyes full of resentment and competitiveness. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Qin Ran really knows how to attract attention. What is so great about those things anyway? Then she suddenly froze. She noticed Su Yaowang looking toward Qin Ran. Something was wrong. No way. Even Su Yaowang had been attracted to her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She rose abruptly and shouted, "Stop fooling around. Don't you know other people need to study on their own? Those participating in the speech competition, come see me to discuss your speeches." Down below, Qin Ran was texting someone in reproach. I asked you for one signed album today, yet you sent me an entire collection. Is there something wrong with your brain? Seeing that Qin Ran was still sitting there, Lin Siren asked, Ran, aren't you going? Still texting, Qin Ran refused. I'm not going. You all write it yourselves. When the time comes, I'll just read it for you. Hearing Qin Ran's casual words, the girl became even angrier. She had put so much effort into the speech competition, so why should Qin Ran get to sit around and enjoy the results without doing anything? No, she wanted Qin Ran to embarrass herself in front of the entire school. Only then would she be satisfied. With that, a dark idea took root in her mind. The day before the speech competition, Qin Yu happened to pass Qin Ran's classroom and saw Wu Yin storming out with a thunderous expression. Wu Yin, what's wrong? You don't look very well. Wu Yin shrugged. The speech competition starts tomorrow, and participants get extra credit, so every class voted for representatives. But Qin Ran is different. She doesn't need to do anything and gets to participate directly. Qin Yu smiled as she probed. Is that so? Did she prepare the speech with you? At the mention of Qin Ran, Wu Yin became even more resentful. Clenching her fists angrily, she replied with a grimace. Prepare it? My foot. She's just waiting to take our hard work for free. There's English in the draft, too. What if she isn't good at it and reads it badly? Qin Yu put on a falsely sympathetic tone. I'm sure she won't ruin it. Internally, she was thrilled. Wu Yin was obviously furious. It seemed that the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. With that thought, she began putting her plan into action, finding an excuse to have Wu Yin hold something for her. Yin Yin, hold this for me for a moment. I'm going to the restroom, and we'll be right back. Without giving it much thought, Wu Yin immediately agreed. Okay, go ahead. At that moment, Qin Yu's phone screen suddenly lit up, whether by accident or design. When Wu Yin saw what was on it, her expression filled with shock. This is... On the phone was a picture of Qin Ran talking intimately with someone. After seeing the photograph, Wu Yan's resentment grew even stronger. I wasn't deliberately snooping, but this must be the photo Qin you mentioned before. A thought suddenly came to her. Wu Yan looked left and right to see whether anyone was nearby. Seeing no one, she took out her own phone and photographed the image on Qin Yu's screen. Qin Yu, who had been hiding nearby, only appeared after seeing that her plan had gone smoothly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. Feeling a little guilty, Wu Yin smiled ingratiatingly and returned the phone to Qin Yu. Okay, here's your phone. Back in class, Qin Ran noticed that the room was unusually empty and asked her desk mate, "Where is everyone?" Lin Siren explained, "Today is the final match of 9 Provinces Journey, the game you play." So all the boys ran to the restroom to secretly watch the live stream. I heard Yang Xin from QTS is really handsome. It would be great if they won the championship. Qin Ran smiled with complete confidence. They can do it. Lin Siren suddenly remembered something important and added, "Oh, right, Ran. We've finished writing the speech draft. The competition starts tomorrow afternoon. Do you want to look at it first?" Qin Ran did not care much about it and replied indifferently, "Just show it to me tomorrow morning." Wu Yan walked over with an unhappy expression and said irritably, "Homework collection." Chin ran. You're the only one left. Without saying a word, Chin ran handed her assignment over. Wu Yin snatched it away and questioned her loudly. Next time you copy homework, copy it faster. Don't make the entire class wait for you. Faced with Wu Yan's rude attitude, Chin Ran merely gave a cold acknowledgement. The next day, the day of the competition, finally arrived. Tan Nim put on a very elegant dress and carefully rebandaged the wound on her arm for herself. Lam Chiu saw her new look and immediately complimented. Tan Tunim, you changed your style today? Looking very beautiful. Although praised, she remained extremely calm, as if she didn't care much. She just replied lightly, because I have to go up for the debate competition at noon. This outfit was forced on me by Lam Tunin. Trin Twen looked at her with warm eyes, encouraging, do your best. Before this man, Tanim's mood always seemed to lift. She smiled back at him with a soft sound. Inside the hall, representatives from each class were all present from early on. She looked over at her friends and asked, what turn are you guys on? Lam Tunin looked around a bit nervously and whispered, I drew an okay spot. I'll be fourth. Not much of an advantage either. Seeing that her turn hadn't come yet, and she didn't like crowded places much, Long thought, so many people, it's suffocating. I'll just go outside and stand for a bit, then come back when it's almost my turn. With that thought, she made an excuse to leave. I'll go to the restroom for a bit, okay? After a while, seeing that her turn was approaching, she went back to her seat. Even though she had reviewed it in the morning, since she was about to go on stage, she should look at it again. But when she opened the envelope to take the materials out, Tan Neem's expression changed. Because inside was completely empty, there were no materials at all. She angrily threw the empty envelope onto the table with a thud. She stood up in anger and loudly questioned, who just passed by my seat? Lam Tu Neen, startled by the shout, turned around and asked, what's wrong, Neem? Lam Tu Neen also noticed something was wrong. She held the empty envelope and was extremely worried. The speech draft and the USB are gone. I clearly put them here for you. No Angian, did you guys see them? No Angian couldn't hide her smugness. Her harsh voice mixed with accusation rang out. That draft was the result of our hard work. It took us a week to finish. Tanim, how could you lose it so easily? Her friend beside her also shook her head, indicating she hadn't seen anything. Lam tu nyanes faz dakend. You guys searched together too. In her heart, she understood why Neem was angry. Because the envelope was still sealed shut, it absolutely could not have fallen out. Someone must have deliberately taken it. Seeing the commotion below, Tu Dao Kwong on the podium also turned and asked, what's wrong? Lam Tunin panicked. Our draft and USB are gone. Tu Jiao Kwong frowned, but said nothing, then quickly turned to Kyo Tan, signaling him. Search first. Go to the trash cans near the corridors and check. Okay guys, follow me. No Angian hadn't expected Tu Jia Kwong to step in. A flicker of hesitation appeared in her eyes. Isn't Tu Xiao supposed to dislike Tan Nim? Why isn't he criticizing her, but instead searching for the draft? Worried about being exposed, she also insisted on going. I'll go help search too. Up on the stage, Tangu was representing her class in the debate competition. Seeing Kyo Tan and no Angian leave, she was very confused, wondering where they were going. After searching for a while, the group also found the materials. However, they were no longer intact. Someone had torn them into many pieces and thrown them in the trash. Lam Tunin and Kyo Tan were furious. This person clearly wanted to harm Neem. They must be very jealous of her. Tu Xiao, look, the draft is torn and also wet. No Angian continued her acting career. With a harsh face, she pointed at Tan Neem and blamed her. Now it's great. Our class is done for. It's all Tan Neem's fault. We shouldn't have put her up there. She's a jinx. Seeing the tension rising, the friend behind No Angian tugged her arm, urging her to stop talking. Ignoring what the other said, Tan Neem stood with her arms crossed, extremely cold. Tu Jiao Kwong, seeing No Angian wanted to say more, shot her a sharp, cold glance, startling her into silence. Knowing the situation was beyond saving, Tu Jiao Kwong said to Lam Tunin, give me your notes. Let me go up and speak. I can remember most of the draft content. Just then, Tanim coldly spoke up. No need. Just let me go up and speak. Then she turned and headed towards the hall where the competition was taking place. As soon as she stepped through the door, she heard the judges announce, "Group number 3 has finished debating." A group of youths surrounded and flattered Tanga. "Now, Nguni is the highest scorer in our class. We're safe. Heard that Class 9's draft and USB got lost. How unlucky they are, haha." Tanga gave a fake smile and said, "Stop it. The city leaders are still here. Let's save them some face." She pretended to be kind and walked over to the head teacher to plead on their behalf. "Head teacher, I heard Tanim's speech draft is lost. Her debate might not go smoothly. Please don't be too hard on her." The head teacher principally replied, but losing the draft shows a problem with attitude. If everyone were as good as you, it would be great." Tangu returned to her seat, her eyes full of sarcasm, waiting to see Tan Neem humiliated. The head teacher looked at her empty-handed and asked displeased, "Where is your draft?" "Lost." Tan Neem, radiating confidence, placed her hand on her chest and replied firmly, "Sir, I had already memorized it beforehand, so I didn't bring it." The judge hadn't expected her to answer like that. Although suspicious, he could only say, "Oh, you even prepared in advance. Very well, you may begin." Tan Ngu, sitting below, thought Tan Neem was just bluffing. She smiled mockingly. "Is that even possible? The cameras are all rolling. Let me see how she handles this." She stood on the podium and began her speech. Her voice was very pleasant, combined with the right pauses, immediately captivating the audience. Starting from youth, she spoke for a while, then even picked up a pen and started sketching ideas on the board. The system of science and technology can be roughly divided into 3 aspects that the world must face. Below, Tengu wasn't paying much attention, thinking Tan Neem was just putting on a desperate act to salvage the situation. Pretending, huh? Probably only remembers this one line. But when it came to the English debate segment, Tan Neem caused an uproar in the hall. Not only did she read clearly and fluently, but her pronunciation was also extremely accurate. Her confident demeanor attracted the attention of countless male students. No Engian's face darkened, breaking out in a cold sweat when she realized the content had been changed by Tan Neem. The draft didn't contain such difficult English sentences. How could she interpret them so well herself? Therefore, I believe that in facing the world challenges, we should. Tan Neem continued to express her own views for the speech. The judges watched her performance with increasing pride and satisfaction. Tu Jia Kwong and Lam Tu Nin couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone was admiring Tan Neem. Besides No Engian, Tan Go was the most resentful. Her heart was full of anxiety and unwillingness. Impossible. This can't be. Her demeanor while speaking, plus the content of the speech. How could you be so skilled? After speaking eloquently for a while, Tan Neem finished her part. My speech ends here. Thank you all for listening. Below, spontaneous applause broke out in unison. Well said. Class 9 is awesome. Awesome. All the teachers present also praised Tan Neem. Great. Very well said. Tan Neem, right? Call your team members up to answer questions. This student has a good heart. NDT0, yeah, that's right. So far, she's the only one who gave a speech without bringing notes, and she spoke very well. Tonyem Hadiated en overwhelming yoha. At that moment, she was like an idol to countless people. With a light smile on her lips, she calmly stepped down. Her demeanor mesmerized everyone. Class 9 had never known before that they had such an outstanding person in their class. Tu Jia Kwong asked with concern, "Is your right hand okay from drawing earlier?" Tanim shook her head slightly. "It's fine. It's still okay." She shot a sharp, cold look at the stunned No Engian and reminded her, "No Engian, aren't you going up to answer questions?" Class Tangu was completely intimidated by Tan Neem's aura. They were worried about their own ranking. Can't compare. This Tan Neem is too good. Class 9 is definitely first this time. A male student beside her quietly agreed. Isn't that right? If our class hadn't gone first, we probably wouldn't have gotten such a high score. Tangu's face changed. She muttered, How can this be? How can this be? After the competition ended, Class 9, as expected, won first place. Kyo Tan returned to class and walked straight to the podium, slamming his hand on the desk with a bang. With a stern face, he looked down at the class and said firmly, although Sister Neem tried her best to help our class win first place, there's one thing I must emphasize. Surrounding Kyo Tan was a murderous aura. His cold, displeased voice rang out. Now, I'm sure that the person who took the competition materials was a classmate in this class, even a member of the debate team, who stole Chineem's speech. Whoever it is, stand up quickly and come up here. The atmosphere in the class suddenly became tense. Everyone was dead silent. Seeing that no one stepped forward to admit it, Kyo-tan sneered, "Fine. It seems someone forgot there are cameras in the classroom and hallways. After class, I will check the surveillance footage. Then the culprit will be exposed." A female student sitting next to No Engian heard this and turned to say, "Kyo-tan is so cool. He's so handsome. But that person did something really disgusting. No matter how jealous they are of Tan-neem, they shouldn't do something so unethical." Some nearby classmates also agreed. Right. Only No Engian felt like she was sitting on a pile of fire. "Oh no, what should I do?" At that moment, Lam Chiu-kan was eating and praising. "Tan-neem, you did great today. Trin Twin will also praise you when you get back." Hearing noise at the door, Lam Chiu-kan glanced over and saw a female student standing there. He asked, "Hey, student at the door, are you here for checkup? If the workday is over, I'm a bit free too. Wait for me a moment." The person who arrived was No Engian. She timidly replied, "No, I'm here to find someone. Tan-neem, can you come out for a moment? I have something personal to tell you." Inside, Tan-neem was leisurely picking up food. Her cold, indifferent voice rang out, "I have nothing personal with you. If you want to talk, come in and say it. I don't want to go out." No Engian gritted her teeth and went inside. Although she had done wrong, she still spoke in a commanding tone. "Tan-neem, what happened at noon was my doing. But no matter what, you already memorized the draft, so you didn't get scolded for this anyway. So can you tell Kyo-tan to not make a big deal out of it?" Tan-neem was furious and was about to give No Engian a piece of her mind. But before she could speak, she stopped when she noticed Trin Twin and a few others were also present. Trin Twin also noticed her displeased expression, so he decided to end the call with the other party. "I'll call you later. I have things to do now." He quickly hung up and looked at her with concern. "What's wrong, Tan-neem?" She sat back down in her chair and replied indifferently, "Nothing." Chiu-kan was different. He didn't like seeing someone bully his acquaintance, especially someone Trin Jia cared about. So he quickly said instead, "Oh, this girl probably deliberately tried to embarrass Tan-neem at the noon debate, aiming to shame her. But unexpectedly, she had already memorized it. I'm afraid someone is checking the surveillance footage right now." So she got worried and came to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Trin Tri-Kwan, standing behind, quickly used his legal knowledge and said sternly, "According to prosecution standards, intentional retaliation and framing that harms the victim's personal rights can result in a prison sentence of up to 2 years or criminal detention. Miss Tan, do you need a lawyer?" No Engian was genuinely scared. Her face darkened with panic, and she begged urgently, "I really didn't mean it. Tan-neem, please." Trin Twin didn't let her finish. His face was full of murderous intent as he glanced at her coldly. "Didn't mean it? Did the draft walk into your hand by itself, and then it forced you to throw it away?" His every word directly silenced No Engian. She couldn't refute. Her face was full of tears as she turned and left. Trin Twin walked over beside her, picked up the water bottle on the table, and said gently, "Then go ahead and eat. Let me go refill some water for you." He then dismissed Trin Muk. "Go to your work." Trin Muk, being dismissed, looked a bit helpless, but more importantly, he was surprised by Trin Twin's actions. "Oh la la, who am I and where am I?" Trin Twin actually poured tea for this girl. It seems everyone is already used to it. Inside the surveillance room, after Kyo-tan and 2 others investigated and checked all the cameras, they finally found the crucial clue. Found it when they clearly saw the person who had taken Tan-neem's competition materials. Kyo-tan's face turned angry. "I can't believe it's her." The 2 other male students who witnessed it also couldn't believe it. "Why is it No Engian? Is she crazy? Why would she harm a classmate like this?" Tu Jia Kwong, usually composed, immediately signaled his friends, "Copy this video first. We'll go out for now." Just then, 2 knocks came from outside the door, making everyone turn to look. The person who appeared was Tan-gu. Seeing her there, a male student asked, "Tan-gu, are you here for Tu Xiao?" Tan-gu put on an innocent expression, not knowing anything, and smiled, asking, "What are you guys planning to do?" Kyo-tan tossed the USB containing the evidence in his hand and replied decisively, "Of course, we're going to expose everything." Hearing this, Tan-gu pretended to be worried and said, "I just met No Engian on the way. She looked terrible." Tan-gu continued to lead the narrative, offering advice. "Have you ever thought about the pressure she'll face after the video is made public? My sister asked you guys to check the surveillance cameras, hoping for some leniency." Kyo-tan's favorability towards Tan-gu was dwindling. He frowned and asked back, "Did you ever think about what your sister would have faced if she hadn't memorized it? I think your malice towards her is quite strong. She's also not someone who seeks help from others easily." Tan-gu lightly touched her hair, continuing to manipulate public opinion. I've seen many people like her before, acting like they're being treated unfairly so that everyone sympathizes with them. Won't no Engian also be ostracized after the video is released? Don't you think that tactic isn't exactly high class? Hearing these words from the green tea, Kyo Tan directly lost his temper, his voice very loud. Everyone I befriended, I know their character. I don't need you to teach me. Tango, unwilling to back down, teared up with crocodile tears and asked Kyo Tan, "We've known each other for 2 years. Is that not worth as much as you knowing her for a month?" Kyo Tan was too lazy to argue with Tangu, saying coldly, "At least she won't gossip behind my back like you." "Tu Xiao, I'm going first." With that, he coldly walked past Tangu, ignoring her. Tangu was extremely upset at being treated this way for the first time. Her competitiveness flared up. "Tanim, you're really something." Without a sound, you've won over Kyo Tan and Lam Kinhian. She quickly changed her target to Tu Jiao Kuang, who had always liked her, hoping to find someone who agreed with her. "Tu Xiao, Kyo Tan won't listen to my explanation. What about you?" Tu Jiao Kuang immediately saw through her intentions, his face also cold as ice. "You want me to speak to Kyo Tan on your behalf?" But this time, no Engian was truly in the wrong. Tangu put on a pitiful and understanding act, pleading, "I know she's wrong, but she's my friend. I can't watch her get destroyed. We're all students. Why be so cruel?" Her hand kept tightening its grip on her skirt hem, because everyone was siding with Tannim. Tangu looked up at Tu Dao Kuang with an expression that couldn't be more green tea, softly pleading, "Tu Xiao, we've known each other for 2 years, but I've never asked you for anything. Please, can you do this for me, just this once?" No one knew what Su Yaowang was thinking when he agreed to her request. Afterward, he sent Xiao Sheng a message about Wu Yan. "After teaching her a private lesson, I left. Consider a favor I owe you." Xiao Sheng's anger flared as soon as he read the message. He was trembling with rage. Damn it, what kind of spell did Qin Yu cast on young Master Su for him to let her off so easily? Unwilling to accept it, Xiao Sheng sent him a string of messages. "Young Master Su, I know you like Qin Yu, but do you really have to go this far for her?" Su Yaoguang quickly replied, "I've listened to her play the violin for 2 years, and this is the first time she has asked me for something." Xiao Sheng, "So, are you agreeing to let her go?" After reading the message, Xiao Sheng felt helpless. "Do I even dare refuse? But what exactly do you like about her? Other than not knowing how to play the violin, Qin Ran is better than her in every way. Could it be that you like someone just because they can play the violin?" After reading the message, Su Yaowang froze and stared blankly into the distance. "Why does everyone think I like her?" After receiving Su Yaowang's agreement, Xiao Sheng felt extremely conflicted and guilty. He sent a voice message to his goddess, Qin Ran. "I was forced into this by power. I'm really sorry, but I'll definitely teach Wu Yin a lesson she'll never forget." The next day, Wu Yin went to thank Qin Yu. "Thank you, Yu." She thought to herself, as expected, Qin Yu is the best. With young Master Su backing her, everything will be fine. Qin Yu smiled and replied, "We're friends. Of course I'd help you. Class is about to start, so go back to your classroom first." "I'm heading back too." Feeling relieved, Wu Yin happily skipped back to the classroom. When she returned to class, she walked up to Qin Ran's desk and sneered, "Just think about it. Without Xiao Sheng backing you up, what are you even worth in this school?" Seeing that Wu Yan was still unrepentant and even more arrogant than before, Qin Ran asked, "Who told you I need someone to back me up?" Only then did she understand why Xiao Sheng had sent her that message yesterday. So that was what he meant. Just then, Lin Siren pushed open the door and entered. After finding out who had caused yesterday's incident, she angrily confronted Wu Yan. "How dare you do something like that?" It was the first time the class had seen Lin Siren so angry, and they began whispering among themselves. "What's going on? Why is the class representative so angry?" Lin Siren stormed over to Wu Yan, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "Wu Yan, why did you throw away Ran's speech draft?" One classmate even spoke up in Wu Yan's defense. "Lin Siren, are you mistaken? Wu Yan was the one who put the most effort into writing the draft." Wu Yan stubbornly denied it. "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe Qin Ran memorized the draft beforehand and tore it up herself just to get attention." She smugly thought that With young Master Su protecting her, the video would never be leaked. She maliciously shifted all the blame onto Qin Ran. Did she tell you that? Is she deliberately trying to drive a wedge between us? We need to make this clear. Don't even think about smearing me. Holding her phone, Lin Siren silently made up her mind. Ran, this time, I'll protect you. Several other students sided with Wu Yin. Lin Siren, say something then. Lin Siren's face was filled with determination. She immediately unlocked her phone and held it out in front of them. Fine, see for yourselves. Take a good look at what this is. Wu Yin believed Su Yaowang had already dealt with the video completely, so she confidently patted her chest. Who are you trying to scare? Could it be that you still have? Before she could finish, the contents of Lin Siren's phone left her speechless. Lin Siren quickly sent the video to the class group chat. Everyone could see it. It was footage from the classroom's comment section. As soon as they watched it, the class erupted in chaos. No one could believe their eyes. Holy shit, it really was Wu Yin. The video shows everything clearly. I can't believe she tore up Qin Ran's speech draft and even soaked it in water. The classmates' voices made Wu Yin feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. She had never expected her actions to be exposed. She lowered her head, too afraid to look at anyone as the class continued talking about her. I didn't expect Wu Yin to be so scheming, making up and acting out everything herself. If there hadn't been surveillance footage, Qin Ran really would have been falsely accused by her. That's awful. What Wu Yin did is disgusting. She must be jealous because Qin Ran and Xiao Sheng are close. Terrified, Wu Yin covered her ears tightly with both hands, tears streaming down her face. I'm not listening. Stop talking. Unable to bear it any longer, she ran out of the classroom while clutching her ears. Lin Siren returned to her seat and turned to her desk mate with concern. Ran, are you okay? Qin Ran looked deeply moved as she softly replied, I'm fine. Thank you. I didn't really do anything. You even gave me Yin Yin's merchandise. Qin Ran smiled faintly. Still, you're better than I am. Qin Ran silently praised her. Siren, you're very brave. Yet after seeing the video spread everywhere, Qin Ran was filled with doubt. Who had uploaded it? I also took a copy from the surveillance footage, but I haven't used it yet. After school, Qin Ran went to Cheng Wan's office as usual to cook. The moment he saw her, Cheng Wan set aside all his work. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand. You dropped this here yesterday. I picked it up for you. Qin Ran thanked him and took the paper. Qi Jing watched the scene while drinking tea and thought, Lu Xiaoying is such an idiot. He actually dared to say this girl was foolish. She's obviously very smart. The answers on the sheet had been written in Morse code, and together they formed the molecular formula for tungstic acid. Qi Jing also remembered Cheng Wan proudly showing it off yesterday. The molecular weight of tungstic acid is 250. She's using the answer sheet to insult someone. Qi Jing studied Qin Ran with even greater curiosity. What was she thinking when she marked up the answer sheet like that? Did she dislike English, or did she have a grudge against the head of the English department? Across the room, Lu Xiaoying was absorbed in his game when he heard a knock on the door. Without looking up, he lazily said, Go away. Outside, Principal Su was drenched in sweat, clearly having rushed all the way here in a hurry. Lu Xiaoying was rather surprised to see him. Old Su, why are you here? Are you looking for Cheng Wan or Qi Jing? Principal Su did not answer. Instead, he hurried toward Qin Ran and asked anxiously, Qin Ran, how is your hand? Cheng Wan immediately answered for her. Principal Su, she's fine. Don't worry. It was the first time Lu Xiaoying had seen Principal Su this worried, and he was full of questions. I've never seen old Su so concerned before. Why does he care so much about Qin Ran? Only then did Principal Su dare to sigh in relief. He took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his face. With you here, the problem probably isn't too serious. Principal Su felt as though his whole understanding of the world had been overturned. Cheng Wan used to consider trouble bothersome and only performed surgery once a month. Why didn't he find it troublesome anymore? Principal Su then noticed Qi Jing's presence. Little Qi, you came to Yin City too? He smiled and greeted Principal Su in return. Once Qin Ran's wound had been bandaged, old Su's anger burst forth. Tell me what happened. You're already this old, yet you let your hand get hurt like this? Who ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare lay a hand on you? On the other side, Qi Jing and Lu Zhaoying sat together enjoying the show. Neither of them looked surprised anymore. Cheng Wan had already set the example, so there was nothing left to be surprised about. Meanwhile, after returning home, Wu Yin collapsed and sobbed bitterly. Qin Yu called her to talk. Wu Yin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Xiao Sheng not to listen even to young Master Su. Wu Yan's sobs grew louder and louder. She no longer had her former arrogant demeanor. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, Xiao Sheng wasn't the one who did this. Qin Yu was startled. If it wasn't Xiao Sheng, then who else could have obtained the surveillance footage? Wu Yin wiped away her tears. Who else could it be? Then she abruptly changed the subject. By the way, my parents are transferring me to another school next week. Qin Yu chatted with her a little longer before hanging up. If you have any problems, just tell me. If I can help, I definitely will. It's time for me to practice the violin. We'll talk later. After hanging up, Wu Yan's anger and hatred surged forth. Qin Ran, you've ruined me like this. Don't blame me for showing you no mercy. On Saturday, Qin Ran went to visit her aunt as usual. As soon as she arrived, she took off her shoes and went inside. Ning Qing and Qin Yu were already there. Seeing her, Ning Qing pretended to be concerned. Ran, how is your hand? But Qin Ran still paid no attention to this irresponsible mother of hers and walked past her indifferently. Ning Qing could only watch her leave. Is she still angry? Noticing that Qin Yu had been staring intently at her phone ever since she arrived, Qin Ran's younger cousin asked, Cousin, are you reading the comments on the school forum? Curious, she leaned over to look and exclaimed in surprise. It's Qin Ran. Qin Ran went into the kitchen, intending to help her aunt. Auntie, let me help. Her aunt immediately refused. Your hand is injured. Go sit over there. I'm almost done cooking anyway. Seeing that her aunt would not let her cook, Qin Ran suggested another task. Then let me carry the dishes out for you. It's fine. Your hand still hasn't healed. Over there. Qin Yu seemed to have seen something on her phone and showed it to Ning Qing. Ning Qing's face suddenly stiffened. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Qin Ran's aunt hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Why does everyone look like that? Ning Qing suddenly shouted at Qin Ran, Tell me honestly, where did the money you used to pay your grandmother's hospital fees last time come from? As Qin Ran arranged the bowls, she answered calmly, It was mine. Ning Qing did not believe her. She slammed her hand down on the table and thrust her phone forward with the other. Then what is this? Is that money yours? Did that man give it to you? Are you doing this to make me angry? Seeing Ning Qing making such a scene, Qin Ran glanced at the phone to see what was happening. It was the photo Wu Yin had secretly taken from Qin Ran's phone before. She had now posted it on the school forum, where it was accompanied by countless comments. What's going on? Is Qin Ran really being kept by someone? People really can do anything for money. That man looks old enough to be her father. How disgusting. Let me tell you, the thermos she uses is a limited edition worth several thousand yuan. If she isn't being kept, where else would she get that kind of money? The next day, when Qin Ran arrived at school, she was summoned to the Academic Affairs office for questioning. Student Qin, someone anonymously reported that you have engaged in improper conduct. Do you have anything you would like to explain? A woman in blue, standing nearby, cut in. What is there to explain? Students these days are capable of anything. Hearing her sharp tone, the teacher shot her an irritated warning glance. Only then did she fall silent. The teacher continued gently. Qin Ran, this matter has spread all over the forum and will have a very negative impact on you. Do you know who the man in the photograph is? Could the image have been fabricated, or is there some other explanation? Qin Ran had no intention of hiding it. Her response was extremely brief. I know him. The atmosphere suddenly fell quiet as everyone waited for her to continue. Without fear or hesitation, she replied, That person is Feng Lucheng. The woman in blue continued speaking unpleasantly. Who is Feng Lucheng? Why did you have to meet him alone at night? Only the teacher seemed to recognize the name Qin Ran had mentioned. The Feng Lucheng you mean? Is it that Feng Lucheng? Qin Ran's expression was ice cold. Who else would it be? The teacher nodded slightly. I understand. I'll handle this. You may go back first. The woman in blue was unhappy with his decision. You're letting her leave just like that? Do you know how much this affects the school environment? At the very least, her parents should be called in and she should be publicly criticized. The teacher sneered. Do you want to publicly criticize Feng Lucheng too? The woman still failed to understand the seriousness of the situation and stubbornly insisted. Isn't he just some scumbag keeping a schoolgirl? Why can't he be criticized? The teacher's expression changed and he snapped angrily. Very good. You're quite capable, aren't you? Then go criticize our city's mayor on the school forum. He turned to the young man beside him. Go find someone to delete every one of those posts. Chin Ran must not be affected by this. The teacher silently thought, Chin Ran's attitude is so composed, and the other party is Feng Lucheng. She surely would not joke about something like this. There must be some misunderstanding. After learning the man's identity, the woman in blue wisely kept quiet. Feng Lucheng is Yun City's mayor? What was I saying just now? Meanwhile, at the student union's technical department, a male student was surprised to see Chinyu suddenly appear. Chinyu, why are you here? Chinyu smiled warmly, waved hello, and asked, Section Chief, several posts about my friend were suddenly deleted. You're the forum administrator, so do you know what happened? The young man sighed. You mean the post about someone being kept? Anyway, don't concern yourself with this matter. Do you know who was involved this time? No. Chinyu suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly asked, Who is it? The answer that followed left her rooted to the spot, her expression darkening. It's Yin City's big shot, Feng Lucheng. After regaining her composure, Chinyu still found it hard to believe and pressed on. Where did you get that information? The young man answered without concealing anything. The teacher told me personally. Right? You need to keep this secret. Don't spread it around. Chinyu's thoughts became a tangled mess. How could Chin Ran possibly know Feng Lucheng? It looks like I can only ask Mrs. Feng about it. I happen to be having dinner with her tonight. Unaware of Chinyu's thoughts, the young man casually rested his head in his hands. Fortunately, not many people use the school forum, so the posts were easy to delete. Luckily, it hasn't caused too much of a stir on social media. The young man's careless words gave Chinyu an idea. She did not linger and quickly waved goodbye. Section Chief, you've worked hard. I'll keep this matter confidential. I'll be leaving now. Thank you for reminding me. Social media really is a wonderful place. With that thought, she took out her phone, logged onto the internet, and began preparing her plan. That evening, at an upscale restaurant in the city, Mrs. Feng looked apologetically at the two of them. She had originally wanted Chinyu and Feng Ci to meet more often, but in the end, that child could not come because something came up. She looked at Chinyu and asked, You want to go to the capital to study under a master? Chinyu adopted a well-behaved, polite manner. Yes. Recently, I've been practicing pieces for my apprenticeship audition. She then suggested, Aunt Feng, may I play a piece for you? She quickly took out the violin she had prepared beforehand and immersed herself in the music. Listening to the melody, Mrs. Feng seemed thoughtful. This piece sounds so familiar. I feel as though I've heard it somewhere before. When Chinyu finished playing, she carefully studied Mrs. Feng's expression. Aunt Feng, what do you think of this piece? Mrs. Feng gathered her thoughts and praised her. You played wonderfully. It was good enough to go on tour. Remembering her real purpose, Chinyu put on a troubled expression and hesitantly said, By the way, Aunt Feng, there's something I'm not sure whether I should ask. Go ahead. Delighted inwardly, Chinyu immediately continued, I heard that my sister knows Uncle Feng. Is that true? Mrs. Feng looked rather surprised. You have an older sister? Seeing Mrs. Feng's surprised expression, Chinyu smugly thought, even Mrs. Feng doesn't know Chin Ran exists. This is getting interesting. Chinyu feigned innocence and replied, Yes. She told others that she knows Uncle Feng, so I wanted to ask you whether it was true. Mrs. Feng's expression instantly changed, and she became displeased. That's strange. At my age, I'm not close to many people. She was full of suspicion. Where did this little girl come from, daring to dream in broad daylight? Noticing something was wrong, Lin Jinxian spoke in a somewhat stern tone. Chinyu, who did you hear that from? She doesn't seem like someone who would say something like that. Startled, Chinyu quickly corrected herself. If she doesn't know him, then I must have heard wrong. Chinyu is filled with wariness. Brother Jinxian is actually defending Chin Ran. It's fine. I'll expose her lie soon enough. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Chin Ran was staring at her phone when a young man reminded her, Little Chin Ran, is something urgent going on? Chungwan is changing your medicine, and you're still sitting here playing on your phone. After busying herself for a while, Chin Ran gave a perfunctory When video games were mentioned, Lin Siren's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, you play 9 Provinces Journey 2, don't you? Do you watch the competitions? Yang Shun from OX will be playing in the knockout rounds in Yin City next month. I'll get someone to obtain tickets and take you to meet the master first. Chin Ran looked slightly bewildered at the suggestion and merely replied with an okay. Her lack of surprise struck Lin Siren as strange. Yang Shun was the first Chinese player to become internationally famous, so why was little Qin Ran not excited at all? After checking her injury, Chengwan quietly reminded her, "All right, the wound is recovering quite well, but it's best not to play games for too long. Take good care of yourself." Qin Ran nodded lightly. "Okay, I'll head back first." Having been treated like an invisible person by both of them, Lin Siren gloomily moved aside. Fine, if they were going to ignore him, he would entertain himself. He pulled out his phone to browse the news, but in the next second, his expression froze as he read a post online. Lin Siren hurriedly brought his phone to Chengwan. "Master Wan, hurry and look at today's latest news." Reading the news and the countless hostile comments directed at Qin Ran, Chengwan's entire body radiated a chilling aura. Lin Siren continued, "The photo of little Qin Ran with Feng Lucheng has been posted on Weibo, and I found that someone has bought search rankings and promoted posts too. Even the marketing accounts have been mobilized." Killing intent surged around Cheng Wan as he coldly ordered, "Go deal with it. Find out who is behind this. I don't think an ordinary person could buy the support of so many marketing accounts. I want to see exactly who bears such malicious intent toward a high school girl." "Master Wan, I'll get right on it." Meanwhile, Qin Ran was also called to the office by the homeroom teacher. "We've already arranged for people to suppress the trending searches, but some people are still fanning the flames." Qin Ran, "Don't worry. The school will handle this." The teacher beside them let out a sigh of relief. "What a nuisance. I knew it. How could a student as outstanding as Qin possibly be like the rumors say? Thank goodness the school acted so quickly." Qin Ran's expression remained calm. "Thank you, Director." At that moment, the teacher from the other day burst through the door. "Director, I just received news that Mayor Feng does not know any high school girls at all." The homeroom teacher had barely recovered from one problem before another arrived, and his head began to ache. "What nonsense are you talking about again? Remember, this is none of your business." The woman was delighted by someone else's misfortune. Why not ask Qin whether she really knows Mayor Feng? "I just heard this from Qin Yu. An excellent student like Qin, you would never lie." Qin Ran must have been lying. Qin Ran only gave a cold laugh and said nothing. Seeing her attitude, the woman became even more certain of her judgment. "Director, Qin Ran is merely borrowing the Feng family's name to get herself out of trouble. If that is true, then her behavior is truly disgraceful." Seeing how certain the woman was, the homeroom teacher began to waver as well. "Qin Ran, can you contact Mayor Feng? I don't want to doubt you, but we need some assurance." Qin Ran agreed readily. "Sure." She took her phone from her skirt pocket and dialed a number. The woman standing nearby chimed in, "I found his office number online. Why don't you try calling it?" But Qin Ran ignored the office number and directly dialed Feng Lucheng's save contact. The woman glanced over and laughed, assuming Qin Ran was putting on an act. "Oh, you even have Mayor Feng's number? Go on then, call him." The call was answered very quickly. Feng Lucheng began, "Qin," but before he could finish, Qin Ran cut him off. "Hello, Mr. Feng. My homeroom teacher would like to speak with you for a moment." Feng Lucheng immediately realized that something had happened, and his expression turned solemn. "All right, let him speak." "Hello, Mr. Feng. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Ran's homeroom teacher. I'm contacting you to ask about the photographs of you, as this matter has caused quite a commotion on Weibo." Feng Lucheng's voice came through the speaker. "I'm sorry. I brought the girls some food, but I never expected it to turn into such a big issue. I'm in a meeting right now and can't come over, but I'll have my secretary go there immediately. You don't need to worry. I'll handle it." Everyone present was stunned, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Was that really Feng Lucheng? How had this matter become connected to the Feng family? Before anyone could fully process it, less than 20 minutes later, there was a commotion outside the door. Everyone tensed, assuming Feng Lucheng's people had arrived. Yet the person who appeared was Qin Ran's mother. Sorry, Director. She has caused you more trouble." Seeing Qin Ran still in the mood to play games, Ning Qing angrily shouted, "Qin Ran, why are you still standing there?" Before she could lecture her further, another set of footsteps approached from behind. "Excuse me, please make way." The man passed Ning Qing and looked toward the homeroom teacher. "Hello, Director Ding. I am Mayor Feng's secretary, and I have come to handle Miss Qin's matter." When he turned toward Qin Ran, his attitude immediately softened into a smile. "Hello, Miss Qin." She politely replied, "Hello." The homeroom teacher quickly stepped forward to shake the man's hand, privately confirming that he truly was Mayor Feng's secretary. He had often seen him on television. Knowing the matter would soon be resolved, Qin Ran interrupted him. If there is nothing else, I'll return to class first. Ning Qing and the female teacher were each lost in their own thoughts. The teacher thought, Qing, you clearly said they did not know each other. Ning Qing, meanwhile, was astonished. Since when had Qing Ran come to know such important people? 2 days later, Lin Siren arrived with a stack of investigative documents and reported, Master Wan, you would never guess who I found. It's someone connected to the Su family. Cheng Huanfronith, the Su family? Have you verified this? Elder Su cares deeply for Qin Ran. How could he possibly be involved? Lin Siren immediately clarified. He is only a minor figure with some connections to the Su family. How could he know Elder Su? He is most likely an acquaintance of young Master Su. Cheng Wan recalled the name. Su Gugang. The young man gave a cold smile. But the person who contacted the marketing accounts was not young Master Su. It was Qin Ran's younger sister, Qin Yu. She probably met that person through young Master Su. After reading the documents, Cheng Wan's anger rose. She certainly has nerve. Make another copy of the evidence and send it to Elder Su. Keep this original copy. A knock sounded from outside the door. Both men turned and discovered that Qin Ran had arrived. Are you too busy? Should I come back tonight? Lin Siren spoke up. Little Qin Ran, come in. I was just about to leave. Cheng Wan set the documents aside and called her over. Come here. Let me see how well your hand has healed. He carefully and attentively changed her bandage. The wound is healing very well. Don't let yourself get hurt again in the future. Cheng Wan silently told himself, I will protect you well too. His gaze shifted to the investigative documents nearby, and he hesitated. The Weibo trending topic had disappeared. It was time to strike back. But he should let her decide for herself first. If she could not handle it, then he would step in. With that thought, he picked up the documents. By the way, I have this information for you. Qin Ran accepted it and flipped through the pages. The information was very similar to what she had found herself, including the transfer records. Thinking of Cheng Wan's consideration, she was faintly moved. He had gone to a lot of trouble. Suddenly, he asked, Is it good? Qin Ran looked confused. What? He smiled and pointed at the lollipop in her mouth. Your candy. Qin Ran laughed, took one out of her pocket, and handed it to him. Go ahead and eat it. Don't be shy. Looking at the lollipop in his hand, he was somewhat reluctant to eat it. Thank you. So, what are you planning to do next? Qin Ran did not reveal her plans. She smiled confidently. Thank you for the information. During dinner at the Lin residence, Lin Jinxian instructed Aunt Zhang, go clean up the room on the second floor. Tian Ran will be staying in Yin City for a while. Upon hearing the news, Aunt Zhang's face lit up with delight. Miss Tian Ran is coming back to stay. I'll go clean it right away. Lin Jinxian nodded. Her cousin, Di Hai, has been living in the capital these past few years, but Tian Ran has to return here for the college entrance examination, so she will be staying here for some time. At that moment, Qin Ran pushed open the door and entered. With little warmth in her voice, she asked, Why did you ask me to come? Ning Qing hurriedly stood, trying to ease the atmosphere. Ran, you're back. How is your hand? Qin Ran was already tired of Ning Qing's superficial concern. Stop talking nonsense. Just say what you want. I have to return to school tonight. Ning Qing suddenly grew angry and accused her. I was only showing concern for you. Why are you acting like this? Also, Ewer is going to the capital next month to study under a master, and I was thinking of having you go with her, so you can learn something too. Qin Ran asked coldly, You want to invite me to the capital? Are you sure she means well? Her direct words enraged Ning Qing. Why wouldn't she mean well? Your grades are poor. If you practice the violin, you could at least pass the arts examination. Ewer is thinking of you. Qin Yu adopted a considerate expression and gently advised, Sister, don't misunderstand my good intentions. I'm only doing this for your own good. Even if the master does not accept you, his advice would still benefit you greatly. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Lin Jinxian coughed a few times. All right, whatever it is, talk it over calmly. Ignoring the other two, Qin Ran walked coldly up to Lin Jinxian and handed him the investigative documents. I have nothing to say to them. Uncle Lin, I hope you will keep Qin Yu under control from now on. She added coldly, Uncle Lin, because you helped me before, I did not hand this information over to the police. Inside the documents was the conversation between Qin Yu and Wu Yin. Naturally, all of it was Qin Yu's instigation against Qin Ran. As Lin Jinxian flipped through the contents, his face darkened at once. These were the chat records between Ewer and Wu Yin. Qin Yu had introduced marketing accounts to Wu Yin so she could spread rumors, and had even transferred 200,000 yuan to Wu Yin to further fuel the matter. Qin Ran was thoroughly disgusted with this place and quickly prepared to leave. Uncle Lin, take a look. I'm going back to school first. Ning Qing curiously walked over and picked up the papers. The moment she saw them, she was stunned. Qin Yu's face turned pale upon seeing the undeniable evidence. How had this been exposed? In the worst-case scenario, Wu Yin could have taken the blame for her. She could claim that the chat records had been fabricated, but how could Qin Ran have obtained the transfer history of the money she had sent Wu Yin? Qin Yu quickly put on a pitiful act, tears welling in her eyes. Dad, Mom, listen to me first. She rushed over, grabbed Lin Jinchuan's arm, and looked innocent. Wu Yin is my friend, but I had no idea she contacted marketing accounts to do something so terrible. She is about to leave first high school. She came to borrow money from me. How could I refuse? Lin Jinchuan's favorable impression of Qin Yu had dropped to its lowest point. You lent money to a friend without asking anything? And wasn't it you who brought up the marketing accounts in the first place? Qin Yu sobbed as she tried to explain. I only know some marketing accounts. That's all. Dad, you see how I study and practice the violin every day. How could I possibly have time to do such a thing? Lin Jinxian decisively pulled his arm from Qin Yu's grasp, his attitude exceptionally firm. Let me think about this. Feeling his cold distance, Qin Yu froze in place. Dad, how could you be like this? A few days later, a group of bodyguards suddenly appeared at the school and blocked Qin Ran's path. Miss Qin, our madam is waiting for you. The students who witnessed the scene stopped out of curiosity to watch. Qin Ran did not want to attract attention, so she could only agree. Fine, I'll go with you. Si Tian, go eat with someone else first. She followed the man to a cafe. The moment Mrs. Feng saw her, she asked, Are you the girl Feng Luqing was willing to visit in the middle of the night, regardless of everything else? Displeasure flashed in Qin Ran's eyes. She had not expected this woman to summon her only to ask about this. How boring. When Mrs. Feng received no answer, she assumed her guess was correct and angrily slapped the table. You are quite capable of hiding things. Should I praise you for your cleverness? Annoyed, Qin Ran asked coldly, What do you want? Misunderstanding Qin Ran as Feng Luqing's mistress, Mrs. Feng demanded, Leave Yin City and never think of looking for Feng Luqing again. A student like you cannot defeat me. Qin Ran suddenly gave a cold laugh. Mrs. Feng, have you always been like this? Always assuming you are the center of everything, making arbitrary guesses without caring about other people's feelings or circumstances. Qin Ran was suddenly furious. Without even needing to ask, she could imagine how much Manhwa had endured from this woman whenever Uncle Feng was not home. Her anger made Qin Ran nearly pick up the glass of orange juice and splash it in the woman's face. But just as she was about to act, a reminder Chang Wan had set on her phone appeared. Remember to apply your ointment on time. Qin Ran took a deep breath and tried to restrain herself. Chengwan, thank you for setting an alarm so I do not do something foolish. Not wanting things to escalate too far, she called Feng Luqing. As soon as the call connected, she spoke first. Uncle Feng, I'm at Scenic Cafe. Come over for a moment. After ending the call, Qin Ran imperiously walked past Mrs. Feng. She would leave the rest for Feng Luqing to explain to his wife. Mrs. Feng was livid with anger, yet had no idea what to do. Why you? Just as Qin Ran stepped out of the cafe, she heard a familiar voice calling. Little Qin Ran, over here. Turning her eyes in that direction, she found Lin Siren and his friends standing nearby. Lin Siren waved warmly. Little Qin Ran, come eat with us. After finishing a phone call, Chengwan quickly hung up and walked over to ask, Why aren't you at school at this hour? She answered indifferently, I came out to meet someone. Chengwan did not press further. All right, let's go eat first. Have you applied your medicine? If not, I'll apply it for you later. The young man in blue behind them was dumbfounded at the sight. Master Wan, what is going on? This girl is still a student, isn't she? Lin Siren signaled for him to lower his voice. Keep it down. She is the person our Master Wan likes. Get used to it. At the dinner table, Chengwan pointed at the young man in blue and introduced him to her. I forgot to introduce him. This is Captain Yu, captain of the Capital Criminal Investigation Unit. Captain Yu, if you have something to say it directly. The young man in blue looked slightly awkward. Is it really appropriate to say it here, Master Wan? Cheng Huan replied casually. It's fine. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be cautious. Seeing how certain he was, Captain Yu got to the point. Cheng Mu also asked, the moment you mentioned it, where's my military goddess? Didn't she come? If she were here, this case would be much easier to solve. Captain Yu agreed. She has other matters to handle in the capital, so she could not come. This case is similar to case 712 from 3 years ago. If we can find the person who handled that case, I'm 90% certain we'll get a lead. Hearing the familiar number, Qin Ran paused. Case 712. Wasn't that her case from back then? Chungwan was highly perceptive and immediately noticed the change in her. What's wrong? Qin Ran recovered, took a drink of water, and answered, nothing. Captain Yu continued speaking at length. I reviewed the case files from 3 years ago and went to Captain Qian of the Yun City Criminal Investigation Unit to ask about the situation. But unexpectedly, they would not even spare me a glance. Cheng Mu exclaimed, really? Lin Siren joined the conversation. Captain Qian became famous because he joined an organization of detectives that was not made public 3 years ago, though you probably do not know that. Qin Ran indifferently drained her glass of water. I really didn't know. Seeing that her expression had not changed, Lin Siren felt disappointed. Little Qin Ran, aren't you curious at all? Fina, I won't tell you anymore. Captain Yu looked curiously at Qin Ran, assessing her. Chungwan cared a great deal about this girl. Could she truly be just an ordinary student? Chungwan seemed to recall something and said, right, Jiang Hui will invite us out for drinks later. He helped us last time, so I agreed. Lin Siren cheered. Bring little Qin Ran along. The place Uncle Jiang find will definitely be great. She can rest there. But Qin Ran refused decisively. I'm not going. Chungwan looked at her expectantly and smiled as he coaxed. It's fine. Come with us. You know Uncle Jiang too, don't you? His gentleness made it impossible for her to refuse. All right. Qin Ran had gone out to use the restroom, but when she returned, she had forgotten which private room she had been eating in. She spent quite a while searching for it. Which room did Lin Siren mention just now? I didn't hear him clearly. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone to the restroom. What a hassle. While Lin Jinxian was talking with his friends, he suddenly spotted her. Why are you here? He turned to his friends. I have something to do. I'm hanging up. Bye. Lin Jinxian reached out to stop her. Don't wander around by yourself anymore. Come into the room with me first. Qin happens to be here too. I heard about what happened last time. Let her apologize to you in person. Looking at the man before her, Qin Ran thought to herself that he had looked for her several times these past few days because of Qin Yu. Since they had run into each other here, she might as well settle it once and for all. All right, let's go. Lin Jinxian led her into a private room already filled with people. After entering, he brought her over to the purple-haired young man. Take her over there to hang out for now. I need to answer a call. I'll be right back. The purple-haired young man readily agreed. Sure. As he looked at Qin Ran, she seemed vaguely familiar. Had he seen her somewhere before? Was she Mingyue's classmate? Before leaving, Lin Jinxian still worriedly reminded everyone. She's also a high school student, just like Qin Yu. Don't mess around. Several people curiously went over to Qin Yu to ask for information. Is that girl your brother's girlfriend? He values her that much? He even asked Brother Feng to look after her when he went outside to make a call. The purple-haired young man asked as well. That's right. I've never seen this younger sister before. She's not only pretty, but she has a great figure too. Qin Yu answered vaguely. She's my older sister. She only came to Yin City not long ago, and she doesn't live with my family anymore. Besides, if you like her, young Master Qian, that would be her honor. The purple-haired young man grinned when he heard that. All right. As long as she isn't Lin Jinxuan's woman, it's easy enough. With that, he went over to approach Qin Ran. Meanwhile, Chungwan became rather anxious when she had been gone for so long. He looked toward the door. Where is she? Understanding what he meant, Lin Siren replied. She told me she was going to the restroom. Master Wan, don't worry. Little Qin Ran isn't the type to disappear without saying a word. Oh, she replied to my message. Look, she says she went to OX5 and ran into an acquaintance. This place requires a 5 million membership fee to join. Does she have acquaintances there? Cheng Huanfronith, an acquaintance? The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Unable to sit still, he stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Lin Siren hurried after him. I'm coming too. Captain, you could not help sighing. Both of them were going crazy over a high school girl. Uncle Jiang chuckled. This child, Qin Ran, is truly well-liked. Jiang Hui's words startled the young man. Even Ouyang Tang had never received such praise from him. Jiang Hui was not someone who cared much about appearances. Was she really worth it? Two young women carrying drinks came over to where Feng Si was sitting. Young Master Feng, aren't you drinking? Feng Si flatly raised a hand in refusal. My girlfriend doesn't like it when I drink. Also, please don't stand so close to me. She doesn't like the smell of perfume either. His two friends laughed curiously when they heard that. Young Master Feng is serious this time. Who exactly is it? You've kept her hidden for 2 years without letting us meet her. The purple-haired young man began sidling up to Qin Ran. Come on, little sister, have a drink. Qin Ran replied coldly. Sorry, I don't drink alcohol. Seeing her stiff manner, the young man did not press her. All right, I was being presumptuous. As he drank, he studied Qin Ran's face. She was even prettier up close. He was determined to get her for himself eventually. There was no need to rush things in a day or two. When Qin Yu saw that he had returned without acting according to her plan, she suddenly became displeased. Young Master Qian, why didn't you talk to my sister for a while longer? The purple-haired young man sat down and shook his head. After all, she came with your brother today. His undisguised interest in Qin Ran gave Qin Yu an idea. Good. It seemed young Master Qian had taken a liking to Qin Ran. Her brother could not stay by her side forever. Not long afterward, Lin Jinxian finally returned. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. He walked over to where Qin Ran was sitting and beckoned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, come here. Sorry, sister. I'm coming. Although Qin Yu was unwilling, she still obediently went over in order to preserve her innocent image. Lin Jinxian spoke again, prompting her. Qin Yu squeezed out a few tears and put on a pitiful, pure expression. Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned those marketing accounts together with Wu Yan. Can you forgive me? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Ran was utterly domineering. Without even looking up, she said, Of course not. Qin Yu felt deeply humiliated by the rejection. Sister, I know you still haven't accepted me, but I'm sincerely apologizing to you. Inwardly, she cursed. How dare this little brat refuse my apology? She made herself look even more pitiful. Sister, I really didn't do it on purpose. Qin Ran decisively stood up, putting an end to Qin Yu's performance. Stop pretending in front of me. Anyone unlucky enough to have a little sister like you is cursed for 8 lifetimes. I have things to do. I'm leaving. As she spoke, she headed for the door. Lin Jinxian immediately chased after her. Wait! But Qin Ran gave him no face and swept past like the wind. Even Lin Jinxian had a marvel at how quickly she walked. Just as he was about to catch up to her, he noticed someone beside Qin Ran and stopped. The man facing her wasn't that. Only when Qin Ran saw Cheng Wan did her expression soften slightly. Why did you come out too? Cheng Huan smiled fondly. I just found an excuse to come out for some air. Let's go back. Hiding behind a wall, Lin Jinxian watched Cheng Wan and thought of what Feng Xiai had once said. 2 important figures had come to Feng City. Feng Xiai had not dared to say too much, only telling him to remember their faces well. He could not possibly be mistaken. This must be one of them. Realizing that, Lin Jinxian immediately drew a conclusion. Why was Qin Ran with this man? Could the information she had given her father have been investigated with this man's help? The next day, Feng Lucheng sat at their meeting place, his heart filled with anxiety. Why had Miss Qin not arrived yet? However, he did not have to wait long before she finally appeared leisurely and pushed open the door. When Feng Lucheng saw her, he hurriedly stood up. Miss Qin, I warned my wife. She will absolutely never dare trouble you again. Qin Ran merely gave a cool hum. Feng Lucheng's expression suddenly turned serious. As for the information I gave you, someone has recently been searching for Captain Qian, trying to investigate that matter. He frowned and suggested, I heard that the poisoned dragon has appeared again, and 3 years have already passed. It's time for you to come back out. Qin Ran did not answer that question. Seemingly deep in thought, she only said faintly, Uncle Feng, let's eat. All right, I'll call the waiter to bring up the dishes. Just then, Qin Ran's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, she answered. Lin Siren, why are you calling me during your break? Qin Ran's expression abruptly darkened. What did you say? Cheng Mu has gone missing. On the other end, Lin Siren was still speaking frantically. That's right. Last night, Captain Hao asked Cheng Mu to check some things, and then we couldn't reach him. Master Wan has a surgery today, so he doesn't know yet. Captain Yu did not understand why Lin Siren had to tell Qin Ran about this. He spoke loudly to remind him. It's already this urgent, and you're explaining things to a child? What could she possibly understand? You'll only make things more chaotic. Although Qin Ran heard Captain Yu's words through the phone, she was not angry. Instead, she remained extremely calm. Understand. I'll go to the hospital and find Cheng Wan right away. Uncle Feng, something urgent came up, so I need to leave. I'm sorry for missing our meal. It's fine. Do you need me to drive you? Qin Ran was in a hurry and did not refuse. All right, thank you, Uncle Feng. When Qin Ran arrived at the hospital, the lights in the VIP operating room were still on. She thought, the VIP operating room. Chung-won must be in there. I'll find somewhere to sit and wait for him to come out. Her cool demeanor quickly attracted the attention of the two people guarding the operating room door. One asked, "Do you know that girl? What is she here for?" The woman glanced over and shook her head. "I don't know her, but she's quite pretty." After a while, the surgery was finally completed. Chung-won came out with a team of doctors, and he was rather surprised to see her standing nearby. He did not hide his feelings at all. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he quickly walked toward her. The doctors behind him were surprised when they saw him change direction. "What is Dr. Chung doing?" Thinking something had happened to her, Chung-won anxiously asked, "Why did you come here to find me?" "It's Chung-moo," Chin Ran began, but stopped the moment she noticed the countless people watching them. Chung-won understood and turned to the people behind him. "For the next surgery, assess the patient's condition first." The other person obediently replied, "All right, we'll do as you say." Once Chung-won returned to the base, he asked, "What happened?" Captain Yu took the initiative to answer. Chung-moo's situation involves the local authorities. Captain Qian doesn't want to say much more. Lin Siren and I were waiting for you to finish work. Seeing Chin Ran continuously tapping on her phone, one of the young men felt annoyed. Things were so urgent, yet she was leisurely playing games. Why did Master One insist on bringing her here? Was she supposed to be some lucky charm? Captain Yu pointed at a picture on the table. "This is a jigsaw image that someone deliberately sent over. I suspect it was sent by the people who kidnapped Chung-moo." Chung-won stared at the picture, lost in thought. After a while, he asked, "Where is Yun City's largest plastic manufacturing plant? Also, check this number, 157. Just then, someone pushed open the door and came in. "Excuse me, who is Captain Yu?" A young man immediately answered, "I am." Captain Qian's appearance caught the young man off guard. Lin Siren whispered in Chung-won's ear, "Captain Qian never paid any attention to us before. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Has he heard of her before? But that doesn't seem right." Chung-won was also somewhat surprised. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. As Captain Qian was about to walk inside, his gaze landed on Chin Ran, who was standing nearby. Chung-won suddenly spoke, drawing his attention away. "Captain Qian, I need your technicians to build a surveillance screening system at the intersections and identify their location through the cameras." "How long would that take?" Captain Qian replied immediately, "Let the technicians try it first." The technicians quickly got to work, operating with great proficiency. Even Captain Yu could not stop praising them. As expected of Case 712, you handle cases incredibly fast. Captain Qian stood behind them with his arms folded. "The location has been identified as our current location. They have already set up severe interference. It will take about a day to screen it again and establish a connection." While everyone was tense, a notification sounded from Chin Ran's phone. "Victory." Captain Yu turned around in displeasure and reminded her, "Miss Chin, please don't interfere with the technician's work. You're obstructing official duties." Chung-won frowned at Captain Yu's hostile attitude and suddenly picked up the computer the technician was working on. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he brought the computer to Chin Ran. His eyes were filled with trust. Captain Yu could not understand why Chung-won was acting this way and said loudly, "Master Wan, why are you giving her the computer? Don't delay the technician's work. A human life is at stake." Even Lin Siren agreed. "Master Wan, Captain Yu is right. Why are you giving the computer to little Chin Ran?" Captain Qian and his people silently stood by, watching the scene unfold. Amid everyone's doubts, Chung-won calmly placed the computer in Chin Ran's hands. His steady voice rang out, "I trust you." Faced with his confidence and trust, Chin Ran said nothing more and immediately got to work. Her hands moved so skillfully that everyone was left stunned. Captain Yu still wanted to stop her, but failed. Chin Ran calmly gave an order. "Locate it." The technician did not understand why, but under the pressure of her presence, he instinctively obeyed. Yes. Very quickly, the technician found the location and shouted, "Location confirmed. It's at the abandoned plastic factory in the north of the city." The speed was so astonishing that both Lin Siren and Captain Yu could only gape. "What? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Am I dreaming?" Captain Qian calmly brought over a cup of tea and set it on the table. "You've worked hard. Have some tea. I only used 7 tea leaves, so I guarantee it isn't bitter." "Master Wan, don't worry. I've already sent people to the abandoned plastic factory in the north of the city." Recovering somewhat from his shock, Lin Siren stepped forward and quietly asked, "Master Wan, did you know all along?" Cheng Huanchakiv. I suspected it before. Now I'm certain. He thought to himself that while investigating the records, he had discovered that Qin Ran had also been involved in case 712. Last time, he had happened to see her answer sheet, which was written in Morse code, but he had never expected it really to be her. Once her identity was confirmed, everyone was filled with amazement. My God, how old was she 3 years ago? She was already able to help solve a case. Master Wan, can you two not be so terrifying? Cheng Wan pointed toward Captain Qian and analyzed. Watch him. Ever since Qin Ran entered, Captain Qian has unconsciously kept looking at her. His instinctive reaction can't be mistaken. In other words, she played an important role in case 712 years ago. At that moment, it was impossible to tell how many people had gathered around Qin Ran. From that instant onward, she officially became the goddess in their hearts. Boss Qin, do you want some snacks? I'll get them for you. Even Captain Qian showed his admiration without reservation. Are you tired? I'll take you out for dinner later. Captain Yu was frozen in place, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Siren waved a hand. Looks like Captain Qian isn't cold by nature after all. Just look how enthusiastic he is toward little Qin Ran. Captain Yu was very surprised by her skill level. I never expected Qin Ran's programming abilities to be this outstanding. She's even far better than the technicians on our team. Captain Yu was an upright person. Knowing that his earlier attitude toward her had been wrong, he lowered his head to admit his mistake. Miss Qin, earlier, I failed to recognize true talent and offended you. Seeing Lin Siren still standing motionlessly, Captain Yu reminded him, stop wasting words. Come with me to save him. Still reeling from his shock, Lin Siren snapped back to his senses. Oh, one of the technicians wanted to ask something else. Captain, just now this was... Under Qin Ran's sharp gaze, Captain Qian immediately coughed to interrupt him. Ahem, don't say any more. Cheng Wan perceptively understood and spoke to help her out. Qin Ran, don't you still have homework to finish? Qin Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Cheng Wan. She hurriedly stood up and pretended to say, that's right, I still have some homework unfinished. The teacher is about to check it, so I'll go back first. The technicians looked regretful. Boss, when you have time, remember to come back and teach us a few more tricks. Captain Qian waved a hand. All right, Miss Qin, don't listen to their nonsense. Hurry back to school. At last, she escaped that group of people watching her like tigers. Cheng Wan, let's go home. Hearing her say, let's go home, Cheng Wan's heart suddenly raced. Let's go home. While Qin Ran was concentrating on her homework, Cheng Mu was finally rescued and brought back. Yet he kept questioning the two people behind him. Why did Captain Qian agree to help you? And how did you find me so quickly? I asked Captain Qian, but he wouldn't tell me anything. He's far too cold. When Cheng Mu noticed Qin Ran in the room, he jumped in surprise. Ahem, there's someone else here. Let's go outside and talk. Captain Yu bluntly replied, there's no need to go outside, and you don't need to avoid her. She's the one who saved your life. Cheng Mu could not hide his shock and disbelief. Are you joking? What could a little girl possibly do? Weren't you and Captain Qian the ones who rescued me? Captain Yu looked toward Qin Ran, still feeling a measure of awe toward her. The technicians couldn't confirm your location because the other side had scrambled the signal. Then she created a data screening system and located you. If not for her, you still wouldn't have escaped by now. Cheng Mu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Filled with disbelief, he asked the surrounding technicians. Even Captain Qian couldn't determine the final location, but she stepped in and helped. How could she possibly know how to do all that? Lin Siren also went over to Qin Ran and asked, that's right, little Qin Ran. When did you learn programming? You're even more professional than the technicians. You're seriously amazing. Qin Ran remained focused on her homework and grumbled, don't disturb me while I'm doing homework. Cheng Wan also frowned and reminded the three of them. We'll have dinner with Captain Qian in a few days. We can discuss everything else then. Cheng Mu was once again astonished. What? Captain Qian actually agreed to have dinner with us? I thought he was very aloof, not the type to dine with others. Captain Hao smiled mysteriously. Yeah, you'll find out when the time comes. The weekend dinner arrived quickly. Cheng Mu and Captain Qian's people had all arrived early, but the room was filled with silence. No one spoke to anyone else. Cheng Mu sat rigidly, hardly daring to move. As expected, Captain Qian treated his subordinates coldly. Forget talking. He had merely wanted to pour himself a cup of tea and had been refused outright. Then Chung Mu saw Changwon arrive. Delighted, he rose to greet him. But when he noticed that Qin Ran had come with a young man, his mind filled with questions. Why had Master Wan brought her to a place where business was being discussed? What if Captain Qian was displeased to see a high school student at a meeting like this? Yet what happened in the next second nearly turned Chung Mu to stone. The cold and aloof group from a moment ago changed their attitudes faster than flipping a switch the instant they saw Qin Ran. One pulled out a chair for her, while another attentively poured her tea. "Boss, please sit. Please sit. You could drink this. I asked the server to add rock sugar to it. I also specially ordered the boiled meat slices and spicy chicken you like." That's right. Boss, you've worked hard studying. Get some rest." Captain Hao found Chung Mu's expression immensely amusing. "Haha, didn't I tell you?" Sitting beside her, Chung Wan spoke up to remind them. Qin Ran can't eat spicy food. Her right hand needed a few stitches, and the wound has only just begun healing. Upon hearing that, Captain Qian slammed his hand on the table in anger. What? Her right hand needed stitches? Who did that? How is her recovery going now? Seeing Captain Qian begin to lose control of his emotions, Qin Ran sighed helplessly. "It's nothing. I'm feeling it." But Captain Qian did not see it that way. How could she possibly recover quickly after needing stitches? "Mr. Chung, what happened to her hand? Will there be any lasting effects? Will it affect her complexion or blood circulation?" Chung Wan curled his lips in a faint smile. "The best doctor is treating her, so Captain Qian can rest assured." Chung Mu was still watching in confusion. Hey, Captain Qian, where did your coldness go? You look like an anxious old mother now." Watching from the side, Captain Hao began to make his own judgment. Captain Qian's attitude toward Qin Ran was definitely unusual. Qin Ran's computational ability could rival Ouyang Wei's, and both Ouyang Wei and Captain Qian were legendary investigators. Could Qin Ran be? The dinner finally came to an end. Chung Wan drove Qin Ran back to her dormitory. "I'll get out here. Thank you." Just as she was about to head inside, she saw Ning Qing waiting there again. Why had that woman come again? Ning Qing rolled down the car window and waved at her with a warm smile. "Ran, get in. Mom wants to talk to you." Out of courtesy, Qin Ran got into the car. "What is it? Say it quickly." Ning Qing smilet ingratiatingly. "I already lectured you about what happened on Weibo. Don't be angry anymore." She began probing further. "Mom just wants to ask, did Mr. Feng help you resolve this matter? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew him?" Qin Ran decisively denied any connection. "I don't know him." Ning Qing did not believe her. "How could you not know him? He helped you. You should at least treat him to a meal." Qin Ran casually made up an explanation. "Didn't I call you 3 years ago? But you didn't answer. Mr. Feng only saw that I was pitiful and gave me a ride home along the way. I don't know him, and I have no way to contact him." After saying that, she got out of the car and left without hesitation. Ning Qing was extremely displeased at failing to achieve her goal. If this had been Qin Yu, she would have gotten Feng Loqing's phone number 3 years ago. Qin Ran was truly useless. Suddenly, a convertible sports car blocked Qin Ran's path. The young man, surnamed Qian, removed his sunglasses with one hand and greeted her brightly. "Miss Qin, do you remember me? I am Qian Jinyu." Yet Qin Ran completely ignored him and walked past him. Her cold reaction left the young man dumbfounded. In all his life, he had never encountered a girl who dared to ignore him like this. "Hey, did you hear me calling you?" Ning Qing got out of the car and struck up a conversation. "Excuse me, are you Qin Ran's friend?" Looking at his luxurious car, she quietly calculated that he seemed rather wealthy. "And you are?" "I'm Ran's mother." After that, the two talked for quite a while before leaving. Inside the classroom, Su Yaowang had just handed out the test results and was frowning. This physics test was really difficult. Qin Yu and I both only scored in the 80s. Standing behind him, Xiaoxing suddenly asked curiously, "Young Master Su, what's wrong? Whose test paper are you looking at?" He thought to himself that young Master Su must also be interested in physics and the violin. Otherwise, he would not be so partial to Qin Yu. When Xiao Shang saw whose high-scoring test paper Su Yaoguang was holding, he cried out dramatically, "Damn, class monitor, you're this good? You even scored higher than young Master Su. I remember your physics grades being average before. Where did you go for tutoring?" Even Su Yaoguang could not hide his surprise. "Lin Siren, you got 93 in physics?" Faced with the barrage of questions, Lin Siren hesitated before saying, I had only seen similar questions from this test in a notebook." Su Yaoguang thought to himself that the teacher had said this exam even included Olympiad-level questions. How could Lin Siren have seen those problems before? After thinking it over, he said, "Siren, can you lend me that notebook?" "Sure." Lin's Siren did not hide it and handed it over. "Take a look." When Su Yaowang saw the owner's information on the notebook label, he frowned. "Song Looting." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Qiao Sheng asked, "Who is that? I've never heard of him. Is he a student at our school?" Su Yaowang shook his head as he looked through the notes. "No, he's a year ahead of us. He was last year's International Physics Olympiad champion." After returning the notebook, Su Yaowang asked, "Siren, do you know song looting?" Qiao Sheng's expression became even more exaggerated. "That genius? I can't believe our class monitor knows someone like him." Lin's Siren hesitated inwardly. Ran had lent him this notebook, saying that a friend had given it to her. Without her permission, he could not tell young Master Su. After thinking it over, Lin's Siren denied it. "I don't know him." Although Su Yaoguang was full of doubts about who had given Lin's Siren this notebook, he did not press the matter any further. "I understand. Thank you." A few days later, at the venue for the school arts performance, Qiao Sheng trailed after Qin Ran. "Sister Ran, the class monitor's rehearsal won't be for a while. How about I take you backstage to rest? It's much quieter over there." The two of them happened to arrive at that room. At the moment, Qin Yu was deeply immersed in playing the violin inside, while Su Yaowang was also there. Qiao Sheng whispered to Qin Ran, "Qin Yu isn't much as a person, but she really is good at the violin." Even Qin Ran acknowledged that. Among amateurs, she is indeed talented. Hearing the two speak, Su Yaowang added, "That's because she uses double stops. Very few people her age can do that." Qiao Sheng did not understand much about it, but after listening for so long, "I don't think it sounds any different from other pieces." Qin Ran spoke coldly. "It's ordinary, nothing particularly impressive." Qin Yu, who was playing the violin, heard those words and immediately became furious. She stopped playing and snapped loudly. "What do you know about double stops and left-hand techniques? If you don't understand, don't criticize my violin playing." "Young Master Su, can you ask these outsiders to leave? They're making too much noise for me to practice." Qin Ran looked down on her immensely. Anyone with even a little knowledge of the violin knew about double stops and left-hand techniques. When she said it was not particularly impressive, she meant Qin Yu had just been scraping around wildly and calling it technique. Qin Yu was not proficient at all. She was only good at ruining the beauty of the music. Qin Yu continued irritably, "Young Master Su, are you just going to let her stay here?" Su Yaoguang crossed his arms and said coolly, "As a violinist, you have to listen to all kinds of evaluations. There is nothing to argue about." Qin Yu refused to accept it and shouted, "What if I say that her presence is affecting my mood and making it impossible for me to continue playing?" Qiao Sheng clenched his fists angrily. "Qin Yu, you're going too far." Only Qin Ran remained indifferent. "It's Lin's Siren's turn to rehearse. I'm leaving. Sister Ran, wait for me." Su Yaowang's favorable impression of Qin Yu dropped even further. Once Qin Ran and the others had left, he said, "They're gone. Go ahead and continue." Then he suddenly asked, "Can your sister play the violin?" The question made Qin Yu feel uneasy. No, she absolutely could not let Su Yaoguang find out. After thinking about it, she pretended to say she learned it when she was young, but she wasn't very serious about it. She stopped after studying for a few years. She even beat up her teacher's son. Hearing her answer, Su Yaowang fell into deep thought. "Is that so?" Su Yaowang appeared quite interested in the new piece of music, but he only had one sheet of music. Could have been something Grandma had accidentally dropped. He would have to ask her. The next day, Qin Yu followed her mother to the hospital to visit Grandma so that she could find out more about the score. "If there's nothing else, you should all go home. I'm tired and want to rest for a while." Qin Yu pretended to be considerate as she stood and tucked Grandma's blanket around her. Then she casually asked, "Oh, right, Grandma. Last time, when I helped you pack your luggage, I think I saw a sheet of paper covered in musical notation. Do you have any others?" Grandma's expression abruptly changed, becoming stern. "How do you know about the rough draft of the score in my luggage? Did you take it?" Frightened by Grandma's reaction, Qin Yu immediately denied it. "I didn't take it." Grandma sternly admonished her. "Then I advise you not to harbor any improper thoughts about this. Do not touch that sheet music." "Grandma, what are you saying? I don't understand." Having used too much energy, Grandma began coughing continuously. "You know perfectly well what you said. There is no need to ask me again." Feeling guilty, Qin Yu hurriedly found an excuse to leave. "Grandma, I think my sister is here. I'll go first." Ning Qing followed her. "I'll go see you are off. I'll come back later." Ran, have you finished recording the piece of music I asked you to take home last time? Ran did not understand why Grandma was asking, but she had never thought much of that score. Grandma, it was just a piece of trash. Why did you insist on picking it up? Ran, although you think it is trash, someone has always longed for it. Ran said nothing more, her gaze distant, as if she were thinking of something. When Ning returned, she happened to see Ran preparing to leave. Putting on the manner of a loving mother, she eagerly called out, Ran, wait a moment. Mom has something to tell you. Ran recognized her hypocritical manner at a glance, and said with disgust, if you have something to say, say it. Do you remember that young Master Qian from last time? He is. Ran coldly interrupted her. What does he have to do with me? Why don't you introduce him to Yu instead? Ning suddenly raised her voice and lectured her. Mom is only doing this for your own good. Young Master Qian comes from a wealthy family, and his mother is the CEO of a major corporation. It is a great blessing that he has taken an interest in you. Don't be so ungrateful. Ran sneered. If his family background is so good, then marry Yu off to him. What did you say? Do you know that your younger sister is the young lady I raised with my own hands? She will definitely marry into the capital in the future. Ran shook off her hand in disgust. Let go of me. Ran had truly grown cold toward this mother of hers in name only. Ning, aren't you tired of selling your daughter for status and wealth? When Yu returned home, she saw her mother speaking eagerly to someone on the phone and asked the maid curiously, is my mother calling? I heard that someone called young Master Qian has taken an interest in your elder sister, so Madam is arranging the matter for them. Thinking of that man, Yu smiled smugly. If my sister can marry into the Qian family, that would be her good fortune. All right, Aunt Zhang, prepared dinner. Yes, dinner is ready. We're just waiting for Master to return before we eat. During dinner, Lin Qi turned to Ning and asked, Ran knows CEO Feng? At the afternoon tea today, CEO Feng asked about her on behalf of her son. Ning was startled. CEO Feng? Lin Jinxian explained. CEO Feng is Feng Loqing's younger sister. One sibling works in politics and the other in business. Their family is in the capital, so it's normal that you don't know. CEO Feng is quite low-key. Her son takes the surname Qian and usually does not publicly reveal his relationship with the Feng family. The chopsticks in Yu's hands suddenly fell onto the table. She thought unwillingly, young Master Qian? How could an ordinary rich kid possibly be connected to the Feng family? Lin Qi was drawn by the sound. What's wrong? Realizing her expression had betrayed her, Yu forced a smile and picked up her chopsticks. I'm Fina. My hand just slipped. Lin Jinxian understood his father's intentions and immediately said, CEO Feng is a strong, capable woman. Her son and husband used to live in Yin City. Father, you've probably met Xianjin before. But Dad, this young Master Qian seems. Lin Qi knew what he meant and waved a hand to cut him off. I already have plans for this matter, so don't worry, Jinxian. Ning, come to the study with me after dinner. Yu had not expected the match she had pushed on a Ran to be so favorable, and she felt deeply resentful. How could this be? Even an ordinary young Master Qian had a family background nearly comparable to the Feng family. Why should such good fortune fall to Ran? On the day of the school performance, Yu wore an exceptionally gorgeous dress. Ning smiled until her eyes narrowed. You look so beautiful today. I'll record a video and send it to the family group for everyone to see. And don't be nervous during your performance later. I'll be sitting in the audience watching you. Don't worry, Mom. I performed on stage so many times already. Ning asked carefully, has the violin been tuned? Don't worry, Mom. It's been tuned. It's in the instrument room next door. Outside the door, Xiaosheng and Ran happened to pass by. Sister Ran, after our class meeting ends, we're having a celebration dinner. Remember to come. The committee members and Ye Fei will be there too. Ran did not refuse. All right, as usual, Chengwan sent her a message right on time to remind her to apply medicine. The class has something going on. I'll be there at 5. When Yu saw Ran, she frowned in disgust. Why are people of unknown background being allowed into our backstage area? What if something goes missing? A voice called from inside. It's time to get ready to go on stage. Chin Yu quickly picked up her props and went on stage to prepare for her performance. Under the stage lights, she became exceptionally eye-catching. Other parents began praising her as well. Yu is so beautiful today. She is becoming more and more like a famous artist. Exactly. Once Chin Yu goes to the capital for advanced training, her prospects will become even broader. Ningqing practically beamed with pride. Haha, not at all. You flatter her. In the backstage area, someone reminded the staff, pay close attention. This is the most important performance. We'll need to write a special report afterward. Yes, boss. We guarantee that we won't miss a single detail. Chin Yu's melodious violin music gradually began to fill the hall. Everyone in the auditorium was immersed in the melody. Just as the piece reached its climax, a violin string suddenly snapped. The incident was so sudden that Chin Yu froze completely. Ningqing, seated below the stage, became tense as well. Some people were worried by the sudden accident, while others secretly took pleasure in it. Countless murmurs rose from below. What happened? Did a string break? Oh no, this is being recorded too. Now, there's going to be trouble. Oh, embarrassing. Didn't she check it before going on stage? The host came out to smooth things over. All right, let student Chin Yu take a short break. Next, please enjoy a special performance. Chin Yu's face alternated between pale and green. She could only endure the humiliation as she carried her violin backstage. This was unbearably embarrassing. Not only had her performance failed, but even her opening slot had been replaced. The moment Su Yaoguang heard the news, he hurried to the waiting room. What happened? Why did the violin string break? Chin Yu covered her face and sobbed. I checked it this morning. The violin was perfectly fine then. Someone must have deliberately damaged it while it was in the instrument room at the auditorium. The girl beside her immediately pinned the blame on Chin Ran. It must have been Chin Ran. We just saw her backstage, and she doesn't even have a performance. Why else would she be backstage? Who else could it have been? Go check the surveillance footage. The girl quickly ran off to check the cameras. Su Yaoguang spoke up for Chin Ran. She has no reason to do that. Chin Yu clenched the skirt in her hands, her voice aggrieved. Young Master Su, you're still going to defend her at a time like this? Do you know what the violin means to me? Do you know that because of her, I was humiliated in front of the entire school? How can you say she has no reason? When we were little, my mother remarried into the Lin family. She only took me with her and left Chin Ran behind. Ever since then, she has always been jealous of me. Is that reason enough? Su Yaoguang knew he could not simply take one side's word for it. So he took out his phone and called Xiao Sheng. Where are you? Tell Chin Ran to come backstage. Chin Yu wiped away her tears, secretly pleased. Chin Ran, no matter how close you are to Xiao Sheng, Su Yaoguang will still believe me more. At that moment, Director Ding and Ningqing hurried over. What happened to your violin? Chin Yu said tearfully, Mom, someone deliberately cut the strings. Ningqing said, Director Ding, I think the student who did this is truly vicious. You must help Yu seek justice. Director Ding nodded. Of course. Don't worry, Madam Lin. Student Su, has anyone gone to check the surveillance footage? Yes, sir. Someone has already gone. While the group waited, Chin Ran and Xiao Sheng walked in. Why did you call me here? The moment Ningqing saw Chin Ran, she suspected her. Could this have been your doing, Ran? Chin Yu sobbed as she questioned her. Sister, why would you treat me like this? Chin Ran had no idea what was going on and asked coldly. Oh, what did I do? Chin Yu pointed at her and shifted all the blame onto her. You can still smile? You cut my violin strings, didn't you? I saw you pass by the doorway while I was putting on makeup before going on stage. Ningqing also believed it. Ran, did you really cut Yu's violin strings? I'm not that bored. There should be cameras in the hallway. Please check them, Director Ding. Director Ding replied, We're checking. Suddenly, the person in charge of surveillance entered with a laptop. Director Ding, the cameras were deliberately damaged. Nothing was recorded. Chin Yu sneered with certainty. Now you can't deny it anymore. You're so clever. You must have destroyed the cameras beforehand, right? Director Ding raised a hand to stop her. Student Chin Yu, don't falsely accuse someone without evidence. The anger inside Chin Ran surged to its peak, and her face darkened slightly. It was always like this. Without distinguishing right from wrong, they rushed to condemn her. Just as she was about to let her anger erupt, someone suddenly pushed open the door. Chungwon entered, radiating a cold, imposing aura. Loosening his tie, he asked what happened. Ning Qing trembled slightly when she saw him. He was the man who had frightened her at the hospital last time. Why was he here? Director Ding recognized him as well. Wasn't he the person from the infirmary whom Senior Su had specifically instructed them not to provoke? When no one answered, Chengwan turned his gaze towards Su Yaowang. Understanding immediately, Su Yaowang quickly recounted every detail of what had happened. This is what happened. You're saying the surveillance evidence was destroyed? That's right. He turned slightly toward Qin Ran and asked softly, can you restore the evidence? Qin Ran crossed her arms, brimming with confidence. As long as it once existed, no matter how thoroughly it was scattered into pieces, I can recover it. With that, she sat down at the computer and began working. 15 minutes later, she rose from her chair and said to him, it's restored. Chengwan looked immensely proud of her. Everyone else gathered around the computer to look. Qin Yu refused to accept it. How could someone as ignorant and incompetent as Qin Ran, someone who had to be the bottom-ranked student in exams, possibly know how to program? Everyone soon saw clearly who had been captured by the camera. Su Yaowang let out a sigh of relief. Wu Yan? Why was it her? Director Ding added, then it truly wasn't student Qin Ran. Ning Qing stared at the sudden turn of events, deeply questioning reality. Was this still Qin Ran? She had actually managed to restore the data. Seeing that the matter had been cleared up, Qin Ran grabbed Cheng Wan's hand. Let's go. But Cheng Wan did not move, making Qin Ran wonder whether he had hurt her. So she tugged harder at his sleeve. He was determined to seek justice for all the grievances she had endured. So, none of you intend to apologize? With so many people here, you casually slandered a girl without any evidence. Do you think it makes you look good? His imposing presence made the entire room seem to freeze. In the end, only Su Yaowang and Director Ding took the initiative to lower their heads and apologize. I am sorry. Chengwan cast a cold, sharp look at Qin Yu. Under that pressure, Qin Yu put on a pitiful expression and said, I'm sorry. Yet inwardly, her hatred for Qin Ran only grew stronger. Damn it. Outside the school gates, Cheng Mu and Lin Zhaojing were waiting in the car. When Cheng Wan still had not come out after so long, Cheng Mu grew anxious. Why isn't he back yet? Don't worry. Looking through the car window, Lin Zhaojing spotted a familiar figure ahead. Feng Mingwei was pacing back and forth deep in thought. He immediately got out of the car. Before leaving, he tossed his phone to Cheng Mu. Play around for me. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, Qin Yu stared blankly at the surveillance footage. Seeing that she was in a strange mood, Lin Chi walked over and asked, are you all right? Qin Yu jolted back to her senses. I'm Fine. I was just thinking about what happened with Master Wei. A servant came in from outside to report. Master, there's a Mr. Qing outside who wishes to see you. Lin Chi frowned. Cheng, let him in. Cheng Mu led Wu Yan inside and said, Mr. Lin, our young master said that this is the person you need. Lin Chi was confused. Sir, is there some misunderstanding? But the moment Qin Yu saw Wu Yan, she rushed forward and demanded, Wu Yan, why did you cut my violin strings? Haven't I treated you well enough? What violin strings? Your violin was damaged. With tears streaming down her face, Qin Yu complained. Today was the school anniversary celebration. She cut my violin strings and ruined my performance, Dad. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi turned to Wu Yan and lectured her. You must be student Wu Yan. Why did you cut my daughter's violin strings? This violin was custom-made. If you deliberately damaged it, you'll have to compensate us 580,000 yuan. Wu Yan voiced the resentment in her heart. Qin Yu, then why did you take photos of Qin Ran with that middle-aged man and trick me into posting them on the forum? She shouted out her indignation. Why was I the only one expelled while you got away unscathed? Afraid that the truth would be exposed, Qin Yu put on an innocent expression. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I take any photos? Lin Jinxian happened to come downstairs then. Hearing this, he asked sternly, You took the photos? Qin Yu panicked, looking from side to side as she explained, It wasn't me. Dad, second brother, you have to believe me. Qin Yu's act made Wu Yan tremble with rage. It wasn't you? Laughing coldly, she handed her phone to Lin Chi. On it was a photo of Qin Ran with Feng Luqian. The moment Lin Chi saw it, his face darkened. This disastrous development left Qin Yu frozen, not knowing what to do. How could this have happened? After dealing with everything, Lin Chi returned to his room and called his younger sister, telling her about the matter. Who is this Mr. Cheng? I never imagined the capital had such a prominent family. But of course, people like them would never come to Yin City. In my opinion, That Chung family must have been brought in by Qin Ran. That little girl may be young, but she is quite calculating. If she deliberately laid all this out before you, doesn't that mean she has left herself no way back? Didn't you once mention that Qin Ran had also learned the violin before? Master Wei would never accept her, but it's possible that she found another violin teacher outside. Why not let her study alongside you for a few days? Those teachers aren't foolish old country bumpkins. They won't accept just anyone as a student. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaojing looked at Chungwan in the car. The more I think about what happened today, the angrier I get. Why did you personally send someone all the way to the Lin residence? He answered with a faint smile. For the long-term plan, we had to give them a choice first. He had calculated that with Lin Jinxian and Lin Qi involved, if they continued to be entangled with Qin Ran, it would be difficult for her to completely sever her ties with them. For now, it was enough to cut off the relationship and force the Lin family to choose one side. Once Lin Zhaojing understood his deeper intention, he gave him a thumbs up in praise. In the end, only one can outdo villains at their own game. All right, hurry back.